All right, welcome everyone. This is Barbell Productions, bringing a live stream of the Summer Showdown up here in Cleveland. I have Gary with me today, a national ref that can give a little bit more insight, a little history to powerlifting as we watch the show go through.
75 years old. She didn't go quite deep enough.
Got to get a little bit lower on the next one, Julianne. All right, we got Heather coming up next. 70 kilos on the bar, 154 pounds.
And there.
Being spotted by the world famous University of Pitt powerlifting team.
Oh yeah, we have the pit crew over here. They came all the way from Pennsylvania to come spot and load for us in Ohio. Some of the best spotters and loaders, personally, in my opinion, in our federation, or at least up here in the Northeast.
They are also the team that supports a lot of the. Nope, she was also high, I think. But they're the ones that also support a lot of our national events. They were the ones to spot Ray Williams' 1,000-pound squat.
Really?
Yep, they will travel.
That's an honor.
Yeah, they're that good.
She missed her commands on that one.
She was also high. But that's all right, she'll get it in the next time.
Once you stand up with the weight, the referees are going to want to see the lifter motionless, and then they will tell them to.
All right, Brittany's coming up, opening up with 187 pounds.
All right, Brittany's taking the bar at 187 pounds, 85 kilos.
Oh!
Ooh, I think she took a step
Took her
before she
right.
got the rack.
Oh,
no, that's good.
All right.
I thought she was a little early on that. So,
The right foot moved.
yeah, with anyone at home that doesn't know powerlifting rules, we'll explain as like things come up and everything like that, like depth, or we mentioned our commands. So for squat, there's 2 commands. You have the start command. Once they believe that you are sitting upright, you've unracked the weight, your knees have to be locked, then you'll get the start command. You don't get a stand-up command or anything like that, but once you are done and completed your squat, you get a rack command, and your feet cannot move. And with that, your knees also have to be locked, and you have to be standing upright and the weight controlled at the top. So then they'll get the rack command. If their feet move before that, sadly, no-go.
And that was a good lift.
Referee say, good lift for Suzanne.
That's exactly what you were talking about.
Lifters, make sure you come straight to the scoring table after your lift to get your next attention.
It seems like there's a flurry of activity at that bar when they start loading it. You got people that are responsible for getting the rack heights right. There are people that are responsible for changing the weights. And then they disappear until the next one. Knees are locked. She's erect. She got the command. She goes down and up on her own.
I think she was a little high on that
I do too, but apparently we have a bad spot here.
No,
Oh, no,
they
she wasn't.
agree.
Then once the lift is finished, standing erect, you have to be standing erect, knees locked in the starting position, and not move again until you get the rack command.
Isabella's opening up from University of Michigan with 253 pounds. That's a lot of weight for 75 pounds or 70 kilos.
Isabella from the University of Michigan.
It's 1.5 times her body weight. There she goes. She's got it across her back. Her knees are locked. She looks up.
We did talk about this yesterday, where you have to look for the head up.
So what happened here was the side officials, you'll notice, have their hands up in preparation. They keep their hands up until they notice that the knees are locked. In this particular case, they were not. They didn't give a command to the official to start. So let's see if she fixes it. Knees locked. Now she can get the command. She hits down below parallel. And then become Madonna and strike a pose.
Beautiful.
That was nice. That was a nice comeback. Usually when you have to stop in the mid, it's a little disheartening.
Yeah, but I'd rather have them do that versus just staring at you, being like, "What am I doing wrong? Why am I not getting
Which is
it?"
why I would recommend you get out there as quick as possible in case you do have to do that again. You have a minute, but it's still better off if you can have enough time to if you have to do it again.
Right. And it's not like it's a minute to complete the lift. It's a minute just to get the start
Initiate.
command.
Now, when we talk about going down below parallel, the pivot of where your thigh hits your body, there's a pivot in there on your hip. That pivot, where they connect, have to be below the top of the kneecap. So that's what they're looking for. Hard for the head judge to see, but the two on the side should have a perfect view of it.
But that's why we have three judges or refs around. And you only need 2 out of the 3 lights in order for it to count as a good lift.
These are locked. She's got her command. What is their problem? Yeah, she knew it coming off. She knew it coming off.
Just wasn't quite deep enough.
Yeah, I think she knew it.
It's all right. It could be.
She's got enough experience. She'll come back.
Yeah.
I believe she's part of the pit crew. She just happens to choose to lift today. You're watching the squatters approach the bar, and the first thing they do is stand real close to see where it comes to on their body. That's how they determine whether the rack height is correct. Really?
What did you see?
Her left foot moved. We must be off on an angle somewhere.
Moving on into second order squats.
The foot was moving. And
Yeah, I saw the hand. I don't know. I don't have audio on the replay we can see.
and I can't hear it because I got the headphones on.
Yeah. I would say, but I did see the hand movement, but I don't know if she said it as she was going.
Well, I did that yesterday. I actually, I had a guy rack it, and he saw my hand, and apparently I moved my hand before I said it. He gave him a relift. My mistake.
And we'll definitely, they
All
definitely
right,
are
second
really
attempt.
nice in that.
Look at her popping up to that platform. Bless her. That's not your problem. You got that part right, lady. Get back. Lock the knees.
Lock your knees, Joanne.
There's no way we can see that from here. And again, she was too high.
Unfortunately. She's still got one more shot at that.
I've been noticing this morning we have a lot of Masters like 3 coming out today. Well, more than normal. Normally I might say like 1 or 2, but I think there's quite a bit. I think they come in later. I know we have Julian that just lifted. She's a Masters. The little squeals. That looked good.
Nope.
No?
Oh, it was. Hold on a minute. Let me clean my glasses.
So that lift was good for Heather. Marcus looking for Suzanne.
Suzanne's part of the West Virginia University Powerlifting. They were spotting and loading for us for day 1, and then Pitt came and took over, which is kind of nice because then all your teammates are already here cheering you on. she took a 7.5 kilo jump from her first to her second.
Oh, that was nice.
Yeah, a little bit of grind. I think that looks perfect for a second attempt. It seemed like she has just a little bit more gas to push that 2.5 to 5 kilo jump for me.
Well, one of the other situations you have on the second attempt is, unfortunately, if you've hit your first, now you're looking for your third. People kind of look over that second attempt as, oh, I got this, don't worry about it. But every lift has to be approached the exact same way. We talked about that yesterday as well. Approach it the same way every time.
Consistency is key.
Yep.
Also looks like she hasn't finished.
I don't understand why these people are in such a rush. They caught her.
2-1. Side referee said she wasn't deep enough. Chief referee.
She beat the rack command. Yep.
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 Sometimes they can be platform jitters.
Well, in a case like that, she was so excited that she hit it. She just couldn't wait to rack it to celebrate. And in all fairness, it was a 40-kilo jump.
Oh, yeah. It looked like it moved pretty well.
Yep. It was the excitement, the adrenaline.
Caitlin's coming out. She's taking the same weight as she did for her opener.
Caitlin makes easy work at 2:53. 3 white lights. Good enough.
Excellent.
Glad she got that one. She missed her first one due to depth. And then also missing the rack command.
Rack command.
But seems like she fixed that one up there for her.
Taking the mark 120 kilos, 260.
Gabrielle's coming up next. She missed her first attempt, but she took a 5 kilo jump.
It wasn't a strength issue with her.
I think it was like a misstep of... Oh, no, it was a depth thing, though. She got 2 red cards from the 2 side judges on her first attempt, so let's see if she gets a little bit deeper here.
There you go, there you
Beautiful.
go. That little dip there at the end did it. Good job.
Stood it up. 3 white lights. Good enough. Isabella's looking for 270 pounds on her second attempt. 122.5 kilos. Yeah.
Coach, keep it light. Good job, Coach. Her coach is a big contributor to the Cleveland Powerlifting Club. It's an inner city the powerlifting club that my family runs. Just to support kids that just don't have access to this kind of equipment, this kind of facility, stuff like that. She's a huge contributor to the program.
I really love that. I think the sooner that kids learn how to lift and take care of their body like that is
Bella looking strong. Referee say
going to set them up for a lifetime of like health.
You know, they say it takes 30 days for a behavior to become a habit. So if you can get a kid into the gym on a 30-day schedule, you probably got him hooked. Or her.
Every day for 30 days?
No, but whatever the regular schedule is. What do you think? We're talking CrossFit here?
Listen, I don't know. Yeah, those CrossFitters go hard. I do CrossFit maybe like once a month, just due to a friend really likes it, and I like to spend time with him, but I don't know how he does it every day.
So you and I talked yesterday about knees, how they should stay out rather than wibble in.
Yeah, when you're coming up on there, the first cue that I always remind myself is to get my knees out. Because as soon as my knees start to go in, then I feel like I lose all tension in like my posterior chain, so I can't drive out of that.
Beyond that, once your knees collapse, now you have to get lower to hit depth. That's the other. So, hence the reason why it's a good idea to keep your knees out.
Beautiful second attempt.
That was nice.
Lift for Savannah is good.
Julianne's ready to go to take her third attempt.
Top of the
She's
order.
missed her first and second one due to depth. So let's see if she can get a little bit lower here. Regardless of missing those first two, she seems like she's having a great attitude about it, which...
Watch the way she comes out to the platform.
Oh yeah, we did talk about the little prank. Like,
She's got a little step. Look at it. Look at that.
hop in her
Little
step.
hoppity
Look at
step. She wants to be here.
All right, she's got all the strength in the world. We just got to get a little bit lower
yeah,
here.
there's no doubt about it. She has the strength. She just needs to get a little bit lower.
Keep going.
So
Go. She struggled enough. She may have hit it this time.
I don't know. Oh, give it to her good. 2-1. Did you see the side
right?
right?
You need to get a good lift in at least one good lift in all three of the disciplines in order to post the total. So that was
beautiful. She saved herself from bombing out. You have to have a good lift and at least each of the 3 lifts to post a total. If you don't, it's called what we call like a bomb out. You just can't post a total. We don't kick you out of the meet or anything like that.
Here they don't kick you out.
Do they kick out on like
Nationals?
nationals?
Yep.
Really?
No reason. You can't post a total. Don't waste time. Nice setup.
It's fair.
She doesn't waste any time.
Let's go.
So Heather, you realize the warm-up room's over there, right?
A little bit too high on that one.
Man,
She took a 10-kilo jump, and I know for her first attempt, she was high on that one as well.
Sorry, the referee said he didn't get beaten up. I wasn't looking at that. Doors loaded for Suzanne. 100 kilos on the bar.
As the athletes get ready to go, you'll notice a lot of the times they play with their feet, they wiggle.
That was a beautiful
Because that's what you need to do is keep your feet solid. So at the beginning, they have to be right. Nice job.
Yeah, she fought for that third one. I think that was well deserved. I love how she like came down kind of slow and then she went dip fast to get into that hole and then get right out.
When they lift like that, what they're trying to do is get the rebound off the bottom. And if you practice it and you work it, that's fine.
Is there a possibility of double bouncing at that point?
There is a possibility, especially if you shock yourself or you're working a weight you've never used before.
Brittany's coming out. She's taking the same weight that she took for her second attempt. See if she can get on her third. It looked like it came
There's
easy.
nothing wrong with that one.
Beautiful 3 white lights up there.
3 white lights, good lift. All right, Caitlin's looking to finish her day with 120 kilos, 265.
Caitlin's coming up next. Her third attempt is a 5-kilo jump from her second to her third. It's at 265 pounds. Oof. Yeah. I can't tell from my viewpoint. She looked a little high to me.
Good lift, 2 to 1
Side
for
riff
Caitlin.
on the left-hand side did call that, but she got 2 to 1, and they feel like that was good.
And she's happy.
I would be too.
She's happy. All right. Come on, Gabby.
Gabrielle's going to show us how to grind the bar out here. Looking to finish the day with 2 beautiful red plates per side, 275 pounds on the bar, 125 kilos.
I suspect she'll get this one.
Isabella on deck, easy in the hole.
She looked good in warm-ups. She seemed to be okay. Step, step.
Good.
Lock your knees. Feet are right.
See how she does. Up, come
Nope.
on, fight through.
Nope. Take it.
Oh, yeah, she was going down a little bit. I feel like they let her struggle just a little bit too long. But she did secure 20 kilos, which her personal best on the platform is 17.5, so that's still a 2.5 kilo PR today. I'd be pretty happy with that.
You know, you say that they let her struggle too long. The reality is the spotters and loaders can't make the decision to take it. So they have to wait for the official to have them take it, or the athlete. The athlete can say take it.
True. I feel like yeah, because you don't want them to take it too soon. Because they could just pause there, and
That's
then,
right.
like, if they fight through that pause, they fight through that pause.
Again, overriding. Got to trust the spotters and loaders and the officials. Head up, head up. She knows it.
Very happy
She
about
knows
that.
it.
Oh yeah, so she's gone to collegiate nationals before. She was part of the Michigan powerlifting team. At collegiate, she did a 17.5 personal best, and she just secured 127.5.
Nope.
Oh. Sorry, just a little bit too heavy.
Now, in a case like that, and that weight came back down, the spotters are not making that decision. That's what they're there for. When it comes back down, they're there to stop it. Once that happens,
Yeah.
the lift is over.
She also gave a little head shake of,
Yeah.
hey, not ready. So Savannah's personal best so far for her squat on the platform is 150 kilos. She got that on her second. She took a 5 kilo jump. So let's see if she can get this platform PR for her.
Oh, look, there's a little school banner in the front row.
Oh, that's so cute. They do have a school banner.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, she got it.
Yeah, that was good. All right, that's the end of our third attempts for Flight A. We're rolling right into Flight B with first attempts. Walter's going to start us off with 276 pounds.
All right, moving right on into Flight B. 125 on the bar for Walter. Bar is loaded.
See, he's an 18-year-old, so he's just a teen starting out.
2-3. You can always tell when there's a new lifter on the platform.
What are the signs?
He paused on the bottom. He paused on the bottom of the squat, which is absolutely not necessary. You just have to hit depth and come back up.
You're just flexing at that point to me.
No, at the bottom, they just can't separate. They can't separate the bench commands from the squat commands. You have to pause on it. I see it a lot. He'll stop doing that.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's doing it on purpose, to be fair.
Probably not.
Ben on deck, Mary Jane in the hole.
Josh starting off his squats with 170 kilos. That's 375 pounds.
Ooh. Good. Set up.
Everyone likes good lift.
All right.
Bars loaded for Ben.
Ben's coming up. 380 pounds on the bar.
Ben making 380 look easy. Referees say it's good. Got Mary Jane coming up next. 192.5 kilos on the bar. 424 pounds. Mary Jane is competing in our single ply equipped division.
All right, here's our equipped lifter and our Mary Jane fans here in the chat. She's coming up next. So can you tell us a little bit about like the equipment used in squat?
When you use equipment in the squat, any of the lifts, you have to work in concert with the equipment. It's supportive. It helps keep you tight. It'll add tons of weight. That equipment is tighter than you can imagine. And they will wind up, that supportive equipment will help her come out of the hole. And that was a good lift.
Mary Jane making 400.
So according to chat, this is her first single ply meet. Because I have seen her lift before. We've seen her lift at the Arnold. I don't think she lifted equipped at the Arnold, according to this. And like, she's a phenomenal lifter.
The equipment came about, originally came about, I think the bench shirt was first, to be strictly supportive. Safety, help save the shoulders. It just helps support the athlete from a physical standpoint. And once they realize the value to it, and of course the concept changes over the years, but when they found that out, then they try to figure out how to get the squat suit and deadlift suits, which are often different. Because it's the same motion, but the weight's in a different place. But it keeps everything tight. Differently than the regular singlet, which is a soft, stretchy material. The material that's used for the equipment is single ply, non-stretch material. It's material that's been developed and over the years, and the designs have changed. Depending, for instance, with the deadlift, depending on whether you're a sumo or a conventional, it's a different suit.
Oh, really?
Yep.
I didn't know there was like a difference between like
There should be.
positions.
Well, you get your legs out or your legs in. Different support. Conventional, you use your back. In sumo, you use more leg. Oh.
Oh, he took a step. He knows he did.
He knows.
It's okay. He powered through, so I'm expecting him to.
It surprised him. He came up too fast.
Yeah. But he came up really fast, which normally when like it looks like he lost his balance because he came up so fast. Normally, to me, that tells me like his opener was really light, and it just like he had so much power behind it.
Or adrenaline.
Or adrenaline.
Let's not discount what adrenaline can do for you on that platform.
That's true. I expect him to at least do like a small jump for his second one.
He may take it again. We'll see. He just put it in.
210 on the bar, 463 pounds.
And that's how they do it.
Got Elijah coming up next.
Andrew taking 463 with no problem.
All right, Elijah's looking for 215 pounds.
Elijah's coming out. He's in the Team 2 division. So this team is taking in 474 pounds as an opener.
When you say Team 2, you got to understand, this kid is only 16, 17 years old. And he's got nearly a quarter of a ton on his back.
That's amazing. He moved it very well.
Yep.
Looking strong, referees say look is good, and that is a new Ohio State record for Elijah.
That is
Good
apparently
job.
an Ohio State record for Elijah.
Now we're at the point where we're over 500 pounds on the bar, and you'll notice we go from 3 spotters to 5. Safety for the athletes to make sure that we can handle the weight.
Bars loaded for Eric. 232.5 kilos, 500.
Eric's going to be taking 513 pounds on the bar.
500 pounds, we bring out 5 spotters to help you.
His quads look like they can handle it. He's lean. Wow. I don't know. That didn't look deep enough to me.
And his knees came
Eric
in.
looking strong. Referee say lift is good.
Nope.
2-1.
It's good. 2-1. Side ref called depth.
This is where we talked yesterday. Had he kept his knees out, that wouldn't have been an issue. Once you collapse your knees, it's much harder to hit depth.
Bars looking loaded for Michael.
Michael coming out, taking 540 pounds.
Oh, that's a textbook squad. Good for him.
Beautiful. Our last opener of this morning, Xavier is coming out. He's taking the bar up to 546 pounds. For anyone at home, the number down below at the bottom of the screen is in kilos. To get a rough estimate, because there's more decimals than what I believe for math, you take that number, times it by 2.2, and that's roughly how much it is in pounds. It's actually 2.2046. 046.
Nicely done.
Beautifully done.
All right, second attempt, back to the top.
I believe everyone secured their first attempt
Nope,
except
we
for
missed
Carson.
one. Yeah.
And he just took a step. So that wasn't a strength issue there.
And he only went up, what, 5 kilos?
He went up 15.
Really?
Yeah. He took it up to 215 from 200.
Well, it wasn't his call. It was his coach's call. So.
His coach must know something, though we don't. Which he should. He's been working with him for
Absolutely.
hours.
Absolutely. All right, now everybody's just, except for Carson, everybody's lifting to improve their total.
Walter took a 5 kilo jump from his first to second attempt. Up, come on. You saw those knees come in a little bit, but he was able to push that through.
Well, what he did was once it started, he stopped it. He didn't collapse all the way. He was able to stop it.
True.
He felt it happening, stopped it, and then finished the lift.
You know, I think what it was, his head was slightly down too.
Yeah, that's a 20-pound swing.
Ben's coming out, taking a 7.2 kilo jump from his first to second, up to 397 pounds. That looks like a solid second attempt.
Very good.
Nicely judged. Second attempt there.
I love to see the second attempts with a little bit of grind, but not too much of a struggle, just to see, like, gauge where your third should be. You're just trying to add a little bit of numbers in my books to your total, and then third is where you can kind of push it. The goal should always to go 9 for 9.
You want to get that second one in. Also, you want to split the difference between your opener and your final attempt, which is usually either a record or some kind of a PR, or you know you have some competition, and this is where you need the number.
Mm-hmm. But you normally see that one in deadlift.
Yeah, but you've got to start here. If you can't fall too far behind.
That's true.
You know, the conventional wisdom says you can't win a meet. I can't win a meet with a bench, but you can lose it. Which for the most part is true, except for the top bench presses. But these guys are the same thing. If you just fall too far behind, you're too much to make up, then it becomes too much of a stress on the next 2 minutes. So you want to give it your best effort. You want to try to get a PR here, not necessarily a state or a national record. This is our equipped lifter again.
Getting her feet set.
That foundation, as with anything in this world, building or anything, the foundation is so, so important. With the equipped lift, you can also wrap your knees, which also is quite a help with the supportive stuff.
And that is definitely different than, you'll see knee sleeves on our other lifters that aren't equipped. The wrap knees are, you're physically wrapping it. It's getting as tight as possible. And a lot of times you'll see them either like wobbling out onto it due to it, and like their coach is there just snapping it off for them.
And in meet with all equipped lifters, they all walk like they're robots because their knees literally cannot bend without the weight on the back.
Oh, I like to imagine penguins.
Okay,
A
I'll
little
go with
waddle,
that.
waddle.
That'll
I've
work.
seen the smaller girls that are equipped, their coaches just pick them
Pick
up
them up and carry them.
and carry them out.
We did a meet once in Lincoln, Nebraska. During the middle of the meet, a huge, bad thunderstorm came through. The warm-up, nice.
Beautiful.
The warm-up room was downstairs in the basement. The meet was upstairs in the auditorium. And during the lower weight women, is when the storm came, and this was an equipped meet, the staircases all got flooded. So to get the women upstairs to the platform, they had to get somebody on each side of them and literally by the elbow lift them up and carry them up the stairs to get them to the platform. There's been some unique stuff, I tell you.
I can't even imagine if you're wearing all that equipment, any moisture gets in there.
Forget the moisture. That means you're wearing the equipment for longer, which is ideally what you want to do is finish wrapping your knees as the lifter before you gets their rack command.
I have seen some equipped lifters accidentally time out because they have a minute, like we said, once a bar is called to get on there, and if they are not ready to go at that time. Carson did secure.
Yep.
He's the one that missed his first squat.
So
He
now we're all
secured
good.
that. That looked beautiful.
Yeah, equipped lifting is a whole different world.
Andrew's coming out taking a 10-kilo jump. That's about 22 pounds-ish. Up to 485.
You notice that everybody spends a lot of time placing the bar on their back. Everybody's got a shelf that they put it on. Runs right across the top of the shoulder blades. Some people go a little bit higher. I'm more of a fan of this kind of a lift.
Yeah, it's less common to see high bar squatting recently.
Much less common. It's much harder to control it.
Referees say good lift 2-1.
Really?
Referee didn't think he was quite deep enough.
The front ref called that.
Head ref, yeah.
Wow. It's a lot harder to judge
Absolutely.
depth from the front, just because you don't see the crease sometimes as well.
Well, the way the head official sits on where she is, she's not actually directly in front. She should be off to the side. She sits on that side because she uses her left hand, so she wants it in front of the lifter's face. I do it the other way because I can't raise my left hand. Nope. Good catch, guys. Good
Good
catch.
catch.
Good catch there by our spotters.
It's all right. He still has his third to come out and try that again. Once you put in a number as an attempt and take that attempt, you cannot lower it. I don't think you can lower it even after that unless it's your opener.
And only if it's within the allotted time.
Correct.
So you can only change it before your meet starts. Now, that being said, at the end of the meet, with the deadlifts, that's a different story. Because when you're at the end of a meet, deadlifts is going to decide winners and losers. You can change that up to 3 times. And you can do it just before your attempt. That's the only one.
Is that still one where if you put in an attempt, you can't lower it, can you? Or
No, you can't lower it, but you can raise it.
Okay.
Well, here, this was the circumstance we had at Nationals. We had 2 guys in the super heavyweight going after each other. So the guy that wound up in second place put in an attempt of 562 pounds. So the guy he was competing against had to put in a 567 pound because the first guy was a lower weight. So a tie would have gone to lower weight athlete.
Yes.
So once the athlete, that guy missed his attempt, then the heavier guy, he knew he had already won. So then he upped it to try to get a record. He didn't do it, but that's gamesmanship to try to look. And they're rooting for each other too. So it's a very good community as well.
I think that may have moved faster than he was expecting. 3 white lights. All right, taking the bar up to 260 for Xavier.
This is the last second attempt.
573 pounds. Getting into that mindset over there. A lot of this is definitely mindset. I was talking about this after this first day because a couple of our photographers, like they've never lifted at a meet. They strength train and everything like that. And like it's different when you're an athlete and understanding how it feels to step onto that platform. And if you go in thinking, oh, this is going to be heavy, like I can't do this, then you're most likely probably not going to do it. You have to get into that mindset of like, okay, this will be hard, but this is going to be the lightest weight. Like, you just go in with that. You know you're going to have to grind it out. You know you're going to have to put effort, but...
Hence why any coach worth his salt will give you an opener on your first meet that you could double. You've got to hit that first one.
To boost up with that confidence a little bit.
That's exactly what it is. And the second attempt has got to be something you hit in the gym. Now the third attempt's a whole different world. Then you go out there and you have some fun. But by that time, the heebie-jeebies are gone, the yips are gone. Let's get at it.
Bars loaded for Walter, 298 pounds in the bar.
18-year-old kid.
This is 1.5 his body weight. A little bit over.
Just a little too heavy. Get some help from the spotters.
See, people say that was a little too heavy. I'm telling you it was a little too slow. I don't think it was too heavy for him. And you can tell that by the way he controlled it going down. It didn't drop him. And he didn't get stapled.
Ben's coming up, taking his third attempt at 413. Come on, up. Yeah, he fought for that one.
And there's a classic example of how speed gets you through. His rebound got him through the sticking. You asked before how do you get past the sticking point. That's how you do it. Good job.
It wasn't fast enough that I had fear that he didn't have control of it, though.
Well, he did what you saw before. He came down comfortably, and then at the bottom, he just popped it. That last 5, 6, 7 inches, you just boom, boom. And it becomes a rebound like a rubber band. But you got to go with the momentum. Got to stay with it. Lock your knees.
Come on.
Got stuck in the middle, couldn't make it through.
Got a little stuck there in the middle.
Sorry, no lift. All right, for her final squat of the morning, Mary Jane is looking.
All right, guys. Mary Jane, the girl that can fart the Star-Spangled Banner with her armpit. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Loaded for Mary Jane.
She's taking another 10-kilo jump. Her second one moved very well, too. Which I honestly expect nothing less from her. Like I said, I've seen her lift before. She's a phenomenal lifter, very textbook.
You know, when you do this long enough raw. Nice.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
When you do this long enough raw, you just need a diversion. Very nice. I'll be honest with you, the truth of the matter is you get more out of the knee wraps than you do out of the suit.
Really?
Where's the weak spot? It's either your hips or your knees.
Third and final squat for Mason, looking to finish today with 480.
Now, you see this guy's wearing knee sleeves that are not the wraps that the young lady used. These knee sleeves are not nearly as tight. You have to be able to put them on yourself in order to use them.
This is an Ohio State record attempt for Mason, looking to take the record.
And it's really non-supportive, but it does keep the knees warm and keeps the blood flowing.
Yep. So this is an Ohio State record attempt right here.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like
17-year-old kid.
480 pounds secured.
Nice
He earned
job.
every bit of that record.
I'll take a crack at that.
Oh, this is the new record.
On the bar, 491 pounds for Carson.
This is the guy that's going to try to up the record that Mason just set.
Yep. I say this one's going to be a tight battle between them. They're in the same age category. They also, Mason weighed in at 98.15 kilos, and Carson weighed in at 89.5.
Yep, that was good.
Wow. We'll have to keep an eye out on this weight category just to see how those two guys battle out.
Elijah wants to take a crack and take it back.
I think it ends right here.
Looking to go all the way up to 230.
The difference in the benches openers are big, and the difference in the deadlifts are big. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, squats were just close. But I don't know. We don't know what.
Exactly. You gotta play. That's why they play the game every
When he
Sunday.
hits the bottom of that squat, I want to hear everybody get behind him here. Help him stand this up. 507 on the bar for Elijah. Ohio State record attempt.
Come on, up.
Just a little too heavy. Thank you for staying with the bar, Elijah. Sorry, no lift. So Carson goes home with the state record in the squat.
That's right. Yeah, so for the Teen 2 category of the 90-kilo weight class, there's 3 guys in that one, which we just all saw take the state record attempts and everything.
Yep. That's unusual, but bless them, I'd love to see it. And they're rooting for each other, so that's the best part of this.
Oh, yeah, they're probably having fun with it. It's a little competition, but they're always behind each other. Andrew's coming out. He's taking 519 pounds on the bar. So this is another weight category that I feel like we need to keep a little eye on. This is the men's raw open 90 category. There's about 6 lifters in this one. So we should see a little bit of...
Across the country, this is one of the 2 biggest weight classes.
Really? He's taking a 15-kilo jump from his second. See how he does.
518 for Andrew.
Control down.
Nope.
Nope. I don't think he even got low enough for that. I mean, he didn't make it regardless, but...
Sorry, no lift. Got Eric coming up next.
Let's see.
Looking to finish today with 557.
Eric? Then we have...
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Eric's coming out. Yet again, it's part of the men's open 90 kilos.
The next 2 guys.
Yeah, Michael should be next as well.
Xavier's the teen, and then Michael.
Yeah. So you get it. 3 white lights. He secured that one.
The big guy behind these lifters, the guy that's back spotting, right now he's checking the rack heights. He's beyond just a spotter. He's also a height man. He's
Oh,
the
yeah.
last one in your ear. He's the last one that you hear. He's the one that's going to push you as best as he can.
Even from a personal perspective of this back spotter alone, his name's Pedro.
Yep.
He's part of Pitt, so when I do my meets, I normally go lift in Pennsylvania because I'm always here for Ohio with Barbell Productions. And his hypeness, he doesn't scream in his ear,
Nope.
but he's definitely right there telling you, you got this. This is all you. And, like, it's very encouraging. That was a slow grind.
Had to work for it, but it was there through our
And the hype man is right behind him, pushing him, pushing him, pushing him. Because the truth of the matter is you don't really hear the audience. You don't hear, you don't see, you're lifting.
Beautiful.
So that hype man, that back spotter becomes hugely important.
True, because once you're on that platform, you're in your head. You have that head ref and the person and the people around you, and that's all you see.
When I train, though, and when we do some, the max efforts in the gym, I like to have as much confusion around as possible. I get people that are just moseying around. Hey, come over here. Come take a look at this huge lift. Make some noise. Let's talk. The more you get used to lifting in confusion, the better it happens. That's a nice lift. The more you get used to it, the less it bothers you when you the confusion. You block everything out, so all you see is what's immediately around you. Well, you're used to that if you're in my gym because we train it. I know
Makes
you made a
sense.
face. You never heard that before, but it's,
No.
It's all a piece of it.
I'm also the type of person that like just hates people looking at me. Like I get embarrassed. Like I have a pretty decent bench, and when I go to a commercial gym, like the people that just like watch, and I'm just like, oh, please don't. Please, it's fine. We're good. We're good.
See, and we're quite the opposite. I want as many people watching, making comments, and go, ooh, how great that, Because first of all, look at the environment we're in. We're in a gym.
Yeah.
So these are people that inherently know what you're doing. It's in them.
They understand.
So if they see a 300-pounder doing 500 pounds, it's impressive. But if they see a woman who only weighs 120 pounds and she's doing a 250 pounds, that's just as impressive. Those people understand. Whereas over here, your relatives will understand, but they don't understand it out of your weight class.
It's true.
So watching in the gym, I'm always like that. Give me some noise, give me some people. Turn off half the lights.
Get a dramatic spotlight out.
Something,
Pull out of the closet. Come on.
Something different. Yeah, absolutely.
All
And
right,
it's been
guys.
effective. I don't think I've ever coached anybody that freaked out on the platform at the first meeting.
That's fair. I do like that strategy. I think that adds some values to it and really helps get those jitters out so you're not freaking out on your first attempt.
Yep. Because they can't there are people like you that just I love what I do. I just don't want you watching me do it.
Yeah.
You
Which
know.
is best. Yeah.
Which is why you got a better bench press. You don't have to watch anybody. You don't see nobody. All you see is the people on the side.
All I see is the ceiling.
And that's even better. That's ideal. But that's also not really real.
That's true. That's fair. All right, guys. This is concluding our morning squat session. We have got the platform changed over to bench. We got 10 minutes on the clock. That's going to be our short break. This is a perfect time to check out barbellproductions.com. Order some photo videos for your favorite lifter. It's a great gift for them. It helps support us so we can continue bringing the value and supporting the lifters out there. They worked really hard to be here. They've trained for weeks. They've proven their strength. They've maybe faced some fears along the way. So it's a great gift to show your support towards them. Grab some snacks, use the restroom, stay hydrated, get some water, and we'll see you in about 9 minutes now. All right, we are back starting our openers of Flight A for bench. We have Julianne coming out.
You'll watch her.
Up.
She only lost it because she knew she beat the command.
Sorry, no lift for Julianne.
So what they're looking for on the bench is very similar but quite different than the squat. Once you're announced that your bar is loaded, you have 1 minute to get your start command. And what they're going to look for the start, you got the side judges have their arms up again. They're waiting for the bar to be given to you, your elbows locked at the top. And when that happens, the side judges will give the command to drop their arms to allow the head judge to give her command to start. And then when she's motionless on the chest, she'll get a press command. And then again, lock it out and don't move until you get the rack command.
Lift 400 is good.
The starting position will mean your feet have to be flat on the floor, your butt and your shoulders in contact with the bench. In the past, you also had to keep your head down. That has changed. You can raise your head.
Yeah, we talked about this before. I still don't see what it adds.
Only if you're wearing a bench shirt. There is no other. No other value. So again, he's either taking the lift off or not. This guy takes his lift off. The lift off man helps him get it in position. And then once his elbows are locked, the side judges drop their arm. She starts him. And then it's got to be motionless on the chest. There's no time limit. It just has to be motionless. Then she'll get a press command. And then the rack.
I do want to note, some people we'll see more people now because some people are just push and pull and some people are just bench only.
Correct.
So Bill Ash that was just here, he is a push-pull masters.
Push-pull, by the way, is just a bench and deadlift only.
Correct.
So you can avoid squatting if you don't like it. Now, he doesn't take a handoff. But he still has to follow all the other requirements.
Easy opener there for Lindsay. Referee saying lift is good.
Suzanne coming up, taking her opener bench at 121 pounds.
Bars loaded for Suzanne.
So in order for this lift to be good, the feet have to maintain the position they're in. The butt and shoulders have to stay in contact with the bench.
And I forget if you mentioned this, your feet have to stay flat on the floor too. They can slide, which I don't know if there's any merit, but they cannot lift at all.
Well, the reason that rule came into effect is that sometimes the surfaces don't coordinate it well with the bottom of the sneaker. So there is some slippage occasionally. It's never ideal, but if it happens, it doesn't disqualify you. As long as your foot doesn't come up off the floor or any part of the foot. So I've always asked, how do you slide your feet without it disconnecting from the carpet? But you know, with 400 pounds on there, your foot will slide. Considering that you get between 5 and 10% of your strength from your foot drive.
Yep, that energy from the foot drive translates all the way up your body. A lot of people, I feel like, they don't think it's important, so they don't prioritize it, or I see people with just being on their balls of their feet.
Can't do that. You won't get a start command.
Well, not on the bench, but like I see in like commercial gyms, you'll see some people, they won't have full flat feet. You're just not making full content there.
Here's what happens with them. They're lifting weights that are too heavy for them, so they're not going to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
Well, they will, but not get out what they're supposed to.
You'll get a little ego boost.
Yeah. Not if a powerlifter's in there.
No, I will admit that I'm the person that sits there, and if I see you doing that and your butt's off the bench and your heels are raised, I'm sitting there like, does it even count?
And I'm 70 years old. I don't care what people say to me. I will correct them. Now, I can tell you 2 stories. I take my son-in-law to a gym, Lifetime Fitness. There's a guy in there, his name is Frank. He's now a trainer for Lifetime. I go to help my son set up a workout for him. Frank sees me from across the gym. He yells my name out, Gary, how you doing? Comes running over. So he says to my son-in-law, he says, you know who this guy is? Yeah, he's my father-in-law. I said, no, he's a trainer. He's a good one. So Frank tells my son, nice opening.
That was
So
beautiful.
he tells my son-in-law that he had been lifting at King's Gym, where we've stationed for years. And he'd been there, and I'd known him for a year or so, and I watched him deadlifting from across the gym. And I yelled at him, Frank, stop whatever he was doing. I said, stop doing that. Just get down there and pick. He says, I've been a much better deadlift ever since that day. And I have no qualms doing it. So my son lifts with somebody who he's lifted with for quite a while. So I finally go down there on the last heavy workout before the meet they were going to. And I'm watching Arnold. I'm watching this kid. I says, Jeremy, how come he never fixed his feet? He said, Dad, I never noticed. I fixed his feet. He said his 2 best meets in a row. So form means a lot.
It does.
You know, and leg drive means a lot.
I also want to say, for me,
Nice.
I'm only 27 years old. I've been lifting for maybe 4 years before that. So I feel like I don't have the stance to tell someone how to fix their form. Though I powerlift and I've taken a lot of time to learn it, I feel like for me to come to a random person, I don't have that stance to tell them.
Listen, I wouldn't do it in a strange gym, but my home gym,
Where you're well known. You're
everybody knows me. And I also know that people don't want to hear from me. That's the other thing. There are some people who are just like that.
I will give that. The friends I have made at the gym, I'll come over and be like, what are you doing? That's not right.
There
Stop
you
that.
go, see?
Stop that.
So now you notice that this lifter has green blocks put. There's 3 size blocks that you can put under your feet. If your legs are too short, you can't reach the ground, you can't get a good grip, there's no point in even trying. So now they put these blocks there, so now it equalizes the floor.
Let's see if I see from the the camera from above, her 1 foot's not fully placed on the block, which isn't against it, but...
Yeah, it is.
It is?
Yep, you have to be fully on the block.
Yeah, so if you see there,
I see.
Yeah.
Somebody missed it. There's no advantage or disadvantage. It's just not allowed.
Yeah.
It's like having your toes up. It's like pushing with your heels with your toes up. That's why it's not allowed.
Just lift your toes.
If that was legal,
you just
I would
lift your
I'd
toes.
always use a block, dig my heels in, and keep my toes.
We have Caitlin up. She's opening her bench with 154 pounds. She's opted off for handoff. So if you notice, we have our back spotter is now our handoff guy. He does amazing handoffs, by the way. So you'll see a lifter come out, and she'll pretty much explain how she likes it. 1, 2, 3, breathe in, and then he'll lift out. It's just he helps take the weight off the rack so you don't get out of your setup form. Those shoulders should be pinned, and you're ready to go, lats loaded. And if you lose that tension, getting it out of the rack, you have to reset. It's just kind of wasted energy in my eyes.
And everything you said is 100% right. Add to that the fact that now this young lady's got 154 pounds on there, and it's behind her head.
Yeah.
So she's doing about, how much energy does it take to unrack it and bring it out?
Oh, yeah.
So that's where the secondary dilemma there. David Morgan used to be a 3 lifter. He's a master's lifter. His family all lifts. All his sons and grandsons lift. He's coming back from an injury. He can't squat because his shoulder's a problem.
Is that why he's in the push-pull?
That's why he's doing a push-pull, because he cannot squat. He's a good man. He's got a good family. And he's using foot blocks, a slightly smaller one, but he's using a foot block.
77.5 on the bar, 171 pounds.
See, they're moving the block for him so his feet will be square on there.
If you notice, our head ref got a little bit closer. This just kind of shows of a lot of people maybe they're like, oh, I can't lift, I can't hear as well. Our head ref will come up and be right there next to you to ensure that you can hear, or she'll be overhead of you so you can see the hand command and everything like that.
We've had deaf lifters.
Yeah.
where
I've
we
seen
give
total,
hand-
like
hand-
even shoulder taps.
Those are for those that are deaf and blind, but the yes, we're very inclusive. I mean, even if we have a division that, even if you're handicapped or missing a limb, we actually have a formula to add that limb back.
Really?
Yeah.
I've seen a bencher once that didn't have like an arm, and it was the most impressive bench I've ever
I've
seen.
seen that guy. Ooh.
So Dan Walsh
Now
here.
these older gentlemen and ladies, these will be a flight of men, but all the older ones, that's the ones with the hearing problem.
Back to the top of the order, Julianne is looking to retake.
All right, we're back to the top for our second attempts. Julianne's here. She's going to be retaking the same weight she did for her first bench. See if she can get this this time. Looks like she's ready to go.
I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think this is the first time I've ever seen anybody use the big box.
Really?
Yeah. She's kind of
Oh, they're good. They're
vertically
adjusting for her this
challenged.
time.
Yeah, somebody must have said something. You can't have your toes hanging over. Command's coming. Settles motionless.
Beautiful. No? They gave it to her.
She came down.
Let's see. Let's watch the replay a little bit. See if we can catch what you're talking about.
Motionless. Moved it. And then before the command, it was moving up.
I was like, I didn't see any up and down
No,
motion
no.
there.
It was moving before the command. We can't hear the voice. So
Yeah.
don't listen to me when I say something like that. It's only my guess.
I would say everything we say is only from like what we can see and what we can hear. Obviously, we are not the refs on the platform, so
There you go.
beautiful.
Yeah, they're smoking through these second attempts. Holy mackerel, Andy. Come on, guys.
Bill's coming out again. He took a 5-kilo jump. I'm sorry, we have Heather.
So now we're back to everybody's still in it. The one miss we had on the first attempts made it
Wait.
up on the second, so everybody's in.
On.
What is the problem?
Okay, yeah, Heather did just go. Yeah, she's right there. Hi, Heather. This is Bill.
There we go.
There we go. Bar was loaded correctly. Our lifting cast system just was not updating.
Sometimes it takes a nap when we're not looking.
I like to always say we never have a powerlifting meet without some sort of technical difficulty.
You know, you could say that today, but that first session yesterday, oh my goodness gracious, did it run smooth.
True. The lifting cast went smooth a little bit. Here, we had a little bit of technical difficulties, but
Nope. Good catch.
good catch. He fought for that. I hope he comes back and takes that again just to push that through.
You will notice that the bench has these safeties on the side. Now, safeties will protect the lifters. However, they caught it before it hit. Safeties weren't the same. But they caught it before it hit the safeties, and that's the way the spotter should work.
Yeah.
These guys are good.
I always love whenever I get to help people get their rack numbers, because I always sit there and I have them bring it down. And I'm like, oh, good, you're still breathing. This is good height for the safety bars.
Well, what we like to bring down to the safety and roll it to the head, so
Yeah.
just to make sure that it doesn't hit you in the face.
Nice control down. Up, come on.
There you go.
Yeah, that was a good fight.
I think the folks at home can see from the angle they're looking at, as the athletes are preparing to do their lift to bring it down, they take this huge breath. and hold it. There's two reasons for that. One is to stay tight. Staying tight is key to completing the lift. The other one is it makes your arch bigger. Now she's flat back, but if you lift with an arch, it makes your arch bigger too. So the shorter the stroke, the more you can handle.
We do not have a rule or any rules against arches, by the way.
We encourage it, actually.
We have different opinions on that. I don't mind a little bit of an arch. I feel like some arches are
Aggressive?
yes.
Listen, if you could touch your butt to your shoulder blades, do it. It's in the rules. It says you can do it.
I know it's in the rules. I just find it less impressive when you sneeze a bench out and when you have a bigger range of motions.
Nice fight. And herein lies the difference between equipped and raw. When you're wearing a shirt, not only can you arch bigger, but you can actually raise your chest up to the bar.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a different world. And I grew up in the equipped world, so my
That's
sensibilities stayed in.
listen,
I encourage, and I tell you who taught me how to teach it was Brooke Wessler and Jen Thompson. They explained to me the exercises you should do, how you do it, how you stretch your back out, why it's important. And I'll tell you what, bring it on.
I understand the strategy behind it, but I'm going to stay by my stance where
That's fine.
it just comes to a certain point where I'm like, that's a little excessive there.
And they do address the ones that are excessive.
Yeah.
There was a while where the women on the Japanese team would actually have their shirts sewn onto their bodies. That's how tight they were.
What?
And they would have arches where they'd have to bench 2 or 3 inches, literally. See, we stopped that. You can't do that kind of adjustment on it.
Wait, can we sewn into the body?
Not into the body, on the body.
Oh.
They put the pieces on and got it as tight as they could, and they couldn't get them off.
Oh.
They'd have to cut them off.
Oh my gosh. Oh, my brain was thinking they were taking the suit and sewing it literally into their body. Oh my God. I'm so glad I was wrong.
Me too.
I was like, that's excessive.
Masters equipment bench press record holder.
Oh, Patricia just got the Masters bench press record for that.
Her coach is a lifter. Her coach actually lifted this event last year. Her coach was a preschool teacher for 17 years.
Wow.
Gave it up to become a full-time trainer.
Really? I guess she's technically still a teacher. Just in a
That's what
different
I
sense.
said. I said, you're one of those hero teacher peoples. Nice.
Come on, up. Good. It looked like she had a little bit of a sticking point, but she easily pushed past that.
You don't show a sticking point, you ain't going heavy enough.
Keeping the bar, loading the bar up to 75 for Caitlin. 165 pounds on the bar.
Every single one of those spotters and rollers you see up there from Pitt are powerlifters. So if you're thinking in your mind why they got some little people up there, don't worry about it. They can do the job.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Beautiful.
There you go. That's what it should look like.
Oh, she joined the Red Plate Club. Loving that. Gabrielle's coming out, taking the same weight.
There we go. All right, Gabby's looking for 75 also.
Come on, Gabby.
There you go. Up, come on,
Nope.
push, come on. No, she probably took too long.
Just ran out of steam about
No, she
halfway
lost it right at
before
the beginning. I got a line that I can see. She's going to repeat.
Got David coming up
I hope
next,
so.
looking for 85 kilos. Dan
She
on
wobbled
deck,
there
and
even
Julianne
when
in
she
the
was
hole.
starting to push past that.
Bars loaded for David. Looking to take his state record from 77.5 to 85.
David's coming out. He has a state
Gabby.
record. He's just looking to push it a little bit more.
Won't stretch the bar. Worst case scenario. I didn't mean to do that, but it's such a small community. We all help each other.
I think any
This is good, 2-1.
any advice I feel like when you give to a powerlifter, like that's different than being at a commercial gym to me. If you're in the powerlifting community and everything like that, it's just
Well, beyond that, I know her.
Yeah,
Gabby,
that's true.
And I know her coach. You know, she, like I said, she's a contributor to our Cleveland Powerlifting Club, a big contributor. So whatever we can do for her and her people, we do.
Dan coming out. So a little fun fact about Dan, he actually holds the records for bench press in the push-pull category in the 110 and 115 weight class of Masters 3. He's right now lifting at 100 weight class.
Good lift for Dan.
So it seems like he's just lost some weight
Yeah,
recently.
it doesn't look like it, but you know, who knows?
Who knows? We're back at the top for our flight aid, taking our third attempt at benches. Julianne coming out. She took a 2.5 kilo jump, taking up 66 pounds.
66 pounds.
Make sure you keep those blocks under her feet,
Love
guys.
seeing all the Masters lifters. Sport is for anyone at any age.
Feet look properly set and everything like that. Let's see how this flies.
Push hard, 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 hard. There you go.
Beautiful.
Julianne powers that up. Referee say lift is. Good.
That's a good lift.
Nice job. Nice comeback. She's the only one that missed her first attempt. Again, the nerves.
You can definitely tell the difference between yesterday we had a lot of new lifters, so there was a lot more red on the scoreboard. But a lot of those were calls of missing rack commands or just, you know, jitters and whatnot.
Mostly
It can
jitters.
definitely happen. Up, come on.
Nope.
Well, that was still a little too much for Heather today. Sorry about that.
It's all right. She just still has her first and second
Watch,
attempt.
watch when she does this. Watch what happens on when she brings it down to her chest. And it bounced. Once that bounce happens, it's hard to recover.
Bill coming out. He's taking 55 kilos again. He did miss this on his second, so let's see if he can snag this one.
$55 kilos on the bar for Bill, 121 pounds.
Nope.
Up. Yeah.
Oh, he beat the command anyway, but
So I missed it on his opener. Bill's opener of 50 kilos was an Ohio State record. So he's going home with the state
All right,
record
according to our
tonight.
announcer here at the thing, Bill's opener of 50 kilos that he got was actually also a state record. So though he didn't get his 55 kilos, he still got a state record from his opener.
that's usually scary. When you can break a record on your opener, oh my gosh.
You've just been hiding at that point.
That's what I would think.
Suzanne's coming out, 60 kilos on the bar.
Big air, get tight, touch, press, press.
Come on, just ran out of gas.
Sorry, no lift for Suzanne.
Man, our pit crew is,
Today was 65 kilos.
they're nailing it. I almost don't have time for the replay.
Unfortunately, they're nailing the misses. They do good. They're NASCAR fast. They are the NASCAR pick powerlifters.
Instead of changing tires, they're changing weights.
Yep. But you notice they start working even before everything's done. They're right on top of it.
Up.
Locked.
Beautiful.
In the rack, and
that
they're
was
working on it already. See?
Great third attempt.
A good spotting and loading crew will not be noticed. A bad one will ruin your meat. Because it makes the meat go longer. Imagine taking an extra 10 or 15 seconds on each lift and add that up at the end of the meet. You're talking about an hour or two.
Oh,
These guys don't waste that time.
I have definitely been at meets where we've gotten out of here at like 8 o'clock.
Nope.
Sorry, no lift for Savannah.
It's all right. She got her second attempt at 67.5. So I take that as a win.
Well, again, remember, these third attempts are, they've done their job on the second attempt if they've done it right. The third attempt is, let's see what I got. And everybody takes a bigger bite than they should. But some of them hit it, so you never know.
That's true. Patricia coming out. She's our equipped master lifter. She got a state record for her second attempt. So let's see if she can push her state record by 2.5 kilos this time.
She's wearing a supportive shirt, and it's not as tight as some people would wear. There's different types of tightness they can use, but it works for her, and with her it's probably more supportive than anything else. It'll extend her life in powerlifting. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful.
That was nice.
Referee say good lift 2-1.
Good lift 2-1. Side ref called yellow, which I believe is commands.
Side referee caught an illegally wide grip.
Oh.
I saw it, but I didn't think she was that wide.
Side ref called a wide grip.
What happens is the grip, there's a ring on the bar. There's 2 rings on the bar. I can't remember, about 12 inches in from the edge. The widest you can go is with your forefinger completely covering that ring. You can go inside of that, but you can go no wider than the finger covering that ring. Apparently one referee thought it was further than it should have been. I didn't think so, but I can't see it, so my opinion doesn't mean anything. Push. Nope.
Just a little too heavy for Isabel.
She still smiles.
Oh, yeah, I love that attitude.
We had a couple of young ladies lifting yesterday that did that. Of course, one of them 9 for 9. It's a lot easier to smile for that. All right, Gabby, come on.
Sheila has that determining look on her face. I love it when they're standing off to the side, just in that mindset of ready to attack that weight.
Michelle is standing right next to her. All right, Gabby, come on. You know what to do here. Okay, good. Locked. Start. Hard, fast, hard.
Up, come on. No, she's going to run out of gas.
Not today. Take it.
Yeah, it's already going down.
Yeah.
Sorry, no lift for
She
Gabby.
made the attempt. That's quite all right. She got her second, so she's still in it. I think she expected to hit that one. She's not happy.
It's all right. Some days it's just going to be like that. It can hurt a little bit, especially when like you've been grooving for so long, and on meet day you don't know how your body's going to react, like where it's going to be at.
Well, again, with the right consistency, you should be able to anticipate that. Because it's less sure once you get older. So.
Yeah.
I think that looked good. I don't think she came down on it. Huh? I guess she did.
Let's watch the replay a little bit.
No, she never came down, so it must have been something we couldn't see.
There was a yellow and a blue card called. Caitlin's coming up, 181 pounds. No handoff needed. Taking that with ease.
Third attempt. Huh?
Wow.
With the big smile. She knows she did it. She's not even waiting.
Oh, yeah, she's so happy about that. David's coming out, 90 pounds on the, or 90 kilos on the bar, not 90 pounds.
He must own several records. He's been around long enough. You got any records for this guy?
Let me give him a quick look up.
Good grief, he's been around for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Put it up.
Does he have records?
Put up.
Oh, come on! Fight through! Looks like he lost a little bit of balance on the shoulders.
Took him too long to get out. Yeah, he's
Beautiful.
a prolific record holder.
Yeah, he
All over
holds
the Masters.
so many. Masters 1 all the way up to Masters 4. Like,
So remember now, each Masters is 10 years. Or in ours, it's 5 years. So
yeah, because we have Masters 1A and
Right.
1B.
So
Couldn't
can
get it
get
out.
that last 6 inches. So understand how long he's held those Master 1 records that still have not been broken. That's remarkable.
Yeah. I would say his first record was broken in 1969.
There you go. That wasn't a Masters.
I wasn't even born
That
yet.
wasn't a Masters, was it?
That was Masters 1A.
69?
It says 1969.
I don't know that that's... He's not
He
that
was
old.
born in 1948.
So that's not Masters. 48 to 69 is 21 years. That's an open.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Lifting Cast just has a little bit of error there.
Yeah, that's clearly a mistake. Yeah, he was 21 years old.
No, you're right. Your math is better than mine.
Yeah, but your words are better than mine.
Yeah, because down here for the equipped records for Masters 2, that was 2012,
Okay,
which
but
that makes more
even
sense.
But even at that, now notice that record itself is 14 years old. Still there. And in this business, that's a long time.
All right, Walter. We have gone into Flight B, by the way, guys.
It's Flight B.
Yeah, Flight B.
Sorry, no lift for Walter. Both of the side referees said that his bottom came off the bench during the lift.
Gotcha. So Walter missed his opening attempt because his butt came off the bench a little bit from the side reps view.
And we can't see that.
Right. So let's see how these openers go.
A little coaching tip for anybody that's thinking about getting involved in powerlifting. When you get onto the bench, do not let your coach put any chalk on your backside. The reason for that is the side judges are looking for light through underneath your body. White's going to reflect differently than black. Nice.
Beautiful opener.
Referee saying lift formation is
17-year-old.
17-year-old, 231 pounds.
Yep.
All right, Elijah coming up. Another teen.
Team 2.
Team 2.
bars loaded for Elijah, 125 kilos on the bar,
276 pounds. His arms are a little shaky. Nothing wrong with that. It's a lot
On an
nerve on there.
opener, I'd like to attribute that to adrenaline, but
Yeah, I've
Again, it could
I've
just
also
be
seen some benchers they're just super shaky throughout the whole thing. Like they're stable, they move the weight well, but like their arms just shake.
in a static position, it's very hard to hold. When you're moving, you actually got more stability until you don't. Lift off, he's locked out. Star Command is motionless on the chest.
I've been watching elbows this time to see if they're more out or closer to the body. A lot of people I'm seeing are like in between.
Yeah, in between is still, it's not out. Anywhere in between is where most go.
So you're talking like the out, like parallel.
Perpendicular to your body.
30 on the bar
Yeah.
now, 287 pounds.
It's a big boy. It's 286 pounds on 198 body weight.
They moved pretty well.
Long back press there for John.
A little slow in my opinion, but well.
Your right leg spinner.
Only because it's an opener. But again, consistency, that may be the way he goes. We'll find out when he gets to his third attempt.
Bars open, loaded for Mary Jane. 315 pounds on the bar.
She's wearing a shirt.
142 and a half.
The shirts she's wearing, for the most part, they're so tight that without the weight on the bar, they cannot get the bar down to their chest.
That's why I think like equipped lifting is just a different game.
It
you're,
is.
You're in a different mindset of
Absolutely.
the movement you're trying to fight is more getting that bar down to your chest than pushing it up.
Excellent observation, because this is exactly what happens. They literally have to pull it down. She's pulling it.
And look at that weight fly. 314 pounds.
Now you see she had the big arch and then she came down to the top of her belly. That's
Yeah.
the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And that's what she does.
It's just finding that perfect groove point before you bring it down.
Yep.
If you're not in that little like wiggle room of there.
This way or this way.
Yep.
This guy, Jeremy Hartman, we've known him for, her coach, we've known him for 20 years. He's the AD at Indiana. In Indiana, he's the AD for some school.
AD, assistant director?
Athletic director.
Athletic director.
Eric at 145, coming to bar for 155, 342
But he's got one heck of a powerlifting team out there. He's a good guy.
Andrew coming out, 342 pounds.
So he takes the bar before he drops his butt, which is good, but he won't get a star command until it is down. Very good.
Smooth like butter. Xavier coming out, 369 pounds.
Xavier, 370 pounds.
Try to find Xavier's category here. He might be just in a weight class of his own.
No, he's a junior 90 kilo.
Ah, there he is. You're right, you're right.
Yeah, I think that was good. is the last of our first long attempts. After this, we get serious.
Michael coming out. He's taking 391 pounds.
See, the oohs and the ahs from the gym changed once we started using kilo plates. So it doesn't look as big as when we used pound plates.
When you look at,
When you're looking at it, the pound plates are thicker. It looks like there's more weight on the bar.
yeah.
That's a unique style that you don't see too much in new lifters, where he actually takes it and sinks it down to stop it. It's an effective way of getting stationary on the chest without having to worry about wiggle. Just bring it all the way down through whatever fat, muscle, whatever's there. You just bring it all and pull it all the way down.
Isn't a sure way to guarantee that you got are touching to your chest. I couldn't think there for a moment. My brain froze.
Oh yeah, you bring it all the way down, but sink it as hard as you can. Now that does two things. First of all, it helps you stay stationary because now you got 3 points of contact. But you can also, if you get the rebound off your chest, if you got enough there, that's the advantage the bigger guys have.
It's like a loaded spring.
Yeah, exactly. And you're preloading it. Boom. Now the danger of that is it's way past what it has to be. And the bigger you stroke, the harder to lift. But you don't see a lot of guys do that anymore, especially a little guy like that. It's a good lifter. This is our 18-year-old again.
Walter taking his opening
31.
weight. I don't remember why he didn't get his first one.
I think they're going to give this to him. Yeah, only 1/4.
Walter missed his first one because of his butt.
I think he did it again, and only one official saw it.
information.
Again, I can't tell for sure in here, but
Yeah, we're a little bit further away.
and a bad angle.
I have multiple camera angles, but I still can't see as well as those judges.
And you know what? We talked yesterday about getting electronics to do replays and stuff, and I told you my opinion about that. So last night on the USAPL Masters group on Facebook, that question came up. When are we going to start using it?
I think there's some merit to it, as like I do like the idea of a body cam though. I think that would be a nice way to do it.
I think the unfortunately, the time involved just can't be done. And you got a lifter waiting to get on the platform. You cannot have an unresolved result, especially at a national event where they're all in the same category.
Yeah.
So you can't have an unresolved lift and have the next guy come up. The time wasted, I don't see the value to it. The quality of the USAPL officials are superb. So few of them get overturned. And the fact is, at a national meet, you have a jury. So it needs to be overturned. You got 3 other international officials watching. So I don't think in the near future we're going to see this. Okay.
Just a little too heavy. He took a 7.5 kilo jump between his first and second. So let's hopefully he can retake that. He felt comfortable enough to put that in with his coach. So
we keep talking about 7.5 kilos. That's 16 pounds.
yeah.
For Ben. Nice.
That looks very smooth.
298 pounds, referee say lift is good.
And it's a good lift.
Barcode for John.
This last gentleman that lifted, his feet were extremely wide on the bench. You got to get yourself into a position where you're as tight as the bench as possible. There is no right or wrong way. Keep it tight, keep it close. I prefer it if you can keep your feet back underneath you a little bit. But
I see
not
a
everybody
little
can
bit
do
of
it.
everything.
Yeah, not everybody can do it. So you do it. You got to be comfortable, but you got to stay. Now this
just like
guy,
that.
look what he did. He's completely underneath. As long as he's not touching the standard on the bench, he's good. Nope.
Sorry, no lift for John.
Yeah, foot placement is very, 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 very unique. As are shoes you wear on that platform as well.
My coach always makes fun of me because I wear different shoes for each lift. Because he normally wears just his squat shoes to bench, and I'm like,
that's
but I
fine,
don't
but
practice my squat
anybody
shoes.
that pulls in squat shoes is making a mistake.
Well, in bench.
Bench, you know what? I've seen guys use their deadlift slippers. I've seen guys use their squat shoes. Again, you got to do what's right for you, but
Yeah.
you really should never use your squat shoes on the deadlift. It raises you up and makes your deadlift longer.
Well, yeah. I would say he doesn't do it on like for deadlift, but normally you'll have deadlift shoes which are like completely flat.
They're slippers. So Jeremy Hartman is standing in the behind the curtain. Remember we talked earlier about the old school guys? Before we did it yesterday, before we called the press, the coaches were calling it.
Yeah.
He still does the beginning part of it. Bring it down, 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 down. And then he stops talking. Not the official. First of all, he helps guide it because you can't feel it. Now I told you in the shirt, you can't feel the bar.
Yeah.
The official will get fooled a lot of times and call the press command quick. It's a trick. But still a lot of coaches do that. He did it for her on the squat as well.
I would say I feel like that sometimes not sometimes, but that definitely like helps the lifter too. Like we talked about, like they can't lift their head, like they can lift their head to see it now, but before, like they can't feel it on their chest on whether or not they're touching it.
Correct.
Or at the bottom of the squat. So having that coach there, and like if you're used to your coach yelling at, you're looking for that voice. So while you're up there, as long as you just pay attention to that voice and do the movement, like it gets you into that mindset that you've practiced the whole time. Andrew taking 364 pounds on the bar. That moves beautifully.
Nice little arch.
Looks strong, 3 wide lights.
I love seeing the crowd. You'll see certain lifters come up, and then like there's like 3 or 4 people out with their phones just recording it because like they're just so proud of them.
Wow, the simplest thing would be, in my opinion, watch it live and then call Barbell and get a video. That would be the way to do it.
That's true. Better than phone quality.
It better be.
Oh yeah, I mean
Kevin, who's the owner of Barbell, he spends a lot of money to get this good equipment. I sure hope it's better than my phone.
I mean, a lot of money, and like I'm dating Kevin, right? And the amount of time that he puts into camera research and lens research to get the best equipment for barbell, like it's 24/7.
And he's a lifter.
And he in college he doesn't compete anymore.
I know. We've had that discussion, and I think he's making a mistake.
I think so too. He has an amazing bench. He got second place for his squat when he was in college for Worlds, like collegiate Worlds. And he knows what he's talking about, but his focus is here with the lifters with barbell.
Yeah.
Like that's how he wants to give back. And I know sometimes his shoulder will pop out. He has an injury there, and that's scary. And he just says his body doesn't move as much or as well.
Sounds like an excuse.
I think so too, but listen.
I know. We'll chat.
If you can convince him.
I'm going to try, continue to try. That's the guy that brings it all the way down.
Beautiful. Yeah.
No question. He's not motion. He's motionless on the fence. There's no question.
Side referee thought the bar went up and down. The other 2 referees thought it was fine. Good lift.
I thought it went up and down too, but I thought it was incidental. At the beginning, it was before his command.
Yeah.
A lot of things you can do before you get the command.
Our last second attempt of Flight B. Michael's coming out, 413 pounds. Or did Michael just go?
No, Michael's
No,
up.
okay. Sorry. I was just making sure. No, we're on to third. So it's Carson now.
Oh, that was Michael. Okay.
Yeah, Lifting Cash just did an update right away. Sorry, we're on to third attempts now. Carson taking his third attempt at 226 pounds. Even though he missed his last attempt, he still took a 5-pound jump.
Hold it. There you
There
go.
we
That's
go.
what you do.
Referees say lift is good. 2 to 1.
17-year-old kid.
Walter coming out, 248 pounds.
Uh-oh. Dang it, he lost it at the beginning. He was too hesitant. You know what happens is sometimes when you start, you make a mistake at the beginning, you just can't recover because now you're thinking, how do I recover? I've never done this before. He made a motion to start, stopped, and then started again.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Get you out of that groove.
Yep, because he knows he did it. So now that's all he's thinking about. So it's very difficult to come back from that in the lift. Now he can come back if he had another attempt, but in the lift it's hard. Just remember how much weight these people are lifting.
I mean, especially when this is like pushing your max. This is
third attempt. Yep,
yeah.
absolutely.
These are third attempts. You're pushing your max, and sometimes when you get there, you need to be like spot on and hit that. Every little detail matters.
See, he keeps his butt up while he gets settled. Now, the thinking behind that
Up, come on.
is that once you get the bar in your hand, when your butt comes down, it's in the perfect position. That's why they do it. They feel like they can get tighter with the bar in their hands. They get a bigger arch and they stay tighter. I don't know the value to it. I know that's why they do it. It's not something I subscribe to.
All right, Elijah's coming back, taking his 292 pounds again. He missed this on his second, so we'll see if he can snag this on his third. Ron blaring the music.
Nope.
Nope. He fought for that.
Sorry, no lift for Elijah.
Ben coming out, 308 pounds. That was smooth.
You notice is that his right hand locked out before his left hand, which is legal, so long as there's no total regression of the bar. So once you're up there, if you have to lock out one side then the other, that's the way it works out. That's legal.
Yeah, we don't care how you finish as long as you finish with no up and down. Well, and the other rules.
Well,
Yeah. John coming out looking to take the same weight.
and his feet are completely under the bench as well, so he's got his legs back beyond his knee. Nope.
No.
Just a little too much for John. I'm sorry, no lift.
And he does that because he must have in the past had a problem where his butt came up. That'll keep your butt down. It just won't give you quite as much drive.
I would say, is that why someone might have their feet like right underneath them versus like farther out?
This is because they had a problem keeping their butt. But if they separate it and keep their knees back instead of in under their knees, that's to get the leg drop.
Want to be quiet until she gets the press command, but after she gets that command,
All
let her
right.
hear you.
Our announcer is like, we have to be quiet before she gets the press command because she needs to hear it. Right.
That silence is disconcerting.
Let's go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah! Beautiful. It was absolute silence in here. She killed that.
The advantage,
That was a state record she stole there.
the advantage to the silence is you were able to hear the coach as she was coming down, belly up, belly up, belly up, belly up, belly up, belly up. So it's the equivalent of get your chest up to the bar. She brought her belly up to the bar. Shortens the stroke.
Yeah.
That's why once she gets the press command, boom, it's done. Of course, that's the shirt that's doing it.
Not only from a lifting
come on.
perspective.
He's
Come
got
on,
it,
come on,
he's
come on,
got it,
come on.
he's-
Fight. No.
Right there. Had it right up until that point.
I also love from like a watching perspective when all you hear is the coach and then that second of silence before that press command. Just all the anticipation just builds.
Andrew on deck, and then Michael will give us our last bench press of the morning. Bar is loaded for Xavier.
You know, you talk about the silence beforehand. My son will lift on the platform. He literally can hear my wife in the audience. She'll take a deep breath when he does. She doesn't breathe again until he's finished. He literally can hear her do that.
Oh, wow.
I had to stop giving him commands in the gym because I would start, press, and he could hear my breath. So he got used to the breath. So he got used to the timing as opposed to the actual command. I had to stop doing the commands for him.
Get someone
Things
random.
you don't think
and someone
about.
new.
Yep, things you never think. He's got it, he's got it, he's got it.
Push through. Come on, come on. Come on. You are inches away.
Got it most of the way there and hit it for a
Oh.
That was a heck of an effort.
He should be proud of that, though. I know he didn't complete it. I know he didn't get it, but he gave it his all.
Yeah, there's nothing to be proud of a failed one.
Hey.
It's something to be learned from.
Loading up 175.
I think you should be slightly proud.
Okay.
I think to know, like, you just gave,
Yeah,
I
he
think to
can't
know
do
that
that
you
weight.
gave it your all.
In that perspective, you're right. I agree. But I don't know.
Like, you can say, I didn't leave anything left out on there.
Doesn't put any medals on your shelf, though. I'm just saying. That's a different perspective, coach versus athlete.
That's true. I'm definitely like a big supporter versus
And
like
I'm
a coach. I'm
definitely
like
a coach. All right. We have one left.
All right, come on, Michael. Finish us strong. Our last bench press of the morning. And then we'll take another 10-minute break after this. But Michael's taking the bar up to 424 pounds.
All right, Michael's looking to finish today with 190.
11-pound jump from his second to third.
This will match the state record. Unfortunately, you got to break it by 2.5 to claim it, but then
Yeah. Our announcer just is letting us know, Ron. He's announcing for us today. And he's also running the meet. So this will match the state record.
I would never let an athlete do that.
You have to beat a state record by 2.5, right? In order to take it. International records are a little bit different.
You can chip that.
You can chip that. But you have to beat it. So you're sitting over here like, come on, why wouldn't you just go for that record?
Never go for a tie.
Let's see how it moves, though.
See,
He could have went for it.
Absolutely.
He could have went for it. That was so beautiful. Had ref called up and down.
Yeah.
I see it just a smidge. I saw it just a smidge because I'm looking for it, to be honest.
That's true.
But
So that's what you're supposed to do as an official.
we're going to see if maybe we can get a couple of quick equipment checks done. So if you're in the room and you'd like to get your equipment checked, just head to the table in the
all
back
right.
of the room.
That does conclude our benching for this morning. Yet again, we're going to have another 10-minute break as soon as we switch it over for deadlift. Make sure to grab some water, use the restroom, grab snack, check out barbellproduction.com, purchase some photos and videos of your favorite lifter, show their support, send us and tag us on Instagram, let us know how we're doing on the live stream and anything like that, anything you'd like to see. If you have any questions about what's going on here while you have this brew it up, leave it in the comments. We could be glad to answer any questions that you have about what's going on, tips, tricks, what you're seeing, or anything like that. We'll do our best to answer that. But we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes. Put that up. Transition now. And we're ready to roll to start our openings for our deadlifts of the evening, or morning. It's still morning. Julianne coming out. Beautiful.
You notice what she did. She rolled the bar in, she rolled it out, she rolled it in, she rolled it out, and then rolled it in. In theory, that rolling in should never stop. She'll roll it in, and it gives her momentum to come up. That was a lovely deadlift.
I used to roll, and then someone told me not to.
The guy that's coaching, Jeremy Hartman, I pointed out, that's coaching the lady with the equipment, he was a master at that. A master at that.
Because timing's just right. You have to like
And
nail
that's what it's all about. He was a world record holder in the deadlift as a junior. With that, rolling it in and bringing it up. It's like one motion. However, I'm not fast enough. Very nice. I'm not fast enough to do it. I mean, that's a continuous motion.
Yeah.
Bring it in and straight up. But those that can do it, oh my goodness.
Thank you.
With the deadlift, which is our third discipline, once the athlete's name is called, they have 1 minute to initiate the lift. There is no start command on this event. When the bar is loaded, they got 60 seconds to come out, grab the bar, and what the officials are looking at is for you to stand straight up, knees locked, erect so much that your shoulders are straight across. No need to over-exaggerate, no need to shrug. And she will lose that because she took a step.
Yeah.
She knows it, she'll fix it.
I say that's one thing with deadlift. Just like squat, you cannot take a step once you start.
Honestly, with you, with hundreds of pounds in your hand, you don't want to step. All right, Bill, what you
That
got?
tells me you lost the balance of it.
Yep. Again, adrenaline. She may have come up quicker than she expected. Another one with the roll. Straight up. There you go.
Beautiful.
Now, he ran into a problem where he overextended, and then he came back before he got the down command. That could be a problem. I would have red-lighted it. All right, Gabby, come on.
Come on, Gabby. Let's go. Let's go.
Bar placement in the deadlift is very important. You notice the first thing she did was brought it into her body and brings it up as close as she can to her body. What that does is it keeps you as erect as possible. She did a nice job with that.
It also makes it so the bar path is the shortest distance because straight up is going to be the shortest way you can go.
Which is why when I set the bar for where somebody's supposed to put it, I have them stand in a lockout position with a string down the middle, hanging from the middle of the bar. That's good. Now she'll put it down. Right there is where she should be, wherever it's down, so that string will show you exactly where the bar should be. Now on the setup, there are some people that say keep your toes behind the bar. Some people say keep the laces under the bar. Again, it's personal preference. Not everybody is as nimble and flexible as everybody else.
True. The ankle mobility makes a
Yeah.
huge difference.
Nice and close. Look at that. No wasted motion. Nothing at the top. She just pulled it, locked it. Suzanne's opening up at 286 pounds, 286 and a half pounds. Okay, now she's a conventional, which is different. Now her hands will go to the outside of her legs.
Still getting those feet placed and everything like that. Over under grip.
That's a nice pull. Very good, very good.
Looks like she might have gotten stuck a little bit. And like, cause like, there's a little bit of like pop of like the hip hinge. But she didn't support it and she didn't hitch it. It was just like a little bit of pop.
The other thing is a transition between where your knees are unlocked and where they lock. There's a transition spot. And she's a sumo inside, boom. That lean back is unnecessary. A lot of people do it, it's unnecessary. The dilemma is if you go back too far, your knees will unlock and then you'll get a red light. So you want to try to come up straight up and stay straight up.
Isabella coming out, 352 pounds.
This girl's smile is absolutely contagious. And I shouldn't have to say this, but quite obviously that's as far apart as you can put your feet because you can't go beyond the plates. But you notice that the wider your legs are, the shorter the pull.
Just like in the bench, the wider the hands are out.
But there is a point of no return. So that's what you do in the gym. You find that spot of no return.
David's coming up next, 380 pounds.
He's the push-pull. He's the guy, his shoulder doesn't alarm the squat. This is the guy with like 100 million records from when he was tiny. But he's the head of his powerlifting family.
Getting up there, taking the mindset.
75 years old. Bring it up.
What an opener.
I think to consider, especially with older athletes and younger athletes, now that we're at the deadlift, we are like 2.5 hours into the meet. They were here 2 hours before, so they're here for 4.5 hours. Mm-hmm. Fatigue is an issue. So in the deadlift particularly, and I don't subscribe to the theory, but a lot of guys will go a little heavier on the first, just in case they don't get a chance to pull the second or third. So
just in case they run out of the gas.
You run out of gas completely.
Look at her little pep in her step.
Oh my goodness gracious. Keep your hands that way. The last attempt she had the double overhead until the third row. Then she switched it. Bring it, bring it, bring it, bring it. Lock it.
Beautiful.
Nice. You notice she was erect, straight up, no over-exaggeration and no shrug at the top. That's what you look for.
Dan coming up next. His second attempt's going to be 198.
Plus his second attempts.
£204 on the bar for Bill.
That's a lockout. That's what you're looking for.
He's got to pull the bar about 1.5 miles. 3 white lights, still in the middle.
Mile and a half, spoken like a really short meet the record.
All right, Heather's looking for 100 kilos here, 221 pounds. Bar is loaded.
She took a step before. That's how you do it. Good job. She lost nothing. She went up 10 kilos.
Strong pull for Heather, 3 white lights, deadlift. Taking the bar to 110 kilos, 242.5 for Brittany. Bar is loaded for Brittany.
You notice that when the deadlifter is finished with their lift, they bring the bar down to the floor. They bring the bar down to the floor, and they keep their hands on it. There are 2 reasons for that. First of all, it's safer. Secondly, if they drop the bar, they're going to lose the lift. It's a violation of the rules.
Yep, no dropping of the bar here.
All right, Gabby, come on. You make up for it here, kid. Come on.
Come on, Gabby. Get up there, get the mindset. Beautiful.
Come on. Nice.
Strong pull for Gabrielle. Referees say lift is good. That is a 2.5 kilo PR for Gabrielle.
That is a 2.5
PR.
PR for her.
This is coming after a disastrous bench.
Yeah, that
And a
bench.
not so good squat.
That bench did not move as well as she liked.
And to be able to come, that's an athlete. She's able to come back and perform in this lift. Curious to see what she'll do in a 3rd attempt.
Puts it down ever so gently. 3 white lights.
Caitlin coming out. She smashed 130 kilos on there. Suzanne coming out. 309 pounds on the bar.
140 on the bar for Suzanne of the West Virginia.
For those of you that are not familiar, you know that we use chalk on our hands to stop the bar from slipping. What you're seeing on their body is baby powder. Baby powder helps the bar slide. The thing to remember is you can't put it on yourself.
Yeah, because the bar is allowed to, it's allowed to make contact with your thighs. It's allowed to touch it. You just can't support it when you're pulling it up.
It could be in contact with the whole leg.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why you'll see every single one of them wearing high socks. Believe me, it's not a preference. It's a requirement so that we can prevent the knurling on the bar from cutting the shin and creating a blood tie.
Yeah, we have a lot of rules in place to prevent any bodily fluids or blood to get onto that bar for the safety of our lifters, and then also time within the meet, because it takes time. We have to clean that bar after that. We're not just going to have someone come out and like touch a bloody bar after. It's just
And we've changed the requirement. It used to be we had to clean it with bleach and then wait 5 minutes and then go.
Oh, wow.
We've changed the timing requirement, but it still requires bleach. You still got to make sure it's dry. You can't touch bleach anyway.
Yeah.
And then there's a lifter right behind him waiting to lift.
Yeah, if you're prepared, ready to go, and you have to wait 5 more minutes, that can get you out of the mindset, out of the groove. Isabel coming out. 380 pounds for her 2nd attempt.
Didn't she miss her opener? Oh, no.
She did not miss her opener.
She got her opener.
Yeah, she did take a 12.5 kilo jump, so roughly 25, 26 pounds.
Yeah.
Up. Beautiful. Look at that smile.
What? Up and down. That was a close call. She brings it up. She overextended and then came back. See the danger of the overextension. The bar went with her, and then when she straightened it up again, the bar came down. That was the regression.
And that's the up and down. Sadly, even if it's due to shoulders and not due to like you hitching your body, it still counts.
It's a bar regression before you get the down command. I know exactly what the side judge saw.
And 91 pounds.
All right, David
Come on, old
taking
man, let's do this.
391 pounds.
And he's almost pulling 400.
I believe he's 73.
Yep. 73, 75. I don't know. Somewhere in there.
Somewhere in
70 something. Does it make it there?
Well, he's a 4B master.
Come on, Dave.
Come on,
No.
David. Nope, just a little bit too much.
Oh, just got stuck at the knee. Still have a chance to.
Yeah.
Now, fun fact, this is his first meet back after his injured shoulder
Moving
injury.
into our final deadlifts for flight A. Got Juliana coming up.
All right, guys, we're back up at the top. Third attempt for flight A. This is all they have left on that platform. They're gonna push it themselves to the limits. Hopefully no weight is left on there. They should be giving it their all. So I know you're at home, but if you also want to scream, I do that in my living room as well. As I'm watching lifting, I'm yelling right there with them.
So I told you with David on his first attempt, he went heavy. He looked like it was heavy because he wanted to get the heavy lift in. He's passing on his third.
Respectfully so. I understand that.
Yep, he gave
If
it
you
a
don't
shot.
if you don't think you got more in there, you can't go down on your attempt. Come on. Oh, her shoulders popped a little bit.
She's not going to get it.
Yeah.
Oh, now they called her out, supporting on the thighs.
But I like the fake out. I like she knew it, but she still went Yahoo, and she fooled one judge.
She knew what she did wrong.
Yep.
But she had the strength to finish it out.
But again, that's the shrug you don't want to do.
And that's also going to be the coach versus the lifter. I think she should be proud of that because she got it all the way up.
In that case, yes, because she finished it.
Yeah.
She failed, but she finished. That you'd be proud of.
Okay.
Now you clean it up. That's different than not making it. There's nothing to clean up.
You know what you got to work on at that point.
Oh, yeah, that's true. By that point, you should know.
Yeah.
This is a rolling guy, right?
Yes, I believe so. Nope.
That's a grip and rip. It's my favorite. See? Straight up, straight erect, no extra movement.
No waste of time. Bill Cone up next, taking 226.
There's just something very pretty about a well-done lift. It's almost like a work of art.
You said a rolled lift or a well-done lift?
A well-done lift.
Yeah. When it's very textbook and like nothing can change, you're like your form was perfect. Oh.
And more often than not, you're more concerned about the finish than the start. That's why you want to roll it. Finish right.
Here's our roll guy.
Yeah.
See if I can time him right.
Boom.
Oh, just a little bit too much.
A little bit.
He's like, oof.
He's got to stand for a minute, get some blood back to his head.
Heather coming out for 248 pounds. Ready to give it her all. I know this has nothing to do with your lifting, but her outfit to her hair, her pink and black combo, is set in stone. It's aesthetically
Have you
pleasing.
ever seen our former state chair, Greg Page?
Oh yeah, he wears like the baby pink.
He was the very first one to get a complete pink squat suit, bench shirt, deadlift suit. He got it from Titan. It was made specifically in support of breast cancer research. But he does every outfit he does. Green, red, whatever it is, nice. Whatever it is, he go up to and including his Converse.
Yeah,
He's got them in every color.
It's impressive. I love the dedication of it.
Brittany's looking to finish today with a cool 270.
Yeah, he is the fashion plate of the USAPL.
He rocks it too.
He does.
He completely does.
And he is, he's not a youngster anymore,
No.
but he got his start as a bodybuilder.
Really?
Yep, he was a bodybuilder before he was a powerlifter.
I like to think that you should do. So here's my theory: if you ever want to do both, I think you should be a power lifter and then a bodybuilder.
Bodybuilder, that's not anything I'm familiar with.
To be fair, neither am I. I've watched a lot of content on it, and I know the only reason I say that though is because you have to cut and get really lean
Right.
for bodybuilding, and for powerlifting, you're all about building the muscle up. And when you build muscle over time, it boosts your metabolism, so you can eat a lot more. So when you go to cut for bodybuilding, it's not as dramatic. You're not getting down to like dangerously low levels. At least for like women, like if you get too low on calories, your hormones are. You don't want to mess with that.
So I'll take your word for it. I mean, bodybuilding is not anything I'm really familiar with. But I will tell you, I'm a big fan of being a multiple sport athlete.
Yeah. I think it keeps it spicy, you know?
It keeps your body tuned differently. The example I gave earlier about a mother with children doesn't get any stronger just dealing with the children. She walks all day, she lifts all day, she works all day. But she's not going to get any stronger because her body got used to it. Oh, nice, and she knows it.
Beautiful.
I don't know if you saw it, but she smiled on the way up.
Let's see, let's watch it.
Double PRs for that around today. Austin on her second, took it even higher on her third.
There we go.
Bravo.
Beautiful.
Apparently,
I do also want a preference. If you're a multi-athlete, don't try to do two at once.
no,
You-
that's
You're not going to be good at both of them or to your best ability. I made that mistake of like, I was like, oh, I'll run a marathon and then also powerlift. Two different styles. Don't do it.
We had a young man yesterday who I know is stronger than what his third attempts were. I said, did you do it right? Did you prepare right? Did you take a week off? He said it was a football practice yesterday. So, I mean, I get it, priorities.
Yeah.
And at that age, I mean, I think it was 16 years old, 14 years old. He's
They can
14 years
recover
old,
fast, but
but they don't have control over their schedule.
yeah.
That's what the problem is. Well, I'm a big fan of being a multiple sport athlete, though. It helps the body, get more well-rounded, which is real important. People that are strictly powerlifters, you'll find that the muscles they don't work are the ones that have problems with.
Yeah, then you get those guys that can't have like no mobility and like you're like they're turning sideways to get through the door because they can't fit their shoulders and everything. Just
Well, that's a whole different category. That's the world's strongest man.
No, that's fair, that's fair.
I have my own personal opinion about it. I will tell you this much: I would never allow anybody that I know to become a world's strongest man competition on that level.
okay.
That being said, we had a woman that competed in a strongman local event out in Chesterland one time. And she took 4th out of 12. She was the only woman. But she was also a silver medalist bench presser in the USAPL.
Come on. Come on.
No,
No.
she hits it.
Referee saying lifting is no good up and down on the bar or supporting? Supporting.
Supporting, yeah.
Supporting.
You called it. Yeah.
So what she'll do is, if she's smart, when she gets back into the gym, she will do a lot more, much heavier top end work. She'll pull from 6 inches up. She'll pull from the bottom rung on the squat rack. She'll pull it from off because she can get it off the floor. So where is the next problem? So she has to work on her hips and the upper part.
Yeah,
So
it's the certain range of motions where people's sticking points are. Like some are the floor where you're just pulling. Normally you'll do deficits at that point because you're bringing the motion down. So then when you come back to the floor, you've worked that full range of motion there that you should be able to rip it off.
This is the last attempt on
Good lift for Savannah.
flight A.
Yep, last third attempt, flight A. Isabella coming out here soon. She's going to be taking the bar to 391 pounds.
391 on the bar.
This is more than double her body weight. This is what, like
University of Michigan powerlifting team.
2.5 maybe? Like,
2.25, 2.3. Yeah, it's well over two times over.
yeah.
The real elite lifters in the lower weight classes will post a 3-lift total close to 10 times their body weight.
Wait, you said 10 times their body weight?
Yeah, there's quite a few guys that have done that in the past.
10
That's
times?
the top numbers on the lower weight athletes, middleweight athletes. Yeah, 10 times their body weight. At 189, they'll do a 1,900 pound total. Nope.
Oh. So, right, she gave it her all. She's good. She's safe.
And she still has a smile on her face.
She's like, she knew she gave it her all. She left nothing left on that platform.
And you notice the back spotter jumped right in there.
Yep, as he should.
A lot of times they'll stand up, they've all lost the blood to their head, and they'll start looking like they'll pass out. That's what he's there for. Now he's heading right into the flight B.
Flight B, first attempts. Walter's going to start us off. 308 pounds.
That's the proper opener. And
Beautiful.
excellent form. Now he's got a total posted in the event. We haven't lost anybody yet.
No, we haven't.
Excellent.
That's beautiful. Everyone's going to be posting a total so far.
For Walter, got John getting us started off with 419 coming up.
John taking it to 419. We're moving way up into weights.
Bar is loaded for John.
Wait till this afternoon.
Oh, yeah, we get the bigger.
The big boys.
Yeah, we're at we are heavier than yesterday's meet, which was a lot of lighter weight. We had a lot of juniors, a lot of teens. Now we have the heavier set, which is more medium ground. And then this afternoon, the big guys are going to come out, and then you'll really see weight move.
The big beef.
The big beef patties. The triple quarter pounders.
Bar is loaded for Mary Jane.
Mary Jane's coming out.
And she's wearing a deadlift suit.
Oh, you have to pay attention.
And watch her. She'll grab the bar with one hand and pull herself down. She's going to try and do it together.
Yep.
She's not playing. She's struggling to get down. That's what the suit will be for you. Pull it back. That's
Beautiful.
Pops it off the floor, 424 pounds.
Yeah, you called it. You saw her right hand came down. I had to think about our viewpoint and everything.
It's
right
like
hand
the
came
bench
down,
straight.
pulled her in.
You got to pull the bar down too. It doesn't go automatically.
Bar's loaded for Carson, looking for 430.
It's the little movements that you're seeing come out within each lift. Because you often notice once she pulled herself down, she also set her hips back, and then she got into that pocket and then pulled.
Speaking first pull there for Carson, referee say lift is.
Great openers.
He lifts what I call conventional sumo. It's
Somewhere
a-
in between.
Yeah, it's a wide stance conventional. You got to have long arms though.
Bar's loaded for Ben.
I wouldn't know where to put my hands. Do I put them on the inside, the outside?
That's why you conventional or sumo.
Beautiful.
Authority, referee say lift is.
A good controlled set down too. I think that's always a great sign for a solid opener of setting the down. You don't have to set it down lightly at all, but it's nice and controlled. There's no doubt about you just letting the weight fall or you controlling it down.
I particularly don't like to see them control it down. It takes too much energy.
Wasted energy.
As long as your hands stay in contact with the bar, you're okay. And This is a sumo stance.
Now, does it have to be in contact or like fully wrapped around the bar?
You gotta be. You can't.
The hand can't come open, right?
Right.
I remember, I forget which meet it was, but there was I think it was at the Arnold, honestly, where there was like a little bit of a guy popped his hand like a second before it hit the ground, popped his hand open. And like there was like a little bit of like the rest being like, why do you keep calling that? And they had to discuss it. Elijah coming out, 485 pounds.
Lift is.
It's good. Just move on.
Yeah. If you pull it like that, like you can just walk away. You're like you know you got that.
You'd like to think you do, but again, the nuances. You never know.
Eric coming out. We're surpassing 500 pounds with him. 502 on the bar. Beautiful pull.
Watch him do it again. See how when he starts, that bar wiggles a little bit at the beginning? Watch. Oh, I missed it. Oh, there it is. You can't see it from this angle, but it wiggled in and out, away from his body and back to his body. Mm-hmm. You don't want that. You want to keep it tight.
I say that's the difference between purposely rolling it and it wiggling unintentionally, right?
Well, one of the things that the roll does is it gives you an opportunity to put your hands where you want and start where you want. So it brings it. Sometimes if the bar is in its proper place close to you, you can't reach it. So they reach out, bring it in, and then they roll it like that. It's just a matter of being able to get a grip on it. And then the momentum, of course.
Yeah.
Zero effort with 562. They don't easy.
562. That's what my son attempted at bench national.
Andrew coming out, 573 pounds.
Hopefully this afternoon we'll see some stuff close to 700 pounds.
Ooh, I hope so. I hope we get past the 666. The number of the beast, as Gino would say.
We've got a really, really close battle between Eric Clayton and Andrew Keller for second place in the men's 90 kilo class. They are only 2.5 kilos apart.
Oh, so he's fighting for second right now.
Well, they're going to skate through this. They're going to do their seconds and watch the game playing on the third.
Ooh, well,
I don't think the people in the audience will see it, but when they start doing the weight changes, which is the only one you can do, is the last deadlift attempt.
we can definitely keep an eye out for that for them. Let them know if we see anything going on. See if we see him plays.
I'm sure their families are watching. They'll understand it. I'm sure that was explained to them.
$595 on the bar for Xavier.
595. Beautiful.
Made it with effortless.
All right, 7 attempts.
That's our last opener. Everyone in flight B got their opener. I see only a line in green on that scoreboard right there. That's beautiful.
Yeah, that means everybody's going to post a total. And the big numbers are coming. Everybody's setting up for the second session. This is as crowded as this place will be. It's nice to see a big crowd.
Oh, yeah. You get that nice mixture of everyone just watching, and hopefully we get some a little more like crowd cheering.
It'll clear out before the second session, but you will hear some screaming and hollering in the second session.
336 on the bar.
Beautiful.
This is
Second.
Still looking strong.
We're on to seconds now.
Yep. 18-year-old kid. Gotta stop saying 18-year-old kid. He's a man.
Bars loaded for John, 435 pounds.
$435 for John. Referees say lift is good.
Good lift.
Loading up 202 and a half, 447 pounds for Carson. Bars loaded for Carson.
Bars loaded for Carson, 447 pounds.
17-year-old.
Looking good there for Carson. Referees agree. 3 on lights. We're going to keep the bar at 202 and a half. Just tighten the plates up a touch.
Tighten up the plates. Mary Jane coming out next. 447. She's ready to go. Just coming down. Grabs. Make sure she's got that good grip. Beautiful.
Yep, that's very good.
All of her movements today have been just pinpoint in the groove.
Well, first of all, her coach is a master with equipment. He always has been. I'll attribute it to coaching, but the athlete follows the coaching. So it literally takes a team to get to this point.
Yeah. Ben's coming out, 463.
Aaron Hoachman, if you are in the building, we need you to weigh in. Aaron Hoachman, please head to the men's locker room to weigh in. Lift for Ben is good.
Mason coming out next, 485 pounds.
Elijah on deck, Eric in the hole.
Let's go.
He's using a double overhand grip.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, not at all. Just it's a matter of preference, that or the offset.
I believe we talked about this yesterday. I just prefer the offset.
You
Matter of
just have
preference.
It's more. You have more control over the bar. With the double overhand, if it starts the airplane, which means if it starts twisting, you have less control over it because both of your hands are going in the same direction. And that's the absolute only difference.
What is the point of the wiggle? Is it just digging your feet in more?
Yep. On the deadlift, it's not as critical, but if he does it on the squat, he does it on the bench, he'll do it on the deadlift.
Three-way lights, good lift for Elijah.
The other thing it does is it heats up the floor underneath your sneaker or your shoe, whatever you're using. It just, in theory, provides a better grip. I don't understand the science in it, so I can't tell you if it's true or not.
I've definitely seen like people wipe their feet before they come onto the platform, just because they're using baby powder. If any of that gets on the bottom of their shoes, it's gonna have you slip a little bit. So normally you'll see like some of the athletes just wipe their shoes on the corner of the platform to get some of that off.
One of the rules we have is that on the third attempt at the deadlift, bar gets cleaned before each attempt, which is why I preferred if they move the bar forward, clean it, and then move it back, so the athlete doesn't have to stand in the powder.
Oh, that makes sense.
590. This is Michael's first competition ever, if you can believe that.
Oh, wow.
Putting up the big number.
So our announcer just let us know this is Michael's first competition. He's doing fantastic. Let him pull before. Beautiful.
His right leg is not locked out.
In there with 590, referees say it's good. All right, our
So far, Michael, though, has gotten 8 for 8.
coming up from Andrew.
Beautiful.
If he is successful with this lift, he's going to put some distance between him and Eric.
Andrew's coming up. He took a 15-kilo jump.
606 on the bar.
606 on the bar.
You can also clean the bar at any time at the athlete's request, or the head judge can request it if she thinks there's too much buildup of chalk.
Yeah, because you'll put chalk on your hands to make sure you can get a good grip, but if there's too much chalk on the bar, it gets into those grooves, and then you have a smooth surface. If you imagine like sand against sand.
Very nice pull there for Andrew. Referee said lift is
Beautifully done.
good.
We're getting to our last second attempt. Xavier coming up. Taking the bar to 617.
17 for Xavier. 280 kilos.
Well, we're breaking 600 here.
After this, I'll pull up the weight classes to see
Yeah.
our couple of battles going on.
We only have 2 weight classes.
Yeah, 2 major ones that are like, have more than a couple in there.
No.
Referees say lift is good. 2-1. I think he was locked out.
I don't think he was locked out. He started bringing it down before the command.
Yep, that's what the head referee said, which is, she gave the command, so if he wasn't fully locked out, she gave the down command.
I know.
We're back up at the top, though. Third attempts coming out. Walter. He's taking his third at 353. All right, so we have 2 guys in the 90 Raw Juniors.
Bars loaded for Walter.
There's not much of a battle there. One guy is ahead by like 40 kilos, 50 kilos. So not too much of a battle
I
there.
gotta tell you, I like this kid's form.
Walter is good.
Walter can pull.
John coming up next, 452. Oh, come on, lifting cast. Looking good.
Not today, huh?
Yeah, he started to come up, just lost the groove. Just want to give a quick shout out to Brinkner Powerlifting. That's Ron that's hosting this meet. He also has the beginner brawl for anyone that wants to hop into a meet here soon. That's coming out soon. I think there's a few spots still left open for that one. It might be sold out. But look out for that one as well. Ron produces some of the best meets that I've seen around. He's also the one that funds Barbell to come bring the live stream off to you guys. So without him, we wouldn't be here presenting for you guys at home.
Loading up 212.5 on the bar, 468 pounds for Mary Jane. This is
Mary Jane's coming out. She's going to be taking 468 pounds.
Wiping her feet.
There you go. So that's one she's got.
You notice the tape on her thumb. She puts it on there because she wraps her fingers around the thumb.
Come on, come on. Oh. Beautiful. Lift is good. She went 9 for 9 for this meet. Beautiful for her first clipped meet for her today, and she nailed it.
The value of good coaching.
Mason on deck, Elijah in the hole. Bars loaded for Ben.
Ben's coming out, taking his third at 491. A beautiful pull. That's a good lift.
Taking the bar up to 502 for Mason.
These folks are not only hitting them, but they're hitting them with 3 lights. This is fabulous.
Mason's coming out. Raw Teen 2 division. If he gets this, he'll stay in second, so there's not much of a battle there. Beautifully done. These third attempts are looking great. Elijah's coming up. He's going to be trying to take a state record attempt. He's currently in the first place for the Teen 2 90 kilogram weight class. If he gets this, I believe his total is going to be 567.
State record attempt here for Elijah.
Come on. Come on, up, up.
Just a little too heavy. Sorry, no lift.
Just going to get that off the ground there.
So he finished today with state records in the squat and the bench press.
But apparently Elijah did finish his meet today with the squat and bench. He just didn't snag that deadlift state records.
He'll get it next time. Hopefully it'll be next time with the 3 lift record as well.
551 on the bar for Eric. He's an alumni of the University of Pittsburgh.
Let's go. A beautiful pull. Representing the Pittsburgh alumni.
623 coming up from Michael.
Michael coming up with 623.
742.5 kilo total.
He's taking first place for the raw open 90 kilos. I say he's ahead by a lot, so he's snagged that first place.
By 2.5 more than Elijah. My mistake.
Across the country, this 90 kilo is the most competitive weight class.
Come on, up, up, up.
Nope.
Support.
We never locked it out either.
Yeah, so
Watch it again.
Michael, did you guys call supporting? So there was some up and down, and he wasn't quite locked out. So
they had up and down and wasn't quite locked out on that one.
Just barely missed it.
Andrew coming out
628 on the bar.
628. He'll be taking second place for raw open 90 kilogram weight class. Come on, Andrew. Up. Come on. Full lockout. That was a good fight. 3 white lights, well deserved for him. Our last deadlift of the morning before we take a break before second session, which is a little bit later. We'll have a longer break than just 10 minutes. But Xavier is going to finish us off with 628 pounds on the bar. Come on. Up. Oh.
Just a little too heavy, sorry.
A little bit too much. He's like, it's all right. Just a little too much right there.
Fair enough.
All right.
Very
So give us a
successful.
second to calculate the finishes. We'll get our award session started. In the meantime, lifters and spectators, if there's any garbage or stuff in your area, if you can pick it up and dispose
Beautiful.
of it. Make sure that everything
All right.
came with you today. If it's not in the trash,
That concludes our morning session today. We're going to have a little longer break. I'll post the time on when the second session starts for the bigger boys coming in the evening. We'll do this all again with 2 more flights there. So stay tuned and get that. It's a great time to go grab lunch. Check out barbellproductions.com. Shout out to Brinkner Powerlifting from coming here and letting us bring the live stream to you guys, hosting a meet, providing a wonderful meet for all new lifters and current lifters in there. Ron, fun fact, is also going to Nationals in about a week and a half, so we'll also be cheering him on there. Yeah. This has been brought to you by barbellproductions.com. Tag us on Instagram. Let us know what you think. Go to our website and order some photo and video packages. And we'll see you guys soon in the afternoon session. All right, welcome back, everyone. We're starting our second session off today. I have Robin here with me commentating. We traded off for her. She's been on the platform being a ref for the first
Morning session.
morning session. Thank you. And we're glad to have her now.
And we're starting off with Brandon Nall at 130 kilos, which is 286 pounds on the bar. Hopefully this is nice and smooth for him. He's a junior lifter. That is a CrossFit style squat that he just did. So I'm going to guess that it's deep enough. And as long as he listens to his commands, it should be good.
What do you mean by CrossFit style?
Very low to the ground. And it's a good lift for Brandon. So just in case anybody's hopping on that's new, squat has 2 commands that they have to listen to. They walk the bar out, they get a squat command, and then they get a rack command after they stand up. The refs are making sure there's no downward motion of the bar after they start their ascent, and that their hip crease, their hip joint, is lower than their knees. So that's depth. Aaron is here with 142 kilograms on the bar, 314 pounds.
From West Virginia's university.
We love having collegiates. I wonder if he's trying to qualify for CNATs for March. And that's a good lift. Nice opener for Aaron.
Do you know the qualifications for CNATs? It depends on the weight class.
It depends on the weight class. I know it's less than for Raw Nationals, but you still have to be a strong lifter to get there.
True.
I just don't know what the qualifying totals are. Looks like we have just a little technical glitch on the lifting cast. We have Nick, who is a new state referee, sitting in our head chair today. We have Rhonda, who's giving a test to somebody hoping to become a state referee.
She just got her nationals.
She did just get her nationals. And we've got Gary Auerbach, who's a very seasoned national level referee on the left side. Vincent, seasoned lifter, coming out with 363 pounds on the bar. That was very, very fast.
Very beautiful, too. I love seeing fast openers. We want them looking like a last warm-up. Very quick, very easy.
Yeah, lift is good. Matt Mizzino coming out, 172.5 on the bar. Men's raw open 90. I thought 90 was this morning. I could be wrong.
Yeah, he's like a bit of a straggler. So looking at lifting cast, we had a 90 yesterday.
Oh, the 90 yesterday?
Yeah. Did he specifically ask to be yesterday versus today?
No, I think he
it was Demarius.
He just weighed in heavy.
Oh, so he got bumped up.
It's either Demarius weighed in heavy or Matt weighed in light. It's going to be one of those two. I'm not sure what day this was supposed to be, the 90 kilogram, but it's either one of those scenarios.
Gotcha.
One of them either weighed in heavy, one of them weighed in light.
Yeah, because there was, I think actually Matt did weigh in.
I think he weighed in light.
Yeah,
I think
because he
90s
wasn't
was
there
yesterday.
this morning in the 90 category. He wasn't there this morning.
Yeah, then he just weighed in light. It happens. You don't have to declare, like you declare your weight class, but you're allowed to change. It just means that he doesn't like get the medal with other people from yesterday.
Yeah. But yes, to be fair, like your assumption on the 90 was this morning. We had like 6 of them this morning.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I don't know why I said yesterday. I'm getting all my days confused.
I mean, normally we have like 1 day meets. Now we're like surpassing with how many lifters we have. Like local meets are now like 2 days.
Which is actually really good because then it means that you potentially have more competition as opposed to having way more people in various weight classes. Mm-hmm. Now we can have more competition within a certain weight class, which is always more fun to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Nathan with a very heavy opener, in my opinion. He had a little bit of a rough spot in the middle.
He looked like he shook his head like that. Shouldn't move like that.
He got all white lights. Let's see the replay on that because I kind of missed it. I'd love to see the replay.
So it just a little bit. He just had like a little bit of
just a little bit of a slowdown, but he had depth. That's what I was a little bit curious about. We also have the pit spotting and loading team, and they are world class, and they're very fast. Peter, I saw his very first competition in Youngstown, maybe 4, 5, 6 years ago. I don't know, but he was a baby lifter then, and now he's a seasoned lifter. I need to approach him and make sure he takes his ref test at some point.
Oh, he needs to.
We need more male refs around Ohio. He's a very meticulous lifter, nice and slow on the way down, but a very speedy ascent. 195 kilos, and it's all white lights. So far, everybody's gotten white lights. We like that. Caden Jones coming up with 446 pounds on the bar. These are some very tall lifters as well, which makes squatting just that much more difficult. It's going to make benching that much more difficult. And my guess is it's going to make deadlift that much more difficult. He's a teen 3, so this like 6-foot behemoth is 16 or 17 years old.
Oh, wow.
Right? Even this morning, the 16 to 17-year-olds were lifting some massive weights. It was so impressive.
Oh, yeah. We had a lot of teens and juniors so far, and
that is, that's a good lift.
Good lift. I say Gary was telling me that that's our biggest growing category is the youth and like teen lifters.
That makes sense.
Which
I love the fact that they're starting to get into this so early.
Yeah. I don't know also if it plays a factor of the generational passing down of like lifters that have been in this for a while, because powerlifting keeps growing faster and faster. It started maybe like what, more than 20 years ago, but
I
like
think at least in the 80s, if not earlier.
And like the popularity of it though.
Yes.
Has like grown so much, and I think you're seeing.
Oh, it's exponential.
You're seeing the lifters have kids and like pass it along now.
Logan had no issue on depth there, no issue on the weight. That was exactly what we want to see on an opener at 474 pounds. We're going to easily get over the 500 mark.
Oh, I can't wait.
Where you need 5 spotters and loaders.
I mean, we're doing that right now. Aaron's taking us to 518. You spoke it into
spoke
existence.
it into existence. All the lifters did get a warning that if they're going to fail a lift, they need to stay with the bar. This is for their safety and for the safety of our spotters and loaders. So I'm hoping that everybody listens to what the rules meeting said this morning. Aaron Kine. I like seeing that narrow grip. It just gives you a little bit more of a sturdy bar as opposed to having a wide grip on squat. But a lot of people lack the mobility to do that.
Yeah, you definitely have like train that
was
during it.
No problem for Aaron.
Beautiful. I think when people don't take into consideration the wrist mobility that goes into narrow grips too.
Between wrist and shoulders, it's a combination.
All right, we're back at the top with Brandon for second attempt squats. He's taking us second attempt to 325.
How much of a jump is that?
About 17.5.
That is a very large jump.
Which isn't, I want to say that's not too concerning to me, since we're working with higher weight people. That big of a jump is less of a percentage of their body weight, so we take that into consideration.
That is correct.
Now, if this was a lighter lifter and they took that big of a jump, I'd be a little bit scared.
Which is exactly what happened yesterday.
Yeah. They took a 40-kilo jump.
That is a crazy jump.
Yeah.
20 is about the max that I would probably do. Not for me personally. That's too much for me.
Personally, like I like the smaller jumps just to be
Give me
safer.
5 kilos, 10 kilos. I'm good. Depending what lift it is. Bench 2.5 is good.
Bench is a lot different.
True.
I don't mind big jumps on deadlift though.
No.
That one's like not as bad. Beautiful.
That looks like a very speedy ascent there. It looks like he had no problem with that.
One note that Gary did tell me recently that I've learned is if you watch the lifter, he's a big component of watching if the head is up or not. So with him, if you watch up, he's straight up in like that body weight of your head.
It's going to sound weird, but you also go in the direction that you're looking. So when you're looking up, it gives you the illusion that your weight is lighter. I use that when I'm squatting, and I always look at the ceiling when I'm squatting just to pretend that the weight is very light on the bar. And you also, just like riding a bicycle, you go where your head is, where you're looking. So if you're looking up, you're going to go up. If you're looking down, it's going to be harder to go up.
I was kind of wondering that because there was a lifter yesterday where every time before he deadlift, he looked straight up and his eyes did not leave that ceiling.
And
so
that's
I
how I
wonder
lift.
if he just imagined that.
Watch me at Nationals, and you'll see my head up.
I will definitely be keeping an eye out.
We have Aaron coming in with 347 on the bar. He took a 15-kilo jump, if I did the math right.
Yep. It's about 33 pounds.
Oh, that's easy
That
for
moved
him.
beautifully.
That actually looked like an opener. A lot of these seconds have been looking like openers.
I didn't see any other information on the lifting database for Aaron too. So I don't know if this is his first meet or he's just like new to our federation.
It's very possible. We had about 6 people raise their hands in the rules meeting that they are brand new lifters.
Unlike Vincent. Vincent's best squat is 247.5. Oh, that's in pounds. It's in pounds. I'm gonna warn you on that.
240. There's no way it was 247 pounds.
Wait, yeah.
When he's lifting 385 right now.
No, you are right.
What's his best squat?
Let me double check this information.
Because that's definitely kilos on that chart.
Because even if that is kilos, that's pretty light for.
So when I come to Columbus, I need to bring my reader glasses. This is really hard. And that looked light. Like that's 175 was very light for him. I don't know. Maybe he's just taking conservative jumps. Maybe he was recently injured. Maybe you never know what happens in somebody's personal life. We have a lifter coming out to nationals who broke her toe 2 weeks ago.
Oh man.
And she's doing okay, but like she's still gonna go. But you just don't know what's gonna happen, or you don't know what is happening in somebody's personal life, how much stress they're going through.
Yeah.
You just see them on the platform, and you hope that they're performing their best. But I've definitely been on the platform like post-injury, like very close post-injury, in lifting very light weights, and you just don't know what somebody's going through.
You also just have to meet yourself where you are.
Exactly.
Because that can get in your head as a lifter, and like
Right.
it sucks to be in that situation. It really does. It does not feel good, but you just have to remember like you'll bounce back from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're meant to do this.
The inside of my belt says "you do you," because you just have to forget what everybody else is doing.
Ooh, that was a grinder.
That was actually a perfect second. So to me, that looks like it was very difficult, but he still has a little bit of room to add something to the bar.
I'm gonna watch the replay, see if I see any.
He didn't really stop. It was hard, but he didn't slow down at all.
There's no sticking point either.
Right. It was just a grind.
402 pounds on the bar for Matt. 182.5 kilos.
182.5 kilos coming from Matt Mazzino. He's in our 90-kilo weight class.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Vincent.
Are his numbers like? Are his maxes a lot higher?
Yeah, his max is on. So when he hit his squat, mind you, that was in 2018.
Oh, that was
that
a long
number.
time ago.
That was a long time ago. We don't know what happened between that time.
No, maybe he had a surgery. Maybe he had the death in a family that caused too much stress. Maybe he got married and didn't have time to train as much, and he's just getting back into it.
Yeah, like there's a lot of factors that go into it, but yeah, it looks like his numbers for today's meet is just a little bit lower than what he's used to, but that's
Matt
okay.
got a yellow card. I'm on his lift by one of the judges. It's still a good lift. I don't know maybe if he moved his foot. I didn't hear what that was called for, but yellow is kind of our catch-all category, so I can't even really make a guess at this point.
That's fair.
Peter coming out, his second at 457 pounds.
7.5 on the bar for Peter. 457 pounds.
Nice slow down.
Very deep, very smooth.
Very controlled too.
Yes. And he's just wearing the loosest knee sleeves I've seen in a while.
Oh yeah, you see the little wrinkles in it. That's how you can tell.
3 white legs.
And they're just there to keep your knees warm. You just don't want them sliding down.
No. They're staying in place. They're just not giving him any aid like some of the thicker, newer knee sleeves are. They're not aiding his lift at all.
Caden coming up next. His second attempt says 468.
Competing in our Team 2 division.
Team 2. Hopefully he has a long career.
He's only 17 years old. His personal best is 210, so this will be meeting that.
If his personal best is 210, this will be exceeding that.
Yeah, he's exceeding that.
And he is going to beat that on his third. Because that was probably a good lift.
I believe that was about like a year ago, too.
A year's a long time in powerlifting. So the side ref did not think he was deep enough, but he got 2 white lights. Let's see that replay. I missed the replay. It's okay.
It's okay. You only need 2 out of the 3 refs to agree with you that that was a good lift to give you the green on the board.
And that's really the most important part. Having 27 white lights is always nice, but if you have less than that, it's okay too.
Yeah.
Logan coming out with 507 on the bar. Getting nice and tight, making sure your lats are tight. That was a very smooth lift for Logan. And the refs say 3 white lights. Bar is loaded for Aaron. 551 on the bar. 250 kilos. He's coming from Youngstown State University. Once again, loving the fact that we have all these collegiate teams.
Aaron is trying to apparently qualify for
collegiate.
Collegiate.
Maybe
so he's looking for 600, I think Ron just said.
Let me look it up.
Which, by the way, Ron is announcing the meet here, but he also is hosting the meet. And without his support and him, we would not be here doing the live stream for you guys at home. So shout out to Ron and the Brinkner Company for putting on the meet and allowing us to be here for you guys.
What weight classes is Aaron? He's an open 100.
A little bit too heavy on that one. That's all right. That was his second attempt, so we'll see if he comes back and get his third.
So he needs a 645 total to qualify for CNATs.
Gotcha.
Now, if this was my weight class, it would be a 285 total. Nope, that's equipped.
See,
290. 290.
That was Aaron, right?
Yeah, that was Aaron.
Oh, wait.
Did I say 645?
Yes, I believe so.
I did.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that.
342 pounds, 155 kilos on the bar.
155, 341.
He's got about roughly a mile to squat.
That's probably going to be my second deadlift at nationals.
Can't even get close.
But you have an amazing squat.
Bench doesn't put my total up there, though. It helps a little bit, but
you will still beat me any day. Like, you are actually very strong.
Only a bench.
No. No, your squat and your bench definitely beat me. No, you definitely will beat me.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so he has no lift. We can either head up and down on the bar. Let's see that replay. Let's see what happened.
It already passed.
Darn it. I keep missing.
I can look up the cards that were called.
It was a blue and a yellow.
A blue and a yellow.
So
catch
Ron's
all
going over,
and then
making
up
sure. And we're not sure that the head ref gave the right color because he's still kind of learning the colors. But maybe he took a step. Or maybe his hands were in the wrong position. Maybe his hands opened up, which doesn't happen often, but does happen once in a while. And you have to keep your fingers on the bar. You can't open your fingers up.
But we don't care about what the thumb does.
We don't care about the thumb. But we do care
Not
about
in this
the
one.
fingers. The only one we care about the thumb is bench.
Because that's a suicide grip, and that puts you at risk. Heads up, beautiful.
So sometimes it has actually been shown that yelling at the top of a lift will actually give you just a little bit of extra strength.
I can see that.
There was a scientific study
Really?
Yes. When you get to those max weights, yelling actually gives you more strength.
Huh.
Not a lot, but any little bit helps. As Joe Sullivan has said, that's why he wears a mouth guard, because even if it gives you half a kilo, it gives you half a kilo.
Half a kilo can be a chip, right?
It could be a chip at an American record. It could be a make or break.
Yeah.
We're back to the top of the order? No?
Nope,
Or they just misloaded?
We're on thirds.
Oh, they just needed to grab. They just needed to read.
Yeah, they're just a little bit. It's been a long day.
And a hot day.
Oh, yeah, there's no AC in this gym.
And it's Labor Day weekend.
Yeah. It's 86 out right now.
That
Up
is
here in
warm.
Cleveland.
But it's a little cloudy today, so it doesn't feel awful.
No.
I just hope that's good for the air show downtown. Here we go with Nathan Bennett taking his third at 4:02. He grinded out his second, so let's see what this third brings him. My guess is he's going to get it, but it's going to be very difficult.
Ooh, I'm gonna hold my breath on this one. I can't.
Ah, see?
It's that
Yelled,
scream.
and he got
it's
it.
a scream.
That was less of a grinder than his second. Sometimes
Yeah.
people's seconds, they're deceptive. My second is always deceptive.
The side ref did call that he wasn't quite deep enough on the right-hand side.
And you know what? It's very possible. A lot of people have been known to be unequal. Like having a right side be deep enough and a left side not be deep enough is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, I personally, I have a scoliosis, so one side is always deeper than the other.
You just know you're always going to get that call.
It just happens. I just try to get as deep as possible and hope for the best. Matt with 424 on the bar. He's got a very narrow stance.
That looked like a...
That was very smooth.
Yeah, I think he had a lot more on the tank there for him.
I'm actually always impressed with these narrow, straight-legged squatters. I have to go so wide and out to the side because of my hip biology that I'm just always impressed with the people who can do those. Like this morning, Isabel, she was a pretty straight-on squatter as well.
If you have that ankle mobility and that hip mobility in order to do that, more power to you.
Right. Vincent coming out with his third at 430,
I wanna say,
195.
as long as you don't let your knees collapse in.
No, Amanda.
Oh yeah, there's that world
She-
class like one. that-
She always has her knees collapse in.
Yeah.
And she is strong.
I just
so-
feel like you lose that tension when you do that, but if she's always training like that, she's always training like that. And
So-
consistency is key.
So while this is under his personal best, I also feel like that was a very fast third, and maybe he's just leaving some in the tank. Because that was a zero effort problem. That looked like a second.
His deadlift first attempt is put in at 200, and that was a 195 squat. So it seems like he just might be a deadlifter.
I have nothing against deadlift specialists, being one myself.
So impressive.
Comes out Peter. Once again, I think he's a slow, methodical lifter.
Yeah.
He's going to take it down nice and slow, and he's going to be really fast on his ascent.
Peter's,
See, nice and slow, gets his step. And then
he looks like he has a little bit more in that tank there.
as fast as 217 can move.
Yeah.
That was still pretty speedy.
Peter's personal best is 227.5, but that was put in, I believe, a couple of years ago. It's still making that weight move smooth, so he might be
Definitely.
chasing something else.
Yeah. Does it go back and forth as to which side's the instant replay? I swear to God, I sometimes see it on there, sometimes.
Oh, like on the screen up here?
Yeah.
Yes. So this side is what the viewers are seeing, and this is what we'll play next. So, for instance, I click transition,
Okay.
and it'll go over here.
Okay, so that's been throwing me off.
Yeah, so this is always what they're seeing.
Okay, thank you. I'm just still getting used to the layout of this land back here that Barbell Productions has made, and it is a technology dream for some people and a technology nightmare for other people like me.
It can seem very intimidating. Like, we have about 6 screens up right now to run this, and it can seem like a lot, but
I'm just going to say, I'm just commentating, and Alicia is commentating and working the camera angles and pressing buttons and looking up records, and I'm just going to commentate and let her do the rest of the work.
for now.
Oh, forever. Logan coming out with 529 pounds on the bar. I really want to say 530, but I can't with that .11.
Oh,
Difficult but smooth.
that was a good third.
That's exactly what you want a third to look like where you're going to get it, but it looks very difficult because then you know that you're not leaving anything on the table.
He got that 2-1. A blue called on the side.
So maybe hit a little up and down. So sometimes when you pause,
Knees.
oh, he wasn't locked out on his knees.
Yeah.
I was going to say sometimes if you slow down and you're pausing, it could look like you're doing an up and down even if you just stop. And sometimes the refs will see that as an up and down. But it looks like he just wasn't locked out on his knees.
All right, this is our last third attempt.
Oh,
for
he's
flight C.
wanting a lot of audience participation.
Some people really feed off the crowd. I know in the previous session we got really quiet before someone's third, and then we roared once they needed that power. But he needs that. He needs to feel this.
I'm like Aaron. Give me all the yelling that you want. I want to hear my name yelled out. Oh, just too heavy.
It looked like he lost a little bit of balance. He hitched forward a little bit.
Yep.
But good catch. Let's see if he can make up those numbers in deadlift in order to get that total for him.
And I bet you Aaron will go train. It looks like he's walking off and he's feeling maybe a little pain in his back or his hamstring. Maybe he's just not feeling 100% right now because he looks like he's moving just a little.
No, you could definitely see it when he walked off the platform. The replay already went through. But
I miss it.
It's like a 30-second delay.
I'll figure this out.
So when he was coming off the platform, though, it seemed like he was it looked like it was a little stiff. Not quite an injury, but stiffness is what that walk looked like to me.
Like a Charlie horse type thing, maybe.
Yeah.
Like just something that just tweaked a little bit. So then not pushing through is like the right call to make. David Ellis coming out with his opener at 330 pounds. That was a very difficult looking opener. That's not what we really want to see. But I am going to actually see the instant replay on this one.
Yeah.
So he had depth. Maybe he got just a little too deep and that threw him off.
Maybe. He did go.
That was a grind.
Yeah.
Like a baby grind. That was like a second, in my opinion.
A second too long for me for an opener, but yet again, if you're out there and maybe this is his first time, or because I didn't see any other information for him on the cast, so it might be his first one.
And sometimes it's hard to figure out what numbers you should put in. I know it is David Indish's first meet. He was here yesterday watching.
Oh, that's great.
I'm going to question depth on that just from this angle, but I'm not sitting where the refs are sitting.
Right. Let's see on the side for the instant replay to see if we can see anything else.
All right, it still hasn't come up. I still don't know what
it's on the border there for me.
Oh, see, yeah,
Yep, depth.
He was a little not deep enough. So as a new lifter, the two biggest problems are depth squat and listening to your commands. And I've not seen anybody miss their commands yet, so that's always good. We've got Robert Holden coming out here with 182.5 on the bar, 402 pounds. He's a junior 110 lifter. Who looks like a teen lifter, but, you know.
Yeah, he looks like he has a bit of a baby face.
He's wearing the SBD, I think, Desert Storm colorway.
SBD is one of the most popular powerlifting equipment that you'll see.
Yeah.
Like singlet-wise, knee sleeves-wise.
That was a nice, easy opener.
And shirt.
I think between SBD and A7's coming up there.
Yeah, they've been getting a lot more popular. They've also been very involved. They've put a lot of money into the USAPL as well.
I'm going to say I'm a big fan personally of Jason and Tatiana, who are the owners of A7.
Yeah.
They like to give back, and they're just amazing people. I'm looking forward to seeing them at Raw Nationals and saying hello.
Were they lifters before too?
So Jason used to lift, and the whole reason his company got started was he had, Stephen Wilkes coming out with 441 on the bar for his opener. He had a bar slip off his back, and he hurt his elbow or shoulder, and it's still not 100%. But that's why he created the bar grip, and he just made it for himself. So I think he had a soft knees, is my guess. But it was still a good lift.
Yep.
He made the bar grip shirt for himself, and then people at his gym kept asking for them, and then that just turned into A7.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then A7 has this whole story of like achieving like the 7 best. I don't know his whole story. He does have it somewhere on his Instagram. It's probably pretty far back there, about a year and a half now, in terms of his story. I think he did it after the Arnold 2 years ago. He wrote his story up on Instagram, and the whole reason behind the name of the company and everything like that. But him and Tatiana are very hands-on with the company, and I love that. They just have a really good work ethic. Nice, deep, very speedy squat. That looked like not even a last warm-up. That looked like 2 warm-ups from the end.
Which some people do that. They do something that is so light just to get the number on there.
And that's a great way to start because, no lie, squat is probably the most nerves you'll have all day, is just wanting to get one squat. As Kathy Marksteiner says, you're just doing one lift at a time, and you just want to get on the board.
Yeah.
So sometimes going stupid easy is the best thing you can do.
That's true.
John Miller coming out with 205.
I'll definitely have to look up A7's like story though.
It was definitely 2 years ago after the Arnold. He posted a whole narrative.
I'm sure there's got to be something on their website too.
I don't know. This was pretty in depth.
That's fair. They do also have the saying of demand greatness, which I love.
Totally love.
Up.
And just like I made a blanket for you guys, he's getting his at Nationals this year.
Aww.
And I love it because it's plain on the black part, and then the Demand Greatness A7 logo is like a fuzzy. And it reminds me of they have a very fuzzy Sherpa style shirt, like a hoodie, that it reminds me of that.
I see you're crocheting, is it right?
Yeah, I like to crochet.
It's beautiful work. Kevin won't let me use the blanket, by the way.
You should. Like, that's what it's for.
He wants to keep it nice and like
I could always make
pristine.
another one. I could always.
He doesn't want to ruin it. Which, like, to be fair, we have dogs, so husky hair and that is gonna.
Then you wash it. It's washable.
Eric coming out to 474 pounds.
Oh, here we go. So that's what it looks like.
Oh, that's fantastic.
It's like an ice blue, and then it's all fuzzy and soft. Eric's squat looking very, very easy.
Let me get that replay. I accidentally had it on the close-up there, so sorry about that, guys. Let's get that again so we can watch the full thing.
I have too many albums on my phone.
That's okay.
We have Peyton Carpenter coming out with 225. So we're starting to get up. My guess is, even though it's under 500, there's 4 reds on the bar, so they're going to have 5 spotters and loaders now. We kind of, 4 reds is the benchmark. Though yesterday we did it at 485 because of that huge jump. Oh, he's West Virginia.
He's got to have...
They were spotting and loading yesterday. I don't know if he spotted and loaded or if he was just here. I can't remember who was actually on the platform.
I don't believe I saw him on there spotting and loading. They also did a fantastic job spotting and loading yesterday.
They did amazing. Their team is getting so much better at spotting and loading that I suggested that they actually go to nationals and work higher level meets.
That looked fantastic, nice and fast.
Very
Snap
easy.
Of the belt off of proudness.
Yeah, he knows he got that. He's got a little swagger. I'm going to call that another CrossFit squat, though, because it's just ATG. I'm not going to say it online, but to grass. Tushy to grass.
There you go. Thomas coming up next, 496, taking the same weight. Craig will be on deck taking the same weight as well.
When you have two people taking the same weight, it goes by lot number. So the lower lot number goes first, the higher lot number goes second. Usually having a higher lot number is an advantage. There's only one time it's not an advantage is if you have the exact same body weight as somebody else, and you're going for a record, then whoever hits that number first gets the record. So that's the only time that having a lower lot number is actually an advantage. So he has his uprights on the in position because he's such a wide squatter that they bring the bar in to give him more space to hold the bar. He has almost zero mobility. And a lot of these large guys, this is what they have to do.
Yeah, I would say we talked about the close grip whenever you are squatting, but you'll also see these very wide grips just because of the mobility of getting those shoulder blades back and everything.
So no lift. I'm
depth on one side.
I'm going to say knees.
The other side referee said his knees weren't locked out at the finish.
And the other side said knees weren't locked out at the finish. But that moved pretty well. So we'll see what he does if he takes, yep, he just put in the same weight. So
I was going to say, sometimes when you have just an issue like that, when it's a technical issue, you sometimes will take a small jump, but sometimes it's a safer thing just to take the same weight, just to secure having a good lift, because you don't want to bomb out. So Craig also coming out with 225. He is a tree. A lot of these guys are just very tall.
I can never notice. I'm a shorty, and everyone looks tall to me. So
I'm shorter than you, Alicia.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm 5'2". How tall are you? 5'3"?
I'm 5'2".
Oh, are you?
On a good day, yeah.
Okay, then we're the same. I feel like because you're stronger, you're taller than me.
That's definitely.
Does that equate?
Definitely not it. Definitely not it.
3 white lights for Craig. He must be 6'4" easy. He's a Viking. Andrew Brogan coming out with 240. That's 530 pounds, and that's not even our heaviest lift of the day. My guess is that this last one, Richard Beckley, because he doesn't have a bench put in, I'm going to guess he just didn't show up and they haven't deleted him off the roster.
Yes, we did have one person not show up in this flight, and then 2 people not show up in the first flight.
That happens.
Andrew stepping in and out. He's got the Star Command. That moves pretty well. These openers have been looking really well and really smooth. Couldn't be any happier with them.
Oh, he's not showing up. How?
Mine's been glitchy.
We just had a little technical issue on our side. Tell Ron that it was just a technical issue on our side. Aaron, 250. Let's see what happens.
Also with this screen, the weights have, like, if they changed them last minute, so you're allowed to change your last deadlift up to 2 times.
Which you rarely see at a local meet.
Rarely, yeah. But when weight does change, because we have had a couple, not that close on deadlift, but your opener you can come up and change, and they just don't update on there sometimes.
Still it's laggy.
Yeah, it's just a little laggy.
Laggy's okay. I know Aaron he's squatted, he's lifted with us before.
551 for Aaron.
Say, how seasoned is he?
I think he's seasoned enough to know that was probably a little heavy for his opener.
Yeah, sadly no lift. Side ref called depth.
I don't know what he...
And then head ref.
He actually called for depth, just used the wrong color.
Gotcha. So both called depth.
So the front referee and the side referee said he wasn't.
This is his first time sitting as a head referee, so there's a slight learning curve, and doing this at a local meet is where you want to do it, and Ron's kind of watching out for him and making sure that the calls are still right.
Yeah.
But you need a place where you can train and learn how to be a good ref.
Oh yeah. Like, you need that experience.
You do. That the only way, as I told Nick yesterday when we tested, I said you need time in the chair. Reading the book and having your test is one thing, but actual time in the chair is what's really going to make you a good seasoned ref. And then discussing a lot of scenarios. We do a lot of discussions about things that might be gray areas, just to see how other refs would call things.
I always like to hear we have a lot of refs that come commentate with us. Like, I had Gary, and then you, and then Ron sat here before.
That was a very rough opener for David.
That's a
second.
We're up at top.
We're at the top.
Yep.
I'm not paying attention. So that actually looked like a good second then.
Yep. It looks
Okay.
like there was no real sticking point, just a slow
No,
grind up.
Just a slow grind. And I think he's a new lifter, so we're good. We'll see what he takes as his next jump. I'm going to guess it's going to be either 5 kilos or less. The way I like to take my jumps is if you're going to have, like, say, a 5 kilo jump from your first to your second, you're either going to have 5 kilos or less from your second to your third. My first to second is always going to be the same or more than my second to third. Nice for David. We'll see if he got depth. He did not get depth on his first lift. We'll see what they say this time. Lift is good, 2-1. And he did take a jump on that. So that was a little risky for being your first meet, but it paid off for him.
I feel like when you know something doesn't groove right.
Yeah. Alicia, if you ever have any ref questions, I am more than happy to answer them for you.
I appreciate it. I just like hearing like the different tips and tricks that each ref has. Like Gary was saying, for up and down, he likes to watch the backdrop because that's always horizontal, so he'll watch.
For squat, you mean?
For bench mainly.
For bench, okay. So for squat, for all the lifts for up and down, I like to look at the bar, because while a body might, at least for deadlift, your body might look like it's up and down, but the bar, as long as it's going up, it's still not an up and down.
Which, mind you, when I say like the backdrop, it's comparing the bar to the backdrop.
Oh, the backdrop, like the USAPL backdrop. Depending where you're sitting.
Yeah.
But I don't think I've ever looked at the backdrop because there's too many
There's a lot of
spotters and loaders in the way. I've never used the backdrop.
I just thought that was an interesting like thing that he did.
What I do for depth is, as soon as they start to squat, you can see the crease in their singlet, and that's what I'm looking at for their quote-unquote hip joint. So like this singlet isn't as tight, and it might not show it quite as easily, but as soon as he breaks and starts bending, you'll see where...
Oh, good catch.
Oh, he didn't have his knees locked out. He still has 20 seconds to get his lift in.
Yep. So once the bar is called loaded, the lifter has 1 minute in order to either get the start command in the squat or bench, or start the lift in the deadlift.
Correct.
And in this case and scenario, they felt like the knees weren't locked to get the start command, so they had him replace the weight, tell him what's wrong, so he could have the time to fix that.
So when I started lifting, the side refs would just say, lock your knees, lock your knees. But at the national level, they won't do that. They'll say replace, tell you what's wrong, and then you have time to continue your lift. And last year, Ron changed us over to not yelling at the lifters and doing the replace, so that they have the whole national type experience, so that when they go to nationals, there's nothing that they're doing differently from here to there.
Which there shouldn't be.
Exactly.
We should be consistent across the board. That's why we have the rules and everything in place to make it even and a fair lift for all.
Right. Like, I don't judge a lift any more lenient because I'm at a local meet versus at a national meet. That was a very speedy 474 for Steven.
Yeah, that's pretty deep too.
It was a good lift. Derek coming up with 215 on the bar, 474 pounds. So maybe one of these guys has a tighter singlet that we can actually see the crease that I'm talking about that I am looking for as a side ref. And also as a side ref for squat especially, I like to sit at that 45-degree angle because, first of all, even I don't care how many spotters, loaders are on the platform, you can always get a good angle to see, unless Texas is spotting and loading, in which case you have to go to the side because they like to spot and load from the front. But there's always going to be some hole that you can look through. So you see that little crease right, it was like kind of like at that red-black line.
Yeah.
And then you can see that in relation to the knee. It's kind of hard to see it on the video, but when you're live with the bright lights, it's a lot easier to see. And then obviously sitting in the ref position much closer, it's even easier to see.
That's always why I always like to say even though I have my opinion on what I'm seeing here, I don't have the best angle or the viewpoint of a ref on the platform.
Which is why I personally don't like video replays or somebody coming up with their phone saying, but look at this. Because I've made calls on the platform that I've then seen the Instagram post afterwards and said, oh, that looked like a good lift, but I know when I was sitting in the chair it wasn't. Because angles and viewpoints all make a difference. And even the angle of the camera, if it's high enough, it can make it look like it's a good lift, or if it's too low, it can make it look like a bad lift, even if it's actually a good lift. Because the height of the camera angle does make a difference. There's been a lot of discussion on the referee board about the AI that a lot of, like, the tennis is starting to use as this artificial intelligence where they have the chip in the ball to know exactly where it is in time and space to make less gray judgment calls. And there's been just chatter about it. Not that we're going to be going in that direction, but there's just been a little chatter that we've been discussing if it's going to be good for USAPL or not. And at this point, a lot of people don't think it's a good idea.
I do appreciate, though, the fact that they're thinking about that and not going strictly, like, straight up no. There's discussion about it because that tells me that they're not going in for their personal opinion. They're going in for the better judgment of the sport.
Well, part of the issues are the time. Unlike other sports, the way that our timing works, we feel like a video review would be extending the day egregiously. Or they're talking about like letting a coach have one video replay versus like 9 video replays. Or if we're ever like sponsored, because like if a football, they do video replays and then they play a commercial ad.
Yeah.
We don't have that need or necessity for commercial space.
I also just don't think it would be unfair to a lifter that's sitting there waiting to go on the platform and they're already hyped up and
correct. It's hard enough when there's like something that technical happens that there has to be a pause, unfortunately. Like yesterday with the lifter that dumped the bar, then the next person had to take extra time, or if there's like even blood on the bar that we have to give a 2-minute waiting for everything to become disinfected. It does affect the lifter also, and that's something else we're taking into consideration.
Peyton coming out, he is taking 524.
And with West Virginia having spotted and loaded yesterday, there's a nice contingent here in the house today yelling and screaming for him.
I know this morning we had someone actually out here in the crowd with a banner.
I missed that because I was in the chair. That was probably amazing.
It was so cute. That moved pretty dang well.
And there was actually one, for sure I know mom, whose 2 kids were in there, and they were just yelling and screaming for their mom, and it was the cutest thing to hear. They were just these little kids going, Mom, go, go. It was so cute and adorable.
What I really loved was yesterday we had that mom with the 2 sons.
Okay.
The bench only mom. She's a phenomenal bencher. She's gone to...
Oh, Erin. Yeah. No, it wasn't. It was her son and a friend.
Son and a friend. Mm-hmm. Either way, there were like 2 kids there that she was looking after. One of them, at least her son. And just seeing like all 3 of them support each other from generation to generation.
Yes.
That's super cute, too.
Erin, who is a world-class bencher, has had some medical issues this year that she's overcoming. I'm not going to speak to them specifically.
Of course.
But they do affect her work capacity at this moment, but she's getting back there, and I'm just so proud of her. She actually she used to lift with me at King's, and I miss seeing her there.
Come on,
Greg,
push.
That was a struggle, and he stuck with it. Let's see what the refs say, because that was kind of amazing to watch. And it's 3 white lights. That must have felt good. I'm really curious what he's going to choose to do for his third.
That was a 12.5 jump.
I'm almost, I almost would think he's not, but he's definitely going to be taking a third. So he's figuring that out right now. I can see him at the scoring table.
Yeah, sometimes people, if their second one came out and they're more of like a bencher or deadlifter, they'll opt out not to take their third squat in order to save the energy for that, because they still have 6 more lifts to get out.
Correct. Sometimes not taking the lift is actually the smart choice. I know Greg has done that quite a bit. Brett Hoffman has done that quite a bit. I know some people that do that on purpose. So he missed his first on strength. We'll see what happens. That depth looks so. I think he just misgrooved his first.
I think so too.
Or that was a little high. Yeah. He just misgrooved his opener. And then he got back into it. He's fine.
I say sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it just doesn't hit right.
Yeah, maybe it was just nerves.
We had yesterday a girl who couldn't get her opening attempt off the ground at all. And then she came back for her second, ripped it right off.
Yeah.
Like, it just didn't move right.
You just have to get into the groove, and sometimes misgrooves can kill you.
All right, we're at our last second attempt for Flight D. Andrew's going to be taking 5:57.
5:56 on the bar for Andrew. Bar is loaded.
He's got some intensity on his face. I love looking at all these lifters' tattoos as well. I think if I ever got a tattoo, I would strategically place it to like be visible above my knee sleeves or
like in that little pocket.
Yeah. But I probably wouldn't get a thigh tattoo, to be honest. Okay, that moved really fast. Let's see what the depth was like on that. Looks like 2 to 1. Good depth. So take that all day.
Why wouldn't you get a thigh tattoo?
If I got a tattoo, it would probably be like on my shoulder or my ankle or something, but not smack dab in the middle of my thigh. Yeah, but you have more than one tattoo. It just wouldn't be my first.
That's fair. That's fair.
I like your tattoos. I've never seen those.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Disney?
Yeah.
That's so cool. And an anchor and a fox?
A little fox, yeah.
Oh, I like it. Is that all? Do we have more than that?
I guess I'm on my back, too.
Yeah. I see. I don't want to get a back tattoo because I don't want to be like taken out of lifting even for a week.
Oh, that's fair. But
I've been thinking about tattoos, though, since I was probably 18 years old. And I'm now 52, and I still don't have any.
I can't wait until I'm older and I get to play the game of what is this? That's what I look forward to.
There was a gentleman this morning who had some text on his thigh, and I think he must have gotten it when he was younger because it was a little bit slanted. So I think his quad just grew.
Made it italicized.
And he just like, it just went.
Hold on, I'm sorry.
Oh, 2 to 1.
Good
Good lift, 2 to 1.
Side ref did call yellow.
Yeah, so the side ref saw it, but head and side, other side didn't call it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like slanted. So I think he just, like his second knee area of the quad, I think it just got bigger. And then made the tattoo like not be parallel.
I love that.
That's at least my guess. That was just what was going through my head. Whether it's accurate or not, I don't know. But that's at least the story I played in my head.
We'll watch my tattoo, see if this thing does the same when I get bigger quads.
I like it. I like it. Because your quads are going to keep growing.
Oh, I hope so.
Because beefy quads is what we all want.
David coming up.
Okay, David coming up. He's grinding.
Come on.
Just going to question depth because I just don't know from this angle. I don't know.
To me, it was on the border. It could go either way for me.
Yep, got called 2 to 1 on depth.
That makes me
But
so
it was still a
sad.
good attempt.
Yeah, because he grinded that. I know he didn't get deep enough, but I would still be proud of that.
Yeah, he might just not train with depth in mind. If he's a new lifter, sometimes new lifters, if they don't have a good coach or they don't have any coach, they just sometimes don't know that they need to train to depth constantly.
I think also, like, you just, once you have enough experience underneath your belt, you can feel when you hit depth and when you don't. Like, you just kind of know.
Yes.
Unless you're one that plays on the border. Then
I'm a borderer.
You're a border.
I'm a border.
I was like, you're giving me the look of like,
I do my best. But here's the thing. While you don't want to give the ref the benefit of the doubt that you've hit depth, it's also you just need to hit depth. You don't need to like show that you can go all the way to the bottom.
yeah.
And as long as the ref is really good, they'll also recognize where that line is at. You just don't want to play with fire. John Miller coming out with 5:02 on the bar. Six lifters left in this flight, and then we'll have a 10-minute break between squat and bench.
All right, let's go, John. Being very precise on where his hands go. Every little thing matters. Everyone has their own rituals. Like, I measure out where my hands go with my thumbs according to, like, the middle.
I do the exact same thing.
Yeah. It just
feels
consistent. Good. We use a standard bar. We have a set rule on what bars we use in the grinds and the ring placement too. So you know it'll be consistent.
So something that I've noticed is that my hands are in the right spot, but because of my scoliosis, my middle of my back is not always in the right spot. Oh. So I'll lift it up and one side always feels just slightly heavier. So I'll put it back down, move a 1/4 of an inch, and then it'll feel even. When I was at my last meet in Lee's meet in November, I actually took the weight off my back and looked to make sure that everything was even on the bar.
Come on!
Ooh. That was a nice grind.
Ooh, that was
and we know that had depth. That was good lift. That was amazing grind.
Let's watch that. Yep.
That was
a
a perfect
sticky
third.
point, and that was like the perfect third.
It really was. No question that he did not leave weight on the table there. Yeah, so sometimes when I unrack the bar, it feels just a little off. So I re-rack it, move just a little bit, and then it feels really good. And that's been happening quite often lately.
Hey, at least you recognized it, though.
Yes.
I mean, it's probably very obvious when you get, like, higher weights.
The one time benching, I did completely just have the wrong weights on the bar. That's a grind, but no downward motion. Let's see what the refs say. That was an amazing grind, too. That's 2 in a row. Yes, 3 white lights.
Are hitting it.
We love to see this.
Derek coming up next. Steven on deck.
Staying at the same weight. Looks like our third lifter at this weight. Derek, hopefully.
Is it going to be another grind?
I don't know. I think he's going to make it look easy.
He's taking a 12.5 kilo jump.
What was the last?
His last one was 215.
Oh, that's a big jump compared to the previous. And Stephen Wilkes, who's going next, has an even bigger jump.
I see those big jumps, but I have to keep in mind the weight thing. To us, it seems like it's a huge jump. Like, I'd freak out, but
well, like
to them,
Stephen
it might
Wilkes
not.
is just 15 kilo jumps on all of them. So it's actually nice and consistent. That's what you want to see. Oh, see, he left weight on the bar.
Yeah,
he could have gone
did.
heavier.
That was way too smooth.
Way too smooth. We want to see the grind. Come on, make it look like it's work.
Yeah, if you don't struggle on deadlift, I'm gonna come talk to you.
Yeah. Derek, add some weight to that bar.
Yeah, I want to see some struggle.
Yeah, struggle just a little bit.
I always love that they get to pass here, and I'm like, I can snag them a little bit.
Yeah. It would be nice to do some interviews once in a while.
I've thought about just keeping the second headset open when I don't have a second commentator.
Yeah.
And just having people like
just jump on for like 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, how did that feel for you? What was this like?
Just let me know.
What was going through your head?
Ooh, maybe if I have a live mic. Let's just point it out.
Yeah, that would be amazing.
Up, come on.
Even to the people who missed a lift.
Yeah, like where do you think that went?
Mm-hmm. What do you think happened? Do you think you could have done differently? Are you going to train different in the future? Yeah. Oh, that's some excitement from Steven.
That had to be a personal best.
Looks like he had some soft knees on one of the side refs said soft knees, but he had 2 white lights. Oh, we lost our screen. There we go. Thomas Merrill. We got a couple here at 240. Thomas Merrill taking a much bigger jump than Craig Ward, who's coming up next. But I think Craig also had a little bit more struggle on his second, so we'll see what happens. Oh, we lost lifting cast for a second.
It's okay.
Okay, I don't know what the song is, but it's hitting.
Yeah, it feels very like kind of Scottish.
Very.
But like a little bit of like
rock Scott.
Yeah.
I love it. I can dance to this all day. Not that you want to see me dance at all.
I'm
ever.
here for it. We can dance together.
I'm going to chair dance right now. You just can't see me. Okay.
Good.
Up.
Come on.
Ooh. Going to question the depth just because I don't know. Sometimes it's hard to tell in these larger
Good. 2-1.
lifters, and sometimes it's not. Oh, he wasn't even called for depth. He was called,
Commands?
I don't have it.
Catch all.
Ron's finding out right now. Haven't heard what it is, and I don't know. I'm gonna yell at Ron and see if I can find out. Hey, Ron. What did she call?
Oh. So that last one they called fingers around. So it looked like his pinky.
So the pinky on the one side came up, and your hands have to stay on the bar. So I could see how the other side ref didn't see that, and the head ref easily missed because there's so much going on. But Rhonda saw it, and she called it, and that's, it doesn't happen a lot, but sometimes those hands come off the bar.
I love that attention to detail. Yes, so if I remember him, he did have a good grind on his second one.
He really did. And so the fact that he only took a 2.5 kilo jump, which is actually what I was thinking. If he's going to take any jump, that's probably what I would have done as well.
Which is the minimum amount that you can take here.
At a local meet.
At a local meet, unless you're trying to break an international record.
No, you cannot break any records at a local meet except for state records.
It's a little too heavy.
Yeah, you can. Once you hit state and above, then you can break American records or international.
Well, international, we need international judges to be on the platform.
Right. So you can break an American record and you can chip those, but you can't do that at a local meet.
Is it because we need the jury?
No, it's because it's a local meet. You need to just be state and above.
Okay.
It's not to do with the jury. It's just more to do with the level of meet. And then also at a state meet, you would have to make sure to have all national and up refs. Here comes our West Virginia powerlifter.
I'm loving the energy he's bringing onto the platform right now.
Yeah, if he gets this lift, you can see he's going to come off and he's going to be very excited. Every kilo is just a kilo closer to collegiate. Very deep. Oh, he's getting that.
Yeah,
oh, for sure.
buddy.
That was easy. That was easy. Yes, 3 white lights. He looks relieved. He looks happy.
Oh, yeah.
And now we're going to Aaron with 257.5 on a bar, second to last lifter of the afternoon session. I have no idea what time of day it is.
It's like 2:30.
Oh, that's not bad.
We're moving pretty well.
That's because we have Pitt.
Aaron's coming out. He's taking 568 on the bar.
That is a lot of weight. I walked out. I think the heaviest I just took as a walkout was maybe 295 or 305, and that was just stupid heavy. Got the squat command, taking a deep breath. It comes up, but sometimes it comes up fast because if you cut something short, then you're gonna have a nice speedy ascent. Oh, but the refs thought he was deep enough, so yeah. Aaron got it. Nice. He came back after missing that opener and just found his groove. He just needed to get the nerves worked out.
Just platform jitters.
Mm-hmm. They're real. Last squat of the afternoon.
Andrew's taking 573 pounds on the bar.
It's a 7.5 kilo jump. That's nice because his first was a 12.5 kilo jump, and this is now 7.5. That's kind of the way that you'd want to work numbers. But you never have anything set in stone. You have to be fluid with what the day is giving you. That's a nice grind that he's going to get through.
Yes.
That was beautiful. I love seeing grinds like that. They just put a smile on my face. Nice 3 white lights.
Oh my gosh, that was beautiful.
That was great. He's going to the scoring table like he needs to do something. Love that. That's when you know that a lifter is good, because they're like, I have to go to the scoring table within a minute. Oh, wait, no, I don't. I'm done. We're now going to take a 10-minute break, and we're going to see you back here in a little bit.
Yep, this is a perfect time to grab some water, take a restroom break, grab a snack, check out barbellproduction.com. We provide photo and video of each lifter, so feel free to order on there. Check out our Instagram to see our work. Tag us on there. Let us know what we can improve, what we can do, or just send us some love. Thank you, Ron, for having us here and letting us bring this live stream to the viewers. And we will see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Welcome back for bench. This is Robin. I'm about to take over some of the camera angles, so I'm going to apologize. This is the first time I'm doing it, and I'm already not sure what I'm doing.
You're going to do fine. Just think of the eyes of the viewer. What do you want to show them?
They see?
Yep, that's the one you're going to be looking at.
Okay, we're starting out with Nathan Bennett with 198 pounds on the bar.
If it makes you feel better, I got the instant replay, so if we miss anything, I'll make sure we got that on there.
Oh, you're doing, one thing I don't have to think about. So we're just checking out the cameras. We're going to go here. I think they're just waiting to make sure that like all the refs are set and that the spotters and loaders were ready.
Yep, bar's called for Nathan.
It's also possibly a cold bar, but it's been called for Nathan.
Did I say cold?
You did say cold.
Oh.
It's cold for Nathan.
I hope it's cold.
It's not cold in this house.
It's not.
What happened to our fan? Let's turn the fan.
Oh, yeah, turn that around. Just pick it up a little bit. Yep.
Oh, yeah, we got to get the fan
Turn
back
it
on
down.
us. Oh, you can hear that. Sorry about that. Okay, this is Nick's first time in the head
just
chair.
tilt it down a little bit more.
So we'll see how he does on his bench commands. This is something that takes a while to kind of really figure out.
Bench has the most commands. We have the start command, the press command, and the rack command. So that's 3 commands within this lift.
They're looking at the start for your elbows to be locked, your butt to be planted on the bench, and your feet to be as flat as your shoes allow. You're allowed to slide them, but they can't lift at all, either front toes or your heels or your sides. That's a super easy opener for Vincent. We used to have a rule where you had to keep your head down on the bench, but about a year ago we got rid of that rule.
So I believe there's going to be another rule change here in few weeks after.
It was about to come out
Nationals.
right before Nationals, but they're postponing it for a week after to take into account any NGB rule changes that are also going to be coming out. But we're going to have it's a totally new rule book, almost all the same rules, but it's in a very different format. So it's going to take a little bit of time for all the refs to kind of really digest.
And lifters.
And lifters, though most lifters don't actually read the rule book.
That's fair. They should. At least skim it.
Okay. So that was a very speedy.
Yep.
That's
Openers
very
looking good.
speedy. Changing the weight. Caden's coming out with 270 pounds on the bar.
Coming up next, looking for 122 and a half. 270 pounds. Bars loaded for Caden.
Bars loaded. He's coming out. He's going to give his instructions to Piro for the handoff. The clearer your instructions, the better your handoff will be. And this comes from personal experience, handing off at Equipped flight once. And my good handoffs were all very, very explicit, and then a couple bad handoffs because they didn't tell me what they wanted.
Equipped's very specific, too.
See his HUD come up?
Yep, this is a perfect example.
But it doesn't
of
matter. Nice, easy opener, and that is 3 weight lights.
Gary this morning was saying, because
we're
we did
staying
have
with the same weight. Bar is loaded for Brandon Knoll.
270 for Brandon.
Sticking at 270. I'm going to see what his setup looks like. So in USAPL, you're still allowed to put your feet on the bench. We don't worry about quote-unquote elbow depth. See, he's putting his feet up. You're not allowed to do that in the IPF anymore. But he's getting his lats tight, his shoulders planted. He's got a little arch there. Perfect setup.
Why did they take that away, do you know?
I think it's just a professionalism thing that the IPF is, they're trying to get into the Olympics, so they're trying to make it look more professional. So if your feet aren't on the bench, speedy
It's like feet
opener.
on the table. On the coffee table.
Which I personally don't care about. So. I'm a feet on the bench setter upper. I did try one time setting up without my feet on the bench, and I had no idea where to put my feet.
Well, it helps you. I want to say it helps you probably get centered onto the bench, and then also pin your shoulders down too.
It helps pin the shoulders, but it really also just helps for me figure out my foot placement, which is just hard to do when my feet aren't on the bench. I'm sure I could figure it out if I had to, but I don't.
I mean,
So
practice
he's
what's
doing
consistent.
he handed off on his own. Lifters can do that, or they can have the same person always doing all the lift-offs, but they can't have their own friends doing the lift-offs for them.
And he get
That's 3 white lights, nice and fast.
no 2 to 1.
No,
Three. It keeps seeing.
Rhonda
3 white
sometimes
lights.
has fat finger syndrome, and she clicks the wrong thing, but not often. Peter coming out with 303 pounds on the bar. It's a nice, hefty opener.
His personal bench is 147.5.
This isn't far off from that. I'm going to guess he's going to get a PR today because that was really fast.
Yeah, there's a few of them this morning that their openers are close to their best benches in our database.
That's so nice to see. And we're loading up 142 and a half, I believe. 350. This is close to 300. Oops, sorry about that. 315 pounds. I think spotters and loaders are questioning the rack height, the safety height. Hopefully they'll just put it at 3 or 4.
Yep. So
we had a couple people this morning that didn't put things in, and we always then put it at 4 for the big men.
Yeah.
You really just don't want it to crush. You want it. It really just protects their throat more than anything.
So pretty much when you go to put in your rack heights before lifting starts, we'll test, obviously where you want the rack to be, where the bar to be, but we have the safety things on the side and the lower parts. So pretty much if you fail and say by some mishap the spotters didn't catch it, that thing's not going to crush you.
Right. It looked like they may have had just like the wrong rack height in there. If it was a lifter issue, then they can start the time and it can end up running out. If it was us putting it in wrong, then we would always give the minute again. And it's hard to tell from back here what exactly is going on.
There we go. Looks like they got it set up.
And he's asking for a handoff from Piero, who gives great handoffs. I don't know personally. I do a self handoff.
I personally will say he gives it good handoffs.
Okay, that's good. I kind of figured.
Yeah. He's an amazing handoff lead spotter and loader.
I like having him as a back spot on my squat.
Yeah, he's the biggest cheerleader.
He really is. That was a nice, easy opener for Aaron.
We're getting to our last opener, Logan coming out. Taking the bar up to 342 pounds.
155 kilograms for Logan Amates. Teen 3, which means he's 18.
18 years old.
Okay. I say 18 or 19, one of the two. As soon as you hit 20, then you're a junior. 20 to 23 is junior. You can start lifting as young as 8, and you can go as old as you want to be. And it doesn't matter when you start.
I wonder who the oldest lifter is. Active lifter, I should say.
I don't know how to figure that out. That looked like a speedy opener for Logan. 3 white lights. Are you trying to figure out who the oldest lifter is?
Yeah, I'm going to just try to do a simple Google search. See if I can find any information.
You can use both hands if you want. You don't need that transition button quite yet.
No, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Nathan giving Piero his instructions. 215 pounds on the bar. So the narrower grip you have, the more of a tricep press it is, and the wider tends to be more shoulders. And that was an easy bench 2. That was an easy second for Nathan.
Taking the bar up to 120 kilos for Vince.
Vincent coming out with the second at 120. Do we know what Vincent's personal best is?
Yep, Vincent's personal best is 150.
So once again, he's very under. My guess is he might have. Can you tell based off of when he was lifting if he took some time off?
Yeah, so his 150 kilograms was set in 2020.
Okay, so 2 years after his personal best for his squat.
Yep, it looks like 2020 he did 1 meet, 2021 he did 2 meets. He didn't do any in 2022.
Okay.
So he took about a year off. And then the last time he lifted, this is his 3rd meet in 2023.
Oh, that's a lot of meets in one. Wait, that's his 3rd meet just this year, and it's only
He did
September?
Yep, he did one January 14th.
So that must have been the New Year's Open.
And then May 6th.
And then the Spring Siege. Oh, so he's
actually Alpha Omega.
Oh,
which
Alpha.
Toledo. Up in Toledo.
Okay.
When I got my state ref or state
Wow. Then there you go.
certification.
Okay. This is Caden Jones, 286 on the bar. Nice and fast. So, just so you guys know, the rule for the wrist wraps is it can be a total length of 12 centimeters. 2 centimeters above the wrist joint and 10 centimeters below the wrist joint. And let me tell you, a centimeter is way bigger than what you ever would imagine. It's kind of like an inch. Kind of. Not completely.
I'm very bad at judging that, like length.
But for some reason, I always thought above the wrist joint is like towards the fingers, but that's actually below the wrist joint. Above the wrist joint is towards the elbow.
Oh.
So only...
Oh, let's see if he gets this.
I don't know if there's up and down movement. I'm going to have to watch the replay on that. Let's watch that replay.
I know he unlocked it evenly.
See, that's a tricep. You see how he brought his elbows in, but then he flared them out. I tend to flare. I understand it.
Yep.
It looks like
2-to-1 bad lift for up and down.
Up and down, yeah. He's taking his deep breath, getting his head right. Gary likes to say to his son when he's setting up, get your head right, get your feet right, get your hands right.
I'd say he's a phenomenal bencher, too.
He's world class. It's nice to watch him and Arnold Barnett kind of battle it out against each other in the local meets.
Yeah.
That looked like a very solid second for Brandon at 297. 3 white lights for Brandon.
And I can't really tell, but this is the first time I think they put a headset on the head ref for bench for this one.
He might just be too quiet.
Yeah.
Peter on deck, Aaron Klein in the hole.
Oh, I forgot about. That's what you're. Okay. Alicia was trying to give me some cues as to what camera I should be using, and I did not understand them, but we're going to get there. So we're going to go to camera 3 for the changeover. We're going to watch the instant replay for...
Bar is loaded for Peter.
Bar's loaded for Peter. So we're going to watch him come out.
There we go.
We're going to watch his setup. See where he puts his hands.
Just for you guys at home, we have like 4 different camera angles, not including the instant replays. So it's just a little bit a lot to handle when you're first starting off.
Nice. That was a beautiful second for Peter, 315 pounds.
Let's see. That's only 5 kilos short of Peter's personal best.
I know he's going to kill that on his 3rd. I'd like to see that. So we got Aaron Klein coming out.
This 150 is Aaron's current personal best on the platform. So let's see how this moves to see if he can push that up
Oh,
on his third.
this is gonna match his personal best?
Yes.
Okay. Taking your personal best on a second always has to feel good.
I think it's a good judgment on like where you're meeting yourself at on that day. Up. Nope.
No, he just doesn't. Just a little. He might have misgrooved. We don't know. Might have been strength. Might have misgrooved. I don't know. He's getting very, very quick commands today. So
Yeah, it seemed like it pushed, and he just had that sticking point.
yeah. Sometimes it's that transition between shoulders to triceps or triceps to shoulders. I can't remember which way it goes. The physiology of it.
There's not a lot of videos that explain that. I feel like you just learn by like feel.
Yeah. Oh, fingers. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
These need to be labeled.
What if we change them?
Oh, that's true. And that Logan, that looked really good.
I say he has a little
And
bit
that's 3
higher
white
of an
lights.
arch than what we see, or what we have been seeing, which is perfectly okay. We don't have any arch rules or anything like that.
And it just gives him a slightly shorter range of motion. Makes the lift slightly easier. We're coming out with Nathan, who has 225 on the bar for his third. Looks like we're on a thirds now.
Yep, I believe we just hit the top of it.
Okay. Gonna watch his setup.
So this is a 5 kilo jump from his second, which he took a 7.2 jump from his first to second. Oh, I think he had more in him.
Solid. That was solid, though. Sometimes you just want solid. Sometimes you just want to get 9 for 9.
That's true. He's doing a great job. He's 6 for 6 so far.
If this is, I think this might be his first meet, in which case going 9 for 9 is going to feel really good. I've known people who bombed out of their first meet and then have come back to crush it completely. Amanda Lacasse, I'm calling you out.
Vincent's back up.
127 and a half.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about Vincent's numbers before. It did seem like he had a big strength decrease going into like 2022. So it looks like he might just be building that up again.
In which case, and this is a solid performance. Because everything he's been doing today looks really good. That was nice and speedy on the descent. Very speedy ascent. He definitely left some kilos on the table. But maybe it's what he needs mentally to get through today.
It might just be like getting through the movements, getting some practice in.
Sometimes it's nice just to have a place to test yourself out in an environment that's different than the gym.
Aaron's taking the same weight he took when he was doing bench 2, or his second attempt.
Smart choice.
Don't mind me.
I feel that. Trying to get yourself more comfortable.
Come on.
Get that right hand
Yeah,
up.
there we go.
You're allowed to have that uneven lockout as long as the bar does not descend at all.
He did power through it on his second one, now that I remember seeing that. But he had up and down moment. For this one, yellow.
So maybe his,
Did he beat the command at all?
I'm waiting to hear because we have some issues with,
I'm hearing some up and down. But I think that's a...
up and down is
The
blue.
center referee called up and down, and the side referee said that his foot rolled up on the side. So you have to keep your foot flat.
So we had a little up and down movement and a little foot movement.
Unfortunately, that was no good.
So unfortunately, sometimes when you're maxing out, that will happen. When your butt comes up, so you actually get the lift because your butt is off the bench and it's just like pushing the bar from a different place. So while we might see that the bar came up, there are just some technical issues that still have to be resolved.
Yeah,
but I think that it looks like he's going to come back and he's going to get it, like next competition.
Yeah. He just needs to work. He had the strength there. He just has to work on a little bit of technical.
Oh, don't give up, don't give up, don't give up. Sometimes you hit that wall, like the bar's moving, and then you just hit a wall.
Sorry, no lift.
That has happened to me. It looks like you should be able to get it, and then
Oh, let's see if we can get
I
that
think
in
that's
there.
I think that's that transition from muscle to muscle issue.
Also with that, what tells me there when, because he got it off pretty well and he got to that sticking point, that tells me he picked a third attempt that was on the border of,
And sometimes that's what you want. You want to push yourself and get yourself
course.
out of your comfort zone.
because you don't want it to look easy and groove just right. And like, though you want to go 9 for 9, right? But you don't want to leave any plates left off.
No,
that.
sometimes you have to push it, and you have to like, I think I can get this, but I'm not 100% sure, and it's okay to miss, because he's still on the board.
Yeah. Everyone still is.
We haven't had any bomb outs. Yesterday we had bomb outs. So it's nice to see that, there's not going to be anybody bombing out today. Well, hopefully. At this point, so far in this competition.
Ooh, a little shaky coming up, but still perfectly fine.
As long as it went up without any issue and no up and down, we'll see in a second.
Good,
Looks like
2 to
good
1.
lift, 2 to 1.
Side referee called heaving.
So side referee called heaving, which means as soon as it hit his chest, he went and he got the press command. It came down before it went up. It doesn't get called very often, but it does get called. Okay, Mazio coming out with 325 on the bar. Gesundheit, Alicia. Oh, it looks like he has a self handoff. Sometimes you get the start command a little later when you self handoff, because having the person who hands it off to you leaving the platform is kind of a cue to the side refs that you're almost in the right position. And if you do a self handoff, they can sometimes take a second longer to figure out that you're actually in the right position. And I know that from personal experience.
I never personally understood like self handoffs when you get to second and thirds, just because I feel like I'm taking energy to get it off the rack that I would rather put towards the lift.
I stay tighter, and I never know how somebody's going to hand it off, and so it takes off any sense of inconsistency or variable that it's putting more things in my control than not.
Okay, I can understand that.
And plus, I stay tighter. The only time I take handoffs is if I'm doing like seated military press, and it's sort of behind you, or if I'm doing an incline press, then I will take handoffs, but not for competition bench.
Say for competition bench, you want to practice anything that you're doing on the platform.
Exactly.
Our last third attempt for Flight C, Logan taking 364 pounds.
Then we're going to go directly to Flight D. Did he just take a self handoff?
He did.
And then Piero's standing there and he has to move. That was interesting. That's a lack of communication.
Up.
But still solid.
That was
Nice solid
beautiful.
lift. Do you have any referee type questions for the bench that you haven't thought about?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of them have been answered, and then
Discussed.
yeah,
Okay.
some of them, a lot of my, yep.
Bar is loaded for David. We are into flight.
So just for this one, camera 4, we don't do on second and third attempts.
Why? I'm so confused.
Just,
I thought you used them. You only use them for first attempts?
we don't do that. We only do them for second and thirds.
Oh, I didn't realize we're on firsts again.
Oh yeah. We're on first.
Like I knew it, but in my head, I just got confused. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
This is a learning curve for me on these buttons. I'm a fast typist, but these 4 buttons are throwing me off.
It might help that I play some video games at home. So
I do not. I can't.
Some people can't. I understand it.
I have no abilities in that area, unless it's like a puzzle game.
To be fair, I never said I was good.
So David Ellis is opening at 248. So as a referee, I'm going to wait for him to take his lift. Very speedy. As a referee, I look more specifically at hand placement on the first lifts, because as long as your hand placement's good on the first lift, then I'm pretty sure that your second and your third is going to be good as well, because I'm looking to make sure that you have your fingers and your thumb in the right place and that you're not too wide. And once you have proven to me that you do that, I can then start paying attention to other things. I look at it enough, but then I then look more at your feet or more at your butt or more at other things. So the first is kind of like a prove to me what you're doing, and then I know that you're going to probably do it again.
Makes sense. Especially because most people have like a ritual on how they set up, like we've talked about the measuring out of certain hand placements just to ensure that. And with bench, you can only go as wide as there's little rings on the bar, and your index finger has to at least be covering that. Right?
Correct. Your index finger has to be completely covering it. We had somebody this morning that didn't.
Finger.
Yeah, that's index.
Is that index?
I think that's what I was calling it anyway.
Yep.
Pointer, index is the same thing.
Okay. Yeah.
If we're wrong, call us out on social media. It's okay.
Well, like I was going through the other names of my fingers, and I'm like,
It's
yeah,
ring,
none of them else are.
Pinky, ring, middle, index or pointer.
We need a better name for the middle finger, because just middle is, I don't know.
Technically, it's not even a middle finger. It's the second finger.
Third.
It's right, because the thumb's not a finger.
You don't count your thumb as a finger?
No, the thumb is a thumb. That's
Thumb is a type of finger.
That's why in the squat rules it says your fingers need to be touching the bar. It doesn't say anything about your thumb.
Your thumb is a finger.
It is not. Otherwise, the squat rules would be different. It's a digit.
Wait a minute.
It's a digit.
Wait a minute.
Alicia's now looking up. She's Googling, is your thumb a finger? Is the thumb a finger? Okay, I'm about to sing ABBA. Is this ABBA? I'm about to sing ABBA. Bar is loaded for Peyton with 281 pounds on the bar. Once again, trying to qualify for CNATs with a 645 total.
Oh my gosh.
What does it say?
In some languages, in Icelandic and Russian, the thumb is referred to as the big finger. In other languages, including English, is called a special digit, a non-finger.
See, not a finger. So he still has to put his butt down, get his feet right.
I must be Russian.
I am Russian and Polish.
Then the thumb's a big finger.
I'm not quite that Russian and Polish. I'm like third generation.
Okay.
I'm American. Murka.
Okay, let's go.
Robert's going to be coming out with 292. So Peyton's subtotal so far is 377.5, so it looks like he's like inching his way towards CNATs. We will really see it on the deadlift, whether he makes it or not. Most people don't gain too much ground in the bench. I forgot my button, sorry people.
I say he just put in his second bench as 135.
Okay. That's a 7.5 kilo jump. Next up we have
He might not.
Robert Holden coming out with 292 on the bar.
Peyton's gonna have to really make up some numbers in order to qualify.
Maybe he's got a monster deadlift and we just don't know it. What's his opener?
It wasn't Peyton. It was
No, it's Peyton.
Aaron that was hoping to qualify.
I can't scroll. No, it's Peyton. And I just messed up your screen, sorry.
They might both be trying to qualify. Because I definitely have it marked down that Aaron was trying to. He was trying to go for the 250 squat and couldn't quite get there.
Okay, I love these pink Inzer wrist wraps that Steven is wearing. I think they're just beautiful. And I bet you like Greg Page would want to steal them.
Oh, yeah.
Or
his
Rhonda.
shoes also match his shirt underneath his singlet.
He's mauve. Is that mauve? Is that champagne? That's
sure.
the really important powerlifting questions is what color people are wearing. That's what we really need to know.
I'm all for like a good color combo.
I'm going to be wearing alien green, A7. at nationals.
Is it because your lifts are going to be out of this world?
It's because my favorite color is neon.
What is it? Greg Page? He's normally pink.
That was a smooth 303 for Aaron. He had red from the side judge, but I don't know what that was called for.
Oh, no, just mistake.
Oh, that happens. That happens. Same weight for Craig Ward.
Still 303 on the bar.
This is our Viking lifter. Oh, let's not give that view. Now we can change this view. Sorry, guys. Craig Ward with 303 on the bar. The Viking of powerlifting. I did have to get a new comp shirt because my old comp shirt from Mustache Fitness was red, and I did not want to wear red and green, being a Jew.
You want to go Grinch theme?
I didn't want to go Christmas.
That's fair.
Andrew Brogan coming out with 331 on the bar.
Beautiful. Is this Craig's first powerlifting meet, do you know?
I don't recognize him, so my guess is yes. I think he was one of the guys that raised his hand when we asked about new lifters, but it was hard to remember all those faces. Andrew is one of our shorter lifters today, but he makes up for it in muscle. Him and Derek are both lifting 150, which means that Andrew has a lower lot number. That was a very speedy lift for Andrew.
We got 2 more openers coming up.
He had got called for a yellow on the side, and Ron's figuring out. He lifted his foot. Sometimes you do that with just one side, or sometimes it's both and a ref doesn't see it. I know I particularly had one meet where my butt came up, but the sides didn't see it, and it was okay.
That's exactly why you don't put any chalk or anything like that on your rear.
It's also why you don't want to give anything away. You don't want to get off the bench and go, oh, darn it, until you have your lights listed. So on that one, my coach actually gave the, oh my God, she did it. And if the refs had seen that, that could kind of influence their decision. Not really influence, but tell them something that they should be looking for, if that makes sense. And you don't want to give them any reason to look for something wrong. As a ref, I always assume that a lift is good until it's not. And I don't want a reason to potentially think it's not.
They need to earn the red.
They need to earn the red. That's a good way to look at it.
So Derek's opener at 150, his platform PR for bench is 155.
Oh, he's going to be smoking that.
Yeah.
My guess is he's going to put in 157.5 for his second.
Let's see. Our last opener for bench is
100, almost 400 pounds.
He definitely will be pushing it for his second and third because we're at 397.
But you also can see that his body weight, when he weighed in at 154.9, so he's a beefy boy. That was
beautiful.
Fast, though.
I said, regardless of his weight, it's still nice to see that weight move. That amount of weight
that's
move.
very true. Sorry about staying on the wrong view for that one. I do apologize.
Load up 100 kilos for David. David Indish, that is.
David Indish is coming out with 221 on the bar. That's probably going to be my squat opener.
He's coming down from Michigan. He's in the Master 1 category.
We do love
coming in at 42.
We do have a lot of out-of-state lifters that come to Ohio because we have such good meets.
It's also pretty easy drive, this location at least.
True that. But we get West Virginia, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky.
That's true. A beautiful second.
Pennsylvania. Very fast second. That actually looked like an opener.
I'll be excited to see what he puts in for his third.
David Ellis now. We had David Indish. Now we have David Ellis up.
Yeah, sorry. I noticed they were waiting for him to put in his next attempt. Didn't they have a minute to put
1
in
minute.
his next
1 minute.
attempt after the lift is completed?
Yep, 60 seconds. That was another speedy second. And that was I think it was a good lift, but we don't know yet.
It looks like it. I think lifting cast is a little bit lagging here.
There we go. Go lift.
Because we just had both Davids go, so we needed to.
Oh, it needs to catch up. Ron's figuring it out. Sometimes there's like technical glitches. It happens once in a while, but less and less and less the more we have meets here.
So I think this is the first like major glitch of the 2 days. So we didn't have anything yesterday.
There was no glitches yesterday. There was one minor glitch where I had to have her put in a forced good attempt to get the lifting cast to move because for some reason something happened. Oh, we have the camera on Gary, side ref.
We'll just switch to 3.
Yeah.
If it's looking like that.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, if they're staring at a curtain, give them something else to look at.
Okay, they're just taking a second to make sure like they know who went, who's going next, what's happening. We happen to know that both Davids went, but they're still kind of catching up.
Yeah, lifting cast doesn't know yet. There we go. 3
there
white
we
lights
go.
for the second David.
It is giving powerlifting a second to take a drink though, which is sometimes nice.
Yeah, stay hydrated, boys.
Okay, here we go.
Now we're on to Eric. 290 or 281 on the bar.
So you see Eric's handler has sunglasses on. As a lifter, you're actually allowed to wear sunglasses, believe it or not.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. I think I was at the Arnold.
Yeah.
Someone came out and the technical person that is a person that stands with the clipboard, make sure the right person comes out and everything, make sure it runs smoothly.
Make
as
sure they have
lifter.
the right costume on too.
Yep. He was like sitting there like, because they didn't think sunglasses were allowed.
It's just like eyewear. You can wear whatever you want. Because one of the things is, that's
Up. Oh,
he's
no,
having a little bit of a rough
up and
time with
down.
that. Just lost the groove.
Yeah.
There's a lot of lights. Even here at this local meet, there's a lot of lights, and they're very bright. And it can either trigger a migraine or throw somebody off. So, like, I understand why people want to wear sunglasses.
I don't blame him.
Here we got John Miller coming out.
298 on the bar. Taking a 15-kilo jump. That's about 33 pounds.
I will get better on these buttons by the next meet, I promise.
You're doing good. Don't worry about it.
I think I go to number 2 a little too quickly, and we get weird shots.
I do the same thing.
So my apologies at home. I will get better at this. Please don't take this out on barbell medicine. It is all me. Oh, that's actually a great second.
Yeah.
Oh, did he jump the command?
Ooh.
Okay, Nick is looking a little confused because he's like, I didn't even give a. Oh no, he gave a white. I wasn't sure. I'm gonna watch the replay. I'm watching the hand.
Watch the hand in the corner.
Oh, it was like at the same exact time. So he kind of played a little chicken.
Yeah.
Sometimes playing a chicken can pay off. Sometimes it doesn't. That one, I think it paid off.
I feel like sometimes too, at least like we can't hear the audio. He could have called the command before he moved his hand.
Right. This is why it's really important to try to move your hand and say the audio at the exact same time.
I agree. I think also some lifters, they'll hear like he's really setting up. Okay. They'll hear like and take a breath to say the command, and then they'll start going.
So,
and that's very tricky to call.
Fun story while Peyton is lifting is that there's been a lifter, Jeremy Auerbach, who says, I know your voice so well that if you're the one at the head, I'm going to anticipate what you're doing. And I don't want you sitting head.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame him either. That was a good lift 2-1. I don't know what he was called for. Ron's figuring it out. Bars loaded for Robert.
Robert's taking 309 on the bar. A 14-pound jump from his first attempt. I don't think there's anyone we have to worry about bombing out yet. Everyone's there's a pretty good meet going on.
This is a great meet. I love when nobody bombs out.
Beautiful second attempt.
Oh, called 2-1. I'm going to guess his butt came up.
All right, so referees are telling me that his bottom came off.
Yeah, when it's 2 yellows on the side and not the head, that means the tushy's in the air. And you don't want to see daylight underneath it.
I say sometimes I can tell here. Mind you, I don't have the best angle, but you can see their hip move up a little bit.
But sometimes it can move without the butt coming up.
That's true. That's true.
There was one this morning where they got called side on the butt, and I didn't call it in the front, but
you can barely see.
I kind of assumed, like I knew it happened, but because I couldn't see it, I couldn't call it.
And as a ref, you have to give the lifter the benefit of the doubt. If you cannot 100% call it, they'll give you the benefit of the doubt.
100%. Nice speedy lift for Aaron.
That has to be a miss load.
No, that is definitely. So Ron's going to the table because there's nobody who's about to lift 142. They probably either forgot to put the 0.5 on or it was 140. Yeah, they just forgot the 0.5. That happened this morning too. We've got somebody who is relatively newer sitting on the scoring table, and so every once in a while she just has like a little issue, and we fix it, and it's not a big deal.
Yeah, a little human error, as long as we catch it.
Yeah, and this is where you learn how to do that so that when you get to higher level meets, you won't make those mistakes. And actually, the higher level meet, it could have been a good, like what you actually intended. Because you do get those chippy purples.
Yeah, for those record breakings that we were talking about.
Exactly. And also, for youth, you are allowed to take 1 kilogram jumps. So sometimes we do need them for youth, but there are no youth lifters here today.
Oh, we had like I think it was either youth or like a 14, 15-year-old. His opening,
just a little too heavy today.
A little too heavy. His opening deadlift was 155 kilograms.
Yes, I actually brought him back over to the scoring table to confirm. I was announcing, and I wanted to confirm that he really wanted 155 because he was so young, and his squat wasn't that huge, and his bench wasn't that huge, but he was like, yep, 155, and he actually loved it. I'm assuming he got it. He did. I was working equipment table at that point.
And then he took like a 7.5 jump, and then he took another 7.5 jump and got all 3 of them.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
I'm excited to hear
strong.
that. Thank you for filling me in. I had to work equipment, and sometimes, like as refs, we have to multitask here at these meets and fill in where needed.
I think he was part of Iron School Gym, too.
I think you're right. He did have an Iron School singlet on.
Beautiful.
And he did stick around for the afternoon to watch the afternoon session.
I love it when kids get in. This is a beautiful lift that just happened for...
And honestly, at this particular gym, seeing that there's youth lifters is kind of amazing because there's so many strong people here. And this gym is so big that it would be completely overwhelming. Like, it's overwhelming to me, and I'm a seasoned lifter.
Andrew's coming out, taking his second attempt at 353.
See, this is the job of a director that is only doing the press the buttons. Go to 1. 1 camera, change to 2. 2 camera, change to 3.
Well, we only got so many people, man. Sooner or later, barbell will go.
Andrew with 353 on the pound, making it look like it's nothing. It's a good lift. He looks a little dazed, but happy as well.
We got 2 more second attempts here. And then we'll be coming out with our third attempts at the top.
Are we almost done with Flight D already?
Yep, we're moving pretty fast today.
It's only 3:30. I bet you were going to be out of here by no later than 5 o'clock.
That's what happens when you get a good spotter and lower crew.
They really do set the pace of the meet.
And anyone that's like failed, like a weight is accidentally dropped, we have to take time to strip the bar, put it back up, reload the bar. Like, they've been catching all the fails or any missed lift or anything.
And the lifters have, when they did fail, they stayed with the bar, which is honestly like one of the more important things. Keeps our spotters safe, keeps the lifter safe.
Exactly.
Tiny struggle. That looked like a great second, though. You know, not too much.
Can't really argue.
Maybe he listened to us and actually put some weight on the bar.
I don't know. Let's see if what he does with his third. I'll give him some more trouble when we come closer to deadlift.
Yes. What did I do wrong?
Here we go. Go 4. Okay.
I'm trying to go down the order.
I love it when we get them looking up
Yes.
when they go to set up for bench. Because I don't know if they see the camera or not, but
No, they're looking at the board.
yeah, we see.
Especially after. They're looking at to see if they got white lights or not. And they're looking right directly at the camera, and I love that.
Up, nope.
That's a little too heavy today.
He did take a 12.5 kilo jump for his bench.
He had to undo his belt before he even sat up.
Those belts get tight.
Do you wear a belt when you bench?
I do not.
I don't either. I tried it once. I hated it.
Some people like it they believe it provides more stability or bracing.
Yeah. I think it makes it harder for me to set up in my arch because I have such a bad arch that I feel like it takes away from that.
I could see that. I mean, it's a stiff area. Like, it's a part of your body that then becomes stiff.
And the scoliosis doesn't help at all either.
No, we're not. For me, also, when I bench, I breathe into my chest. So even if I have a belt there to brace, it doesn't.
Oh, you're not bracing from that spot? A little too
I still
heavy.
tighten my core and everything, but I just breathe into my chest. Versus when I squat, I breathe into my belly.
Okay. Okay. That's just how you do it.
Yeah.
You do you.
It's just slight noticeable difference. Everyone's different. Everyone sets up differently.
Yeah.
That's just what I've noticed.
I like the videos on Instagram where it shows somebody set up and it's like the same exact thing over and over. They do like they cut everything together and then like it's exactly the same beats, the exact same beats. That's usually in my head when I'm setting up. It's just doing the same thing because ritual really helps in powerlifting.
Yeah, just especially because like every little movement makes a difference.
Muscle memory is a real thing.
Come on, David.
Nice and strong lift there. Nice to see a third come through.
I say I'm glad that he got that. I think he could have pushed himself a little bit more. But what does side ref call?
Maybe foot movement. That's my guess. Ron's guessing too. Foot movement.
Yeah.
Because base is only on one side. Yeah, foot movement. Ron's walking over actually to get more clarification.
We have Eric coming up next, taking his third attempt at 281.
281 on the bar.
He did miss this on his second attempt, so he's retaking the same weight.
Smart choice.
I'll remember if it was a rule or...
Can you see what it is?
Yep. Let me pull that up real quick.
Ooh, where do you see that at? Just too heavy.
Strength.
Yeah, that was based on strength.
So if I go into the lifter, I can see the cards underneath attempts.
Oh, I love that.
So for his second one, it was a blue and 2 yellow. And mind you, that doesn't tell us exactly what was called, but that gives us some insight on.
My guess is it was a strength on his second as well.
Because
the blue would have been up and down.
Yeah.
And so that would, and sometimes some of the refs will, instead of just giving the yellow card, will give the up and down. Even though it was an incomplete lift. Peyton's doing a self handoff.
Peyton's best bench platform bench, sorry, a little tongue-tied, was 122.5. So he's surpassed that in his opener, so he's definitely feeling strength, feeling pretty well.
When was his last competition?
That is actually when I'm wondering how much time has passed.
Getting his butt settled. Gonna get the start command. Nice and slow. Sometimes slow gives you a faster press command. That looked speedy.
It's been about a year.
Oh, so he gained a lot of strength in this year. And at his age, does not surprise me. The younger you are, the more gains you can get faster.
They just heal a lot better too.
Yeah.
But they do say your strength kind of maxes out around your like mid-30s.
That is a lie.
Lie?
I didn't start powerlifting until I was in my 40s. My first competition was at 44. I'm now 52, and albeit very slowly, I am still getting stronger.
I wonder if it's like your max potential?
I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Just don't give up.
Never give up.
The only way it's going to get worse is when you stop or get injured.
That's very true.
It's been 3 years since I've had a squat PR, and I won't get it if I stop lifting, so I'm going to keep working for it. He got that 2-to-1.
He did.
He got a yellow, so my guess is maybe a foot movement or...
And he missed, he still took like a 2.5 kilo jump from his second to third, which he got 2 yellows on his second attempt.
Oh, so he just went for it, and he actually got it.
Yep. Craig, on the other hand, he missed his second attempt, coming back to take the same weight on his third. I think this was a strength.
Yeah.
Yep, it was definitely strength on his second attempt that you missed it for.
It's getting nice and tight already before he even hits the bench. A lot of lifters like to press against the side rack to kind of give them a little bit of that tightness.
I do the same thing. It also helps me center on the bench. In a competition rack, that bench doesn't move position versus in a commercial gym if you have a free-forming bench. So it ensures that
Yeah, he hit the same wall that he did on his second attempt.
Yep.
So he's close. He's just going to work on the gym a little bit, and he will push past that. Or maybe tweak his form a little bit. Sometimes it's just if you can get your form on point or just change something, it could like get past that weird little sticking point.
One thing I did notice, though, once he hit that sticking point, his butt didn't come up or anything.
I mean, that's positive.
That's normally, I feel like, what most people like go for because they're pushing so hard with their feet.
But that tells me that they're probably pushing in the wrong direction. That means that they're pushing their feet down instead of trying to push your body back.
That's fair. John's coming up. He's taking a 10-kilo jump, so about 22 pounds, up to 320. This is just a smidge lower than his personal bench, 150. So we'll see how the strength is moving. Bring it down nice and slow and controlled. Push. Come on, come on, come on, come on. No.
Just a little too strong. And honestly, if he had gotten that personally, I probably would have called up and down on that.
I was going to say the same thing. I never want to, like, knock them for it because I'd rather see you try to finish it versus give up.
Exactly. 100%. I'd rather, because you're still, it's going to sound weird, but you're still making a gain. Even if it's not a competition good lift, you're still, like, doing something in your muscles when you finish it out.
Aaron's taking 320, same as John. This is about a 5-kilo jump as well. I believe they're in the same weight class, too. Yep.
Oh, that's super smooth.
That was a beautiful third. That's what we love to see for thirds.
Yeah. He knew it. He walked off with that confident head shake.
Steven's coming out, taking 331. Also in the 125 weight class.
With those beautiful pink. I love those. I don't know what brand. Are they Inzers? I think they're Inzers. I've never seen those before, but.
Yep, I see Inzer written on the side, facing us.
Yeah.
Up, come on, give it to
nice and solid.
Yes.
I think they're a little bit too wide for me personally. Otherwise, I'd contemplate changing him behind them. Though pink's not my color, they're bright enough that they make me happy. They're neon.
69 for Andrew.
Bright colors match your personality.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So while you can see them sniffing the ammonia on the live stream, in the audience, you actually don't see that. That's all done behind a curtain. But we can't hide it from the cameras, so at home you get to see it.
We're on our last 3 bench presses of the afternoon. We have Andrew taking 369.
And missing, unfortunately, 369.
Just hovering right above his chest.
His second was solid, but that's a 12.5 kilo jump.
That was a 7.5.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing completely. I was looking at Thomas Merrill's first and second benches. That's actually not a bad jump because his first was a 10 kilo jump, so you can't fault him for trying a 7.5 kilo jump.
Derek, on the other hand, took a 5 kilo jump.
Nice and conservative.
The same weight, though, of 369. Let's see if he actually struggles on a lift today.
Nice chest up movement.
Good.
Okay. Little bit of a struggle, but not much. I mean, that really wasn't much.
It wasn't much, but I will accept it. Thank you, Derek.
It was really high, though. Like, where the struggle point was is a lot higher than where most struggle points are.
Right.
See how high that was? It was almost just at the lockout. As opposed to most people it's like they get halfway off their chest before they struggle. Or when they start to struggle. Have you ever used ammonia?
I have tried. I think it smells like cat pee, and I hate it.
How did it make you feel? I've never used it.
It burned my nose, and I absolutely just wanted to like curl up in a ball from it.
Did it make you feel stronger? Did it give you that burst?
No.
So I guess you'll never try it again.
I got hit with it once. It made me curl a little bit, and like I tried to lift after that, and I was just like, I don't.
As TC, which is the person's a technical controller who makes sure that your costume's right and that the right person's coming out. As TC, I've gotten hit with it quite a bit, and it is awful in my opinion.
Come on. No.
Just a little too heavy.
He did miss that on his second too. I'm glad he retook that to give it another go, but sadly still a little bit too strong or too heavy.
It is a little too heavy. And that is it for the bench. No, yep. Yeah, we're going to come out with Brandon, 363 pounds. In about 10 minutes. Let me just say, if you have a wedding or a corporate event or anything that you need live streaming for, or you need photography or videography for, I don't actually work for Barbell Productions, but I'm a big fan of Barbell Productions. They always have stellar performances when I'm not sitting on the microphone with them. So please consider using them for things other than just a powerlifting meet.
Much appreciated. This is a perfect time to grab a snack and everything. Like Robin said, check us out. Go to barbellproductions.com. See our quality. Give us a little contact. Give us a shout out. Let us know how everything's going. And we'll see you guys in about 10 minutes.
Okay, we're getting settled, getting back here. Deadlift is starting in just a minute. Just making sure that the spotters and loaders are on the platform and the referees are on the platform.
Watch your foot.
I'm sorry about that. We've got 363 loaded on the bar. I guess I'm going to be doing the camera buttons again.
Yes, you are.
So for deadlift, there's only one command. You walk out, you pick up the bar, and then you get the down command. Some things that we're looking for is that you're not supporting on your thighs, that you aren't having any up and down, though you're allowed to settle the bar once you kind of get into your last position, that your knees are locked out, that your shoulders are back, and that when you put the bar down, you don't open your hands until the bar is actually on the platform. Even an inch above will get you a red light.
We just want to make sure you're not dropping the bar. One, plywood's expensive.
Plywood's very
Two,
expensive, especially post-COVID.
We want you to have full control of that bar. Just in case it rolls or something goes weird or you put it down weirdly. We just want to make sure everyone's safe.
Right. It doesn't have to be slow, just controlled. Brandon, 363. That's 2.5 kilos above what I'm going to try to attempt as my max at nationals. And we turn the music up because why? We're deadlifting.
And all we have is a down command.
And they can see that easily.
Yeah, you can have a face right there. I never spoke, well, I've spoken about this before of, in the beginning when we had squats and everything, looking at the head ref can be very intimidating. And I remember my first ever meet, she was a well-known bencher, and she had the traps of an amazing Dorito. But, like, you know, respectfully. But, like, I just remember going out there, looking at her, and be like, holy crap, that is beautiful. And I, like, went blank on everything else.
So at my last meet, the same thing happened when I was benching. I was, like, on the bench going, this bar and this bench feels so nice. And then I kind of forget all my cues. Because the bar and the bench feel so nice. Alicia, just a quick question. Am I using camera 2 for deadlift, or is it just 1, 3, and 4?
So what I like to do is right now we're on camera 1. As they come down and grab the bar, or when they're setting their feet, I'll use camera 2 because that's a zoom up close up.
Oh, okay.
So we get to see a little bit more detail on how they're setting up, where their like hand placement is. You get to see how they get into the groove a little bit, and then as soon as they start pulling,
Then
you go to
switch
1.
Camera 1. Okay, thank you very much for these tips. I'm going to do my best.
That one's a new camera angle we've been messing around with. I personally really like it just to see that little bit of detail
Let us know in
down
the
into
comments
it.
if you like this camera 2 angle. I'm not just going to on it for a second, just camera 2 for the hand setup. I'm going to try to do that, but let us know what you think at home if you really like this angle or not. Your feedback really helps us. Well, I'm Barbell Productions, not me.
Well, it does. It really does.
Okay, so this is what we mean by camera 2. So we're going to see where
Yep.
his feet are. And he's wearing the Gen 3s for the Notorious Lift. I am considering buying those. I just haven't dropped the money yet.
You should really ask him. See right now?
Oh, that was a little quick on the transition.
Yeah.
Most people take a little bit more time to set up at the bottom than that. That was pretty fun.
This one is like the trickier of the timing of transitions.
I'm sure it happens very quickly.
Especially when they're rollers. Because some people will roll it 3 times, and they're looking for that perfect momentum. And then you're trying to anticipate, okay, is he going to go up now? Is he going to go up now?
So this morning, the 2 M4 lifters have the same coach, and they both had the triple roll. I've never...
There we go.
This is happening so fast. That was 457 pounds that made look like nothing on the bar.
That's beautiful for an opener.
It really is. Oh, and is that Peyton? That was Nathan. I don't even know who that was at this point.
That was Aaron.
Was it Aaron?
Yeah.
I'm so sorry, Aaron.
Caden's up next.
Okay.
479.5 on the dot pounds.
That doesn't happen often.
No, it does not.
Okay, we're going to watch it set up. We're going to get this transition.
You got this?
Hand, go to 1. We're going to pull. Very nice and fast. Oh, that was
beautiful.
That was a beautiful
He's
ball.
a perfect example where he rolled it towards him to get that momentum going up. But you have to time it right, or you're not doing yourself any justice.
I didn't notice that he rolled it because my vision isn't that great on these.
I would say we'll watch him on his second one to like give you a little insight.
Okay.
He did step up to it, and sometimes you'll see rollers like they won't fully step up, but he stepped up to it and then rolled it out and rolled it back up.
I gotcha. I'm not a roller.
Some people are, some people aren't.
Yeah.
I think you, like I said, you have to aim that roll just right to get that momentum, or you're not taking the shortest bar path, so you're wasting energy.
There is a person on Instagram who I watched recently who left the bar, like it didn't touch her thighs at all. And this is Matt with 507, just a very solid lift.
That was good.
She didn't even touch her thighs, and I'm like, how much energy is she losing by keeping that bar away from her body so far?
I honestly don't touch my thighs that much either.
And she, I'm talking like an inch, like
Okay,
an
that's
inch.
a lot.
I don't mean
I'm close, but
no. I mean like a solid inch, and she's having trouble getting past 225, and I know why she is.
because it's not close
Because
enough.
she's just losing a lot. Yeah, she's losing a lot of that energy. You want to stay as close to the center line of your body as possible, because that's the quickest way to stand up like that.
Yeah.
Peter is a perfect example at 507 as well of,
He doesn't have any baby powder on his thighs either.
you know, some people aren't super sticky. The baby powder just helps the stick, and in this heat, you'd think most people would have it. Yesterday, somebody put chalk on their legs, and I was a little confused.
Oh.
I think it was just a new lifter, not knowing what he was doing.
He just saw everyone else have white powder, and he was
Right,
like, white
and
powder.
he just assumed it was chalk. It was chalk. And so I kind of yelled at him from the chair. I'm like, stop doing that.
Which, by the way, for everyone at home, if you notice some lifters coming out, they'll have white powder on their thighs. That is baby powder. Like we said, you can touch your legs to get the bar up. You just cannot use your legs to support or hitch the
Sometimes
bar.
there's a fine line between the two, and sometimes it's very noticeable. That's a hook grip or double overhand. Oh, so there's a little bobble at the top, so we'll see what the refs say. Sometimes that bobble is a settling. Sometimes that bobble is actually up and down, and the refs call that as, yeah, they thought that was up and down movement.
That's one of the things that they have to watch out for when they go to lock out. I feel like some people overextend, and then they'll come back down, causing the bar to go up and down. Or is that the settling that you're talking about?
Yeah, you're allowed to settle, but that was more like up, down, up, down, and that wasn't settling so much as like he actually kind of lost control.
Gotcha.
That's just yeah. So he can come back from that. He probably will increase his weight on his second.
Which we are back up at the top on seconds.
Wait, what?
Yep.
How?
Yeah, we're moving fast. Deadlift moves really fast.
Thank you for letting me know, because I missed that. This is 418 for Brandon.
Yeah.
I know they move fast, but I feel like they're moving even faster back here. They move fast when you're sitting in the ref chair and when you're lifting, but I think they're moving at ultra speed right now.
I mean, that's what happens when, like, you know, we're paying attention to, like, we have a great view. We have a lot going on, too. But we have a great view, and we're kind of, like, breaking down everything that's happening. And I feel like within that, when you get lost in the details is when time really starts to fly by.
Right. So we've got Nathan coming out with 480.
Sorry, choked on my spit a little bit. I just realized we have a couple of big jumps coming up too. So, like, for instance, Logan that we just watched that didn't get it from the little movement up top. Yeah, he took a 20 kilo. He's taking a 20 kilo jump.
We'll see how that works out for him.
Mind you, I feel like that's a little more common in deadlift than any other lift, but
Very true. And honestly, 20 kilos on a deadlift for guys this big and lifting these weights is actually not huge.
yeah, because you have to think that's like 5% of their body weight, maybe even that.
Yeah, and it's probably going from like a 85% to a 90% to a 95% kind of thing, or like 90, 95, 100.
Yeah. Aaron coming out, taking 490 or 479.5.
So far, we've had all conventional lifters. I don't believe we have a sumo lifter yet.
No, we did have a sumo.
We had one.
Yeah, Logan was a sumo, I believe.
Okay. And in USAPL, we don't care how you stand, as long as you pick up the bar.
2.7 kilos lighter in body weight, which is the tiebreaker.
So it looks like we have a close competition in that weight class. It's the
Aaron, that's a raw open 100.
The open 100, and it's going to come, it might come down to body weight, which is always fun.
I'm sorry, I got trigger happy.
Did you do a replay of them setting up the bar?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I got trigger happy.
Oh, see, okay, there's the roll, and then the lift.
Yep.
That looks like
See?
a great roll to a great lift.
And
So
like
he
I said,
might have
that's-
overextended just a little on the top. I don't know if it's going to get called, but did you see how he was kind of standing back a little bit? That overextension unlocks your knees and puts you in a worse position. It looks like Rhonda called that.
Yep.
I would have
He is
probably called
also-
that too.
I also want to point out, we have conventional and sumo. He pulled a little bit in between.
He
He's
had like a
wide-
conventional wide stance, but he had his hands still on the outside of his legs, so that's still a conventional. It's kind of like hand placement.
Which, like, no right or
Peter
wrong
coming
answer
out?
here. It's whatever feels comfortable for you. But when we talk about the two deadlift styles, that's what we're normally looking for. Sumo is wide stance with your hand placement on the inside of your legs. Conventional is short stance
Sorry, Peter.
with on the outside.
I'm sorry, Peter, on that second.
It's okay. We got a replay.
Okay, well, because the replay is always the wide. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, you guys can see this at home.
Don't worry.
It was an easy lift.
Yeah, he definitely got that. He's got plenty in the tank.
Matt coming out with 540 on the bar. Bars loaded.
Bars loaded for Matt. 540 pounds on the bar.
Setting up. Taking his deep breath. Some people take the breath at the top. Some people take the breath at the bottom. That was very light work.
That's a good lockout, too.
Nope.
You good?
Now, was that a good lift? I think it was a good lift.
Yep, that was a good lift. We have Logan coming out. He's the one that missed it at the top where he teetered a little bit on his lockout. He's taking a 20-kilo jump, which is about 44 pounds, to give anyone, like...
Okay, oh, he is a sumo lifter.
Yep, so he's our only sumo lifter in this flight.
He also has the Gen 3s on. Because they look more like regular shoes as opposed to the Gen 1s that I like. Let's see what he does. Oh, see, that had no bobble. That had a little settle, but no bobble. So let's see what the refs say. And they say good lift.
Good lift.
So he got that. So now he's on the board. That's what we like to see.
Back to the top of the order, we got Brandon.
Are we on thirds?
We are on thirds.
Okay, so
we
for
are
thirds,
flying by.
we have to clean the bar between every lift to give the lifter the best advantage that they can get.
Yep, so as they put chalk on their hands in order to get a good grip on the bar, but if you have too much chalk on the bar, then it becomes like a smoother surface, so then it does the opposite effect of giving a good grip. It
Right.
slicks it up. That's
So-
why we have to clean it.
So they clean it to get the chalk out of the grooves, the knurling. That's what it's called. Bar. Oh,
No, wait.
so I think that the head ref isn't realizing that things need to be cleaned, and he's going to learn very quickly that we clean the bar in between every rep.
He did give him the grace, though, and reset the clock, though, for him.
Yeah, because here's the thing. When it's something that the lifter does, we don't reset the clock. But if it's something that the USAPL does wrong, then we always reset the clock. So
Now-
that's how you kind of make that distinction.
This is the weight class.
That has the...
A little bit too heavy.
I missed it.
So Brandon's going to be staying third in his weight class in for this one. But our other two guys, Nathan and Aaron, both have a total of 502.5. They both have a deadlift put in at 225, which is our next two lifters.
So who weighs less? That's what I want to know.
Aaron weighs less by about 2.7 kilos. Nathan is lifting first, too.
So here's the thing. They're probably not going to use it because they don't tend to use it on deadlift in a local competition. But in deadlift, you can make up to 2 changes after you put in your temp, as long as the weight hasn't been loaded and that you have a higher lot number.
Yep. Normally when that happens, we'll see a coach over here by the scoring table ready to go with that other number. We don't see anyone over here, though, so I am guessing that we're just going to see what happens.
We see it a lot at nationals, and it's always fun and always exciting. And I love seeing it.
Come on.
Oh, that's very heavy.
Fight for it. Yeah. Look at that.
We'll see what the refs say. And that's a good lift.
That's a good lift.
Oh, look at him. That
that
is
was definitely
excitement.
a PR for him.
Aaron still has something to say about it, though.
All right.
Oh, but we got Aaron coming out with the
Yep.
same weight.
497 for a ride.
Oh, Caden. Caden's coming out.
Yep.
496 on the bar. That's still a lot of weight for these teenagers.
Caden's only taking a 2.5 kilo jump too.
This is a 16, 17-year-old kid taking 496 for a ride. Like,
I know.
come on.
These kids are battling it out.
Come on. That's
Oh wait, this is Caden. He's in a different category.
But
He's still a
still.
teen. He's not part of the juniors.
But still.
So we have.
Okay, so he had the knee issue on his second that the side ref called, and this time he was clean.
Yep.
That was clean.
So what's fun is not to diss the other guys because it's still very impressive, but the two battling out are juniors, and then we had Caden in the middle. That's a teen lifting the same amount that they're fighting for.
I love it. I love it.
All right. So if Aaron gets this, he'll tie with Nathan on this, but he will take it since he weighs less. If
Okay,
the
but
totals
there's
are
still
even.
third. Oh, wait, this is third.
This is
so
third.
This is it. This is going to
it.
decide it.
He has to pull this.
He's got to pull it. He has to make it. Oh,
Oh, yeah, look at that.
he gets the down command, and the referee say,
I'm going to get his reaction.
"Oh my
Come
God,
on.
good lift, and he won! Look at that! Oh yeah!
Beautiful.
Oh yeah!
I bet the adrenaline of that. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's got to feel so good. I mean,
Yeah, look at that brotherly hug. Yeah, he's so proud.
that's amazing.
We have Peter coming up though. He is taking 255.
Yeah, 562.
562.
If he's successful, stays in first place. I don't know what his competition's like.
Yep. He will post a total of, if he gets this, he'll post a total of 605, I believe.
Oh,
come
he's
on,
got
Peter,
the
come
typewriter
on.
shake. Oh, that was a nice
Yeah.
lockout. And the refs say, good lift.
That is a PR for Peter by 2.2 or 2.5 kilos.
Awesome. I'm going to see if I can get him
Peter,
over.
Peter. Yeah, good
I
job.
tore my hamstring a year ago.
Oh, this is.
Did you?
So Peter and I both have torn our hamstring at a competition, and now he's made a comeback, and I'm going to do that same comeback in 2 weeks.
Hell yeah. Good job.
So he gets a PR after a hamstring competition is so hard to do. I forgot he did that because as soon as somebody lifts, I forget what they do.
That explains why his
But I'm-
strength isn't quite there. He had to take some time off.
Yeah, that makes sense. That he had to bring everything down.
Come on, Matt. Come on.
Shaking. We're
I
going to
don't
see
know
what
if
the
his
refs say
lockup
because
was
his
full.
shoulders might have been a little too far forward. So
They're going to
let's
give it
see.
to him.
Okay. Gino accused me one time of calling shoulders too many times.
Sometimes it can be hard, especially with the bigger dudes, because
I got to tell you, with the no shirt rule now, it makes it a lot easier for us to see them shoulders.
that's true. All right, finishing off our third attempts on Flight C, we have Logan coming out. 601 pounds. He's breaking that 600 point. As a teen, let's go.
18, 19 years old at 600 pounds.
Yes.
Like, where is this going to take you? That's what I want to know. Like, what else do you have? Because you're not done growing at this point. You have like a
I
good
know.
4 or 5 years, at least minimum of like huge growth.
It's going to be
before it
beautiful
slows down
to
at all.
watch. If he gets this, he'll post a total of 655 kilos. Come on, Logan, up.
Oh, is he going to be able to lock it out?
Come on,
No.
you're so close.
Just a little too
Oh, get
heavy.
him.
He gets a little lightheaded. Takes
okay.
his belt off. Piro helped him up. He'll be okay.
I think, honestly, I don't know which sticking point I prefer.
Oh, yeah.
Like the lockout or getting it off the ground.
90% of the time, if it gets above my knees, I will be able to lock it out, except when I'm at the Arnold, when I will fall on my butt because it was just too heavy. And my coach was watching from home, and he's like, oh, as soon as you had your knees, I knew you had it, and then you didn't. I was like, it was just a little. And then I went,
Sometimes it just happens like that.
you know, honestly, I had hitched it anyways. I supported on my thighs, so it would have been called no matter what.
Yeah. We're back, so no more camera 4.
Oh,
We're back
sorry.
at the top.
I got this. We'll figure this out. We're opening up David Indish at 363. Oh, sorry. Oh, there we go, David. That was a very speedy opener.
Let's see.
I know it's his first meet, so I'm sure he's happy with that. Yeah, it was very fast. Thank you for doing that replay since I cut off half of his lift.
I got you. That's why we have it. So Trot has asked about a Brandon Neal. I'm trying to see if I can see him.
I'm not sure I absolutely love this angle, to be honest with you. I'm
The
sorry
second one?
Yeah. It's kind of cuts off their head, and
I had the exact same comment when we tried it, and it works really well for youth, and I understand the close-up aspect of it.
yeah, like for a hot second, but I think I like the wider angle.
Yeah, it's just trying to get like that more, as much as we can show them at home.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, well, somebody asked you a question on Instagram?
Yeah, they're
Or
asking.
YouTube?
Well, on YouTube, yes. There was a comment about a Brandon, and I don't think he lifted today. Like, I don't think I've seen a Brandon.
They were wondering where he was at.
Yeah. Let me see if he was maybe in the other meet.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, trigger happy. See, that I don't mind. Once they, like, get in the position. See, that's that's a narrow sumo. As long as you can get your hips open, that's why I can't sumo. I can't get my hips open enough.
That's why I'm not allowed to sumo either. And now I'm on the hunt to learn like what stretches I need to do to open up my hips more.
Frog position with yoga.
Okay.
It's an awful, awful pose, but it'll work.
Maybe I just do that more and more.
I think I have to wait for them to get down to the bar.
Maybe that's it. Because sometimes it's weird if they're just like standing above waiting.
Right. We'll figure it out. I think we need to get this closer here.
Yeah, I agree.
If you don't know it at home, the buttons are just a little far away.
Also, Sunday, I don't see a Brandon from a day 1 or 2 today, so maybe he's doing a different meet that isn't live streamed. I'm sorry we could not bring him here.
Thomas coming out with 496 on the bar, so we're like even on openers, we're going to be hitting over the 500 mark.
But, Zach, if you do want a Brandon to show up on the live stream, tell him to check out one of Ron's meets. Sign up for one of them. He always has us here because he believes that live streaming is important for the audience, so it's a good way to get on there. Thomas making that weight look easy.
Like a walk in the park. Three white lights.
And we're easily getting out of here before 5 o'clock.
Let's see if we have any battles going on.
See, me doing the camera work frees you up to look at the computer. Okay, he took that very quickly. He had no time at the bottom there. That was just fast, 496.
I kind of love it when they just step up and they just rip it up.
I used to do that. I used to take a lot of time at the bottom, and then I had a time where I would just grip and rip, is that what we call it?
Yep.
And now I'm kind of like in the middle where I set up just long enough that I have a very steady bar, and then I'm in the right position and I pull. Like after I hurt my hamstring, I kind of revamped what I do, and it's paying off at this point.
Good, good.
But there's definitely lots of different styles.
So
518 on the bar for John Miller.
I don't know. Vincent didn't join us again.
Oh, did Vincent? Maybe he called it after that. Maybe he did really hurt himself. Because remember, wait, no, he didn't walk
wasn't
off
the
for
one
me.
that walked off. Yeah, he was part of Open, but he doesn't have any deadlifts entered. And neither did Aaron. Aaron Klein.
2 people have?
Yeah, Aaron Klein was looking to post a total to qualify for collegiates, I believe it was. His 645.
That was Peyton.
That was
Aaron's?
That was Aaron Klein.
I'm so confused. I don't know why 2 people would drop out this far into the meet. They must have, like, maybe in the warm-ups, like, something was feeling off.
Maybe. I would say Vincent went 6 for 6 on there. before coming out, but
I wonder if he's around. I can go ask him. Do you want me to go find him? I don't know who Aaron is, so I can't ask him because
yeah.
everybody kind of looks the same. I'm not the same, but, you know, lots of names, lots of faces.
There's a lot of guys wearing a lot of singlets with chalk on their thighs.
Yes.
Or baby powder on their thighs.
That was very fast for Peyton.
Beautiful work, Peyton.
Vincent was handling somebody this morning who did a bench only, or push-pull.
Yeah, I don't see him right now.
Do you think he left? Left the building already?
He might have. Maybe something happened. I hope everything's all right.
This is going to go even faster, 2 lifters down.
I think that's they were part of the first flight. I think that's why first flight went by so fast.
Oh, that makes sense. I don't remember things as soon as something happens, you have to ask me right away because I will forget it because there's so much lifting going on.
Oh, that's why I take notes too as things go along.
Good for you.
Derek doing great, pulling sumo and ripping it off the ground, making 529 look like nothing.
We still have three more thirds, 3 more firsts for deadlifts. We've got Andrew Brogan coming out with 546 pounds on the bar. Okay, got the music going back up again. Gonna rip it up. Oh, did he get the down command? That was a quick command. That was a
head rep.
So I'm guessing, yeah, it was a command issue. He took it. So the side refs didn't quite catch that he missed the down command, but he actually did miss it. He put that down pretty fast. That's why I questioned it.
I think he questioned it too because he's sitting there like raising his eyes, probably like, "Okay, you guys gonna give that to me?"
I mean,
I'm not gonna argue with you.
Nope. Sometimes you take the win. Yeah.
All right, here's our Viking.
260 on the bar for Granite. 573.
That was very quick work.
Beautiful, beautiful example of just standing up. Our last opener of the day for deadlift and in general is Aaron taking the bar up to 508, about 590 pounds. He should be breaking 600.
Yeah, that's close enough to 590 that you could say that. I mean,
all right, let's go.
so
Aaron.
you're allowed to wear your knee sleeves as long as your socks aren't touching them, and they are actually over your knees. Some people like to do that because it helps them stand up, but it sometimes can be hard to bend down to get the bar.
I always forget about that rule.
What I think is funny is I'll yell at people for not having long socks, and they'll have to buy a pair, and they haven't told me that they're wearing their knee sleeves, which makes a difference. I'm like, well, if you...
Oh, because the socks can't touch the knee sleeves.
Right. So you can wear short socks if you have knee sleeves, but you have to tell the ref that when you're signing, like doing
did not know
equipment
that.
check.
I thought like the socks would trump over the knee sleeves, but the point of the socks is to make sure that no blood gets on the bar.
Yeah.
We're back at the top for his second attempts. 386 pounds.
386 for his second attempt.
Oh, he's just going to pick it up.
You moved too fast.
And make it look like there was nothing.
Beautiful.
So it seems like our first-time lifter, David Indish, is a deadlift specialist, and that's okay.
I just realized David is a Michigan M1 Master A lifter.
Speaking of yoga, I think I'm going to do some when I get home tonight. Sitting.
Have you ever tried to do yoga with dogs?
Never would I ever.
It's awful.
I wouldn't do it with goats or dogs.
Goats might be fun if they're trained.
I mean, there is yoga with goats is a thing. That was a great lift by David Ellis, 435.
Side ref called up and down?
What was
Blue.
it? Blue?
Blue.
Up and down. No, my guess is going to be soft knees.
Soft knees.
No, sorry, that would have been red. Red is knees and shoulders. Blue is up and down or supporting on thighs. I don't know what that was called.
I didn't catch on the replay either. Karanda's on something that we did not, so. All right, Eric coming out, 5:07.
The TV's kind of blurry for me anyway. Oh, that was fast. Oh, my goodness.
Seriously, is that an opener?
I think that was a warm-up.
Where's the weight, man?
Yeah, like watch this. Watch how he just comes up, picks it up like there's nothing on the bar.
Grip,
Doesn't
rip.
even think about it.
Grip and rip.
Robert
to be fair, with
Holden,
the quads like that.
he has a tiny train tattoo on his quad.
Oh, that's cute. It's like the Monopoly train.
It is the Monopoly train. Oh, it's a railroad. It's one of the railroads.
Has he collected the other 4?
They've got to be somewhere. I'm not going to ask him, but I'm sure they're somewhere.
All right, Robert.
Let's make
see
this
how-
518 look easy.
Yeah, let's go. Yep.
I don't know.
The little knee
There's
wiggle.
a bobble. His shoulders, not sure. I'm not sitting in the same position.
They gave it to him.
They gave it to him.
I questioned it because it looked like his knees like lost tension a little bit there and then came back. That might be a future problem for him.
If he gets like heavier and heavier.
Yeah.
So Steven's coming out. 240 on the bar, 529.
240 on the bar for Steven. 529.
So here's a fun fact that as a referee, you kind of have to be able to do everything. So I do score table, I do announcing, drug testing, side chair, head chair, TC,
Equipment check.
equipment check, drug test. I said drug testing. You just kind of have to do everything when you're a referee. And we don't get paid, so it's all volunteer. Sometimes get a small stipend, but it's for the 12+ hour days that we have, it's really not much.
12+ hour days. Sometimes you gotta get a hotel, pay for gas to get here.
Pay for flights.
Yeah.
And then, not to mention, you still have to find time to go grocery shopping and do meal prep for yourself.
I would say this sports is a lot of volunteer work.
Yes, it takes a lot of people. Peyton, so if you want to become a referee, please reach out to Ron. We especially need male. I mean, we definitely need female, but we definitely need some male referees for this. The transition from morning to afternoon, we need a couple extra people in the house.
Because the same gender has to give the drug test. A female will not give a drug test to a male, and a male will not give a drug test to a female.
Correct. So I'm curious what David's subtotal is at this point. Do we know?
Let me look it up.
Because I think he's also going for a CNATS.
His total is really close.
6.
There, right there. It's at 642.5.
Okay, so he needs one more deadlift and he's good. He just needs his third and he's got it. Ooh, let's go to this view.
Okay.
I caught that one. It looks like they're cleaning the bar. That might have been a little bit of blood on it. Maybe somebody like scraped something, or their fingers were bleeding. But they're gonna clean it. They're gonna make sure it's dry, which unfortunately takes away from the timing of the next lifter. But Thomas Merrill's gonna come out with 551 and he's gonna be fine. He might just have to sniff his pneumonia a second time. They're still cleaning. Oh, I'm looking at the instant replay that they're still cleaning the bar, but they're not.
No, Thomas is taking the stage, looking to get 551.
Let's see. $225 was easy. This is looking heavy. Oh, just a little too heavy. some people like to lift angry. Some people like to lift happy. Some people have to get in their head. Some people want the hype. Just like, every sport, everybody has like the things that they like when they're getting ready. You try to take away as many variables as possible. It's like I like chaos in my gym when I'm lifting because there's chaos on the day.
It's true. I am no one look at me, no one make a sound towards me, don't yell at me.
When I do my last deadlift on Tuesday before nationals, I'm going to ask everybody in the gym to look at me. And there's
gather around.
Granted, at 4:30 in the morning, there's only going to be like 4 people there. But I'm gonna force them to look at me.
John taking 262.
That's I thought that's 255.
562.
You said 262.
Oop. I saw the 2 of the kilo replace the 5.
Alicia combined the pounds and the kilos
I'm
together.
also slightly dyslexic, so like the 5 flips sometimes.
Oh, that makes sense.
All right, Derek.
Derek looking to put no weight on the bar because he makes everything look easy today.
By the way, for Peyton, since he's in the team 3, he needs 602.5 to qualify for nationals.
Is it teen nationals or collegiate nationals?
It says teen.
No, I was looking at the collegiate nationals.
Collegiate, he needs for his weight class because he's in the 110 weight class. He needs 650.
Oh, okay.
Derek making it look easy again. Oh, what happened there?
I'm not sure. Let's find out. Let's wait to hear what Ron says. His knees weren't locked? He had up and down on the bar and knees locked, so not quite the right color cards because the red, the yellow, and the blue mean something. But he had a little up and down and he had a little knee lock issue. I missed the replay, so I'm sorry about that. Sorry that actually was heavy for you, Derek.
It's okay. I was a little confused too because like it moved really well.
Right. You might have just like sometimes when it moves too fast, you just lose balance. Especially sumo lifters. Sumo lifters can lose balance so easy.
That's true.
Okay, Andrew coming out with 573. That's 260 kilos. Let's see how this moves. That moved
good.
like an opener. That was really good.
Moved like an opener, and that was a 12.5 jump from his opener.
Yeah, that's a perfect jump. Let's see what he does for his third. Let's hopefully maybe put some weight on him though.
Aaron coming out next, taking 601 pounds, breaking that 600 point.
I'm on camera 4. Why didn't it go to camera 4? Oh,
that was me.
Slow transition time. Aaron Hockman, 606. So up past 600. I love seeing these big numbers. It doesn't take away from the lighter lifters, but these big numbers definitely are fun.
They just look very impressive. Let's go. Up.
That looked pretty solid to me, so I'm going to guess it's going to be white lights, and let's see what the refs have to say. Yep, all white lights. That was a good lift.
Let's see. Craig coming out next. 617 pounds, getting loaded on that bar. That's a 20-kilo jump from his opener.
I think that's solid for like the weights that he's doing.
Right. I'm interested to see how it pulls.
Even sometimes on my own warm-ups, like I have started going big plate, little plate, big plate, little plate. And that's like, 50, 40-pound jumps.
So he's in the same weight class as Peyton as well. I don't know if he's going to, depending on how this moves. Let's see how this moves. Oh.
Slow but Oh.
A little wiggle of the legs up top.
See if the refs thought he was locked out. Yeah, he wasn't locked out.
Knees.
Yeah.
Side referee said the knees weren't locked out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely.
He just, even his, honestly, like looking at that, his shoulders were even just a little bit far forward. He didn't push his hips through enough. If he had just pushed his hips just a little bit more, tightened the tush, that would have like made it look a lot more locked out than it. Nah.
We are back up at the top. Our
Thirds.
final deadlifts of the day. All they got here on the platform. Doing beautiful. David's looking to take his third.
Oh, Robin Bower, that's Rhonda's husband, just said, I'm doing awesome on the commentary, and that you're doing awesome too, Alicia.
Oh, thanks.
That was very nice to hear. The fact that he's even watching his wife and he doesn't know anybody lifting today. I love that too. Oh, that's a little crooked, which is fine, but that moved.
Yeah, that moved.
So
that
you-
moved beautifully.
Did you see how his right foot like lifted off the ground and then came back down? It came back down in the same footprint. So unlike bench and squat and deadlift, you can lift your foot as long as it comes back down in the same footprint.
Oh, he did rock.
He rocked, and that's okay. That's legal.
All right.
Here we go with David Ellis, 463 pounds on the bar, 210 for his final pull of the day.
See,
See what he does? Oh, just
just
too
a little
heavy.
too heavy.
He almost made it past the crux, just missed it a little bit. It looked good though up until that point. Maybe sometimes people put it down because they feel like they're about to get injured. Just too heavy. They know they're going to end up hitching or supporting on the thighs, and so they just put it down because they're like, I'm not going to get this anyways.
Yeah, you never know, and it's up to the lifter to decide what is their breaking point.
Correct.
He still finished with a 477.5 kilo total, so that's pretty dang good.
That's still good. I'm going to take that. I
You're
would take
past
that
the
all day.
1,000 club, right?
Right.
Maybe? No?
I can't do that math that quick. I wish I could. I wish I was a math genius, but I'm not. I can't even keep one person straight from the next. Okay, Robert, 535 on the bar.
Yeah, that's past the 1,000 club, for sure. For sure. Come on up.
Oh, that was
was
beautiful pull. That didn't even look like a third.
Yeah, I was like, I think he left a little bit of weight off of there.
And that's okay. Like sometimes, like did he have a
let's see.
no, it looks like he had a 8 for 9 day.
That was Robert, right?
Yeah, Robert Holden.
Okay. Yep, he had an 8 for 9, posting a total of 595. A beautiful
Can you
toner
transition
for a
back?
junior. Oh, yes.
We're missing the lip. We're gonna be good. We're transitioning back
we're
to
good.
live. Okay, look at these quads on this guy. I just realized he's beefy. Nice. Stand up.
Oh, I think he hitched a little bit.
I don't know.
can't
There's
tell.
a difference between like rolling up your quads and using your quads to support you. So
Okay.
we'll see what the refs say. They thought he did that as well. They
Like,
agree with you.
If you watch a little bit, right when he gets there,
Oh yeah.
it seems like
He like pushed his hips out to make it go up.
which is hard because sometimes it gets caught on your singlet. So
And-
I see people like trying to get past that, but it looks like you hitch at that point.
That's why you have to practice in your singlet, and that's why you have to wear baby powder, because you have to like know where your points are, and that's kind of on the athlete.
Oh, we're back to this song.
We are back to this Scott Rock.
Scott Rock.
I'm not mad.
All right, Thomas stepping out. He's looking to try to 250 again. I believe it was just a little bit too heavy on his second attempt.
Yeah, maybe a 25 kilo jump was a little too much for him. But I remember that opener looking super smooth and speedy.
Yeah, it was just a little too heavy though.
That's still
Yeah.
too heavy, unfortunately. It's okay. He'll come back another day. He's still on the board. He didn't bomb out, and sometimes that's all you can ask for. He seems a little disappointed walking away. Maybe he's got a pain. Maybe he's like got a hip issue. We don't know. Steven trying to solidify third place.
Oh, if he gets this, he'll move to second.
Okay.
But let's see. Let's go to that weight class.
Oh, by the way, I love these shirts that the spotters and loaders are wearing.
So in this weight class, we have quite a few people. We have quite a few people in here. Though this will bump him up to second, that will determine on whether or not Derek makes his third attempt or
So
not.
he's got a different foot placement. He's got his feet out in like second position for ballet. Oh, that was a
beautiful.
Oh, he knows he missed it.
Yeah, we know. We feel it, man.
Oh, that's so rough.
Oh.
Because that was a beautiful pull, but dropping it is just a red light. I'm so sorry.
I swear he was like right there too.
That was so close.
He got the down command too.
He did, but
It was just
dropping
a second after the down command. That's so sad.
It doesn't. Even if you had the down command, you can't still can't drop it from
I know
an
you
inch.
can't. I know you can't. But like he was right there.
Oh.
He was just like, imagine if his hands just held on as it like he was dropping it.
Yeah, if
Like-
he just like, even if it went down really fast, as long as his hand stayed on that bar,
Yeah.
it would have been fine.
Peyton's coming up.
He's got angry face on. Oh, he almost had his headphones in, but he threw them to the side.
All right, if he gets this, he'll post a total.
This poll, when he makes
Wait.
it, will qualify Peyton for collegiate.
Yep, this will qualify him for collegiates if he makes it. So we
His
need to get behind him.
His total right now is 642.5, and he needs 650 in order to qualify.
Oh, come on,
will
come on,
just
come on,
get
come on,
to-
come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh! Oh, that's so rough. So close.
I'm so sorry.
You know what? I actually feel his pain because at one point I qualified for nationals. I qualified for nationals, and then I was 2.5. They changed the totals. I was 2.5 kilos under.
Oh.
And then I qualified for nationals, and now I'm constantly like, as long as I stay healthy, I'll qualify. Because I'm
That has to
two,
be
so
heartbreaking though.
I'm two, so everything's qualifying. It's so rough to be like taste it, but he can come back. Like he could do another meet between now and CNATs. Like there's plenty of time.
Because that's in, what
Plenty
is
of
that?
time. March.
March. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to come back.
Get one more cycle in, get 6 weeks of training, just a little bit more.
Oh yeah, he's got that. He just needs to hang on to it. He's got it. He's got it. Maybe he didn't have a good sleep. Maybe he didn't eat enough.
Come on, Andrew. Up.
Oh, looks like we're having a lot of.
Can we double check the bar? You know, it's slipping a lot, guys. The last 3 all slipped.
You know what?
I'm
It's
joking.
hot
I'm
in
joking.
here. It's hot in here.
I doubt there's anything wrong with the bar. Completely joking about that. We make sure we clean it off, but.
Ron's telling something to the spotters and loaders, and I'm not sure what they're talking about. I wish I kind of could hear him. What's going on?
I can't even hear if I take off the headphone. The music's
Maybe we
loud
should-
enough.
All right, we're going to keep 272.5 on the bar for John, 601 pounds.
John's coming out looking to take the 601 weight again. If he gets this, he'll move up to second place.
Do we know what? I really am curious. I want to be a fly on the wall and hear what they're talking about.
Go take off headphones, find out.
Nah. I'll go find out.
I got this.
Live correspondent.
Let us know. All right. So John's got his second. He's taking a 17.5 jump, but he'll move from 4th to 2nd place in his weight class.
Okay, so I'm not exactly sure what was going on, but there seems to be like there was somebody was supposed to get an attempt change, somebody had a lower lot number, it didn't get in on time, but I don't think it's going to affect the outcome at all.
Gotcha.
So John Miller, 601 on the bar. That looks solid. Just hold on to it. Hold on to it. Down.
The settling at top makes me think that there was slight up and down.
Yeah, and sometimes it's settling, sometimes it's up and down.
Oh, they gave it to him.
They gave it to him as a settling. Let's watch that replay. Yeah,
See, like that little settling there,
that was
but
a
the
settling.
bar
That
did.
wasn't really up and down. That was just the bar kind of coming back. It wasn't really like. it's so subtle, the difference sometimes. Sometimes it's not, sometimes it's very blatant, but that one was subtle.
That's one of the situations where, like, me as a viewer, like I said, like I'm new to being a ref and everything, and I'm still learning like everything that people are looking for.
Even as a seasoned ref, sometimes you question, and if you question anything, the benefit of the doubt goes to the lifter.
Yep.
Oh.
Let's see it, Derek. Let's see it.
Oh, let's see what they say, let's see what they say. I'm going to say they're going to give it to him. They gave it to him.
Good.
Nice.
He missed his second one. That still looked a little...
I saw a little up and down.
Okay.
And then
See,
I
thought
also
it
saw a
moved
little...
very quickly, though.
Yeah, but just like right in the middle, at that middle quad, there was just that little bit of bobble. And sometimes that little, like it's so little, but it still makes a difference.
That's a very common sticking point, too.
It is.
2 more deadlifts of the evening. We have Aaron and Craig will be taking 280. That's 617 pounds on the bar. 5 red plates loaded up with a black slapped on the end.
And don't forget about the collars.
Oh, and the collars.
And he's wearing, oh no, I was going to say he's wearing squat shoes. He's wearing Sabo deadlift shoes.
Regardless, Aaron will stay first in his weight class. He's part of the 120 weight class that has about 7 or 6 lifters.
Just a little too heavy for
Just
him.
could not budge.
No, sometimes gravity gets the best of you. One less lifter, and that's it. And 10 to 5, that's a very good, very speedy day.
This is our Viking. So this is the second time that he's taken this. I'm trying to think. I don't remember.
You just said tooken.
He just failed completely on his second one. I think it was a strength thing.
Yeah, but you can't fault him for trying again.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, like,
why
why
not?
Yeah, why not?
You're not doing anything after this. You're going to go home, eat a lot of pizza and some donuts.
All right, let's go. Let's go, Craig. Up, 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 up.
No, just too heavy. So close.
So I remember what his second attempt was. He had soft knees. He got it to the top the same way he got to the top. He had soft knees.
And so now he just took it all out of him.
He just, yeah, that took it all.
Oh, that's so rough. Oh, that's so rough.
He still got it up pretty high, though.
I mean, it was almost there, and it was just too heavy. Well, that is it for today. We appreciate you watching and supporting everything that's going on here, and the fact that you can watch it and not have to be here in person. Like if you live in another state, it's nice to be able to support your athletes. And we appreciate all of you guys watching at home.
Of course. Make sure to check out barbellproductions.com. We couldn't be here, 1, without our lifters, 2, without Ron paying for us to be here, 3, without the support of everyone like there with you guys to make this production happen and bring the lift to you guys at home. Let us know how we can improve. Purchase some video and photo packages on barbellproductions.com. It's a great gift. You can check out our quality on Instagram. We have some examples in there as well. Thank you guys for joining us. Have a lovely evening. Congratulations to all the lifters and everything that you've done today. You guys did amazing. And I will see you guys next time.
Robin,